parasite, suck it all out of your lungs. Don't let the parasympathetic go silently out. While the sinking anesthetic is hollowing out, falls, let the psychotomimetic whole shatter your light. I'm so in my head now. Got so used to being on my own. 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 I'm so
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 now of the NACE Grand Finals. I'm Patrick Smoke Chambers, your host, joined on desk by Simo and not really Evan. Guys, how we feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great, man. I'm feeling like $1,000,000. This is an amazing day 2. We had an amazing day 1 filled with lots of action. I'm just excited for League and Valorant today.
Yeah, I got to say the same. We were sort of hyping it up yesterday. Both of these matchups today are really, really exciting on paper. We did so much prep before and just breaking it down, just seeing all the different things we could think of, interesting storylines to piece together. Lots of really, really exciting things that we're going to be able to see today.
Yeah, absolutely. But real quick, I just got to talk about something very exciting before we get into our pre-show. We just want to give a special thank you real quick to In Touch Credit Union. It can't boost your KD, but we can help you level up your financial game. Visit itcu.org to learn more. Federally insured by NCUA. And also, special thanks to our partners at Raven GG. Raven is the official apparel partner of NACE and the premier platform for creating your dream custom gear. Whether you're outfitting a team or building a brand, Raven gives schools everything they need to look their best. Visit raven.gg to start creating today. But with that done and out of the way, we need to get on with a show, a pre-show, one that we talk about for day 1, all the action that we had, starting off with Smash. We had Stony Brook going up against the UNCG Zircons. Guys, it was quite the matchup, which showed that Stony Brook had a little more versatility in the tank, and it pushed them through.
Yeah, it was a really good matchup, and this was exciting to see. Stony Brook, sort of a mainstay in collegiate Smash against the team in the University of North Carolina, Greensboro, making their first ever appearance in the NACE Finals. And it was a really exciting series. Game 1, 2-0 going to Stony Brook. Game 2, it was like a walk-off final stock kill, essentially. Steve getting it. That was D-Dog from the side of Stony Brook to clutch it out to get them the win in 2 games. But it was a very close series. I think there are a lot of really good heroic plays from either side, both sides, I should say, to really make it a good series all around. And I don't think we were expecting that. I think we were expecting maybe a little bit more of a Stony Brook sweep, but UNCG proved that they have a lot of good players.
Yeah, and I guess really in the offseason, Stony Brook's lineup has kind of changed a little bit. Last year, they had Vanchi and Danny in the lineup. This time, it's A-Main and D-Dog, Quandale Dingle Lingleton, who joined the roster to join Quid and Cody. Really a solid core for what we saw yesterday on the Pokemon Trainer and Peach, respectively, to round things out with Link and Steve. Honestly felt like a great addition for Stony Brook, especially as we saw up against University of North Carolina at Greensboro.
Yeah, and it immediately started off well because Cody on the Peach got them out to an early lead in Game 1. Quid on the Pokemon Trainer as well was kind of just a thorn in the side of UNCG, and they couldn't really get through it as consistently as they probably wanted to. However, shout out to Pika on the Sephiroth as well, was giving Stony Brook a run for their money, but at the end of the day, you need to find success in more than just a couple of characters. Everyone on your team needs to be locked in, and it just seemed like, and I'm just going to point it out, the Mr. Game & Watch just simply for UNCG didn't work out the way that they were probably envisioning it would have.
No, definitely not. And that was sort of the big crux in the lineup of UNCG, that there are a lot of players, there are a lot of characters that they were playing that just had a lot of, I don't want to say like RNG elements, but a lot of, volatile aspects of their kits. Mr. Game & Watch, a very light character, when you're going up against a bruiser, when you have Pokemon Trainer, not exactly a favorable matchup there. Hero as well. We saw an instance where Hero, one of their own spells, used to take a stock, accidentally. So there are a lot of RNG elements, a lot of, volatile natures of these kits that definitely gave an advantage to Stony Brook, and they took advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, you talk a little bit about the lineup for UNCG and Chugs being kind of a mainstay for UNCG for the past couple of years. And the reason why we keep mentioning them to be kind of like a surprise to see in the grand finals is in fall of 2024, UNCG lost in round of 8 to Stony Brook, which is kind of crazy to see them now here in the grand finals. Last spring, they lost to GSL Groups to Oakland. Oakland, another really powerful team that you'll see in the bracket pretty commonly. And then, of course, for the grand finals, as you can see here, we had 6th seed and 5th seed, respectively, going up against the grand finals. Even the casters yesterday said not something they were expecting.
Yeah, no, and I mean, you look at Stony Brook's run through their entire bracket as well. They had to face some heavy hitters, especially we point out Lubbock Christian. That one came down to the wire. I remember D-Dog was breaking that one down, and their matchup against Oakland as well went very well on to the distance. So, again, no mistakes here for Stony Brook. No flukes. These guys were proven from the get-go, and they showed in the finals.
No, they definitely did, but, give credit to UNCG as well. They also had a tough run through their bracket, having to face the #1 seed in Winthrop, who are these, titans of collegiate Smash, and the fact that they were able to get there, have their moment in the sun, I think that definitely gave them a little bit of fire, inside to put a good performance up against Stony Brook. And, we're seeing the replays here, these were very close games. It didn't really, there wasn't really an instance where one specific character, just absolutely, just rips through a lineup. It was very, very close. Stocks being taken on either sides. Really hope we get to see these two play again, hopefully in a future NACE playoffs or another event coming up soon.
Yeah. You'll notice that the name for UNCG, you'll see Swift Baby pretty commonly. That is one of the other players that's on the roster, but didn't play yesterday, primarily because, like you're mentioning, Sephiroth, instead of Yoshi is really what the swap we saw for UNCG, and I think it worked out quite well, but like you said, it just kind of wasn't enough. We saw in the second set of the series, Sephiroth opened up against Peach and actually put a huge dent into that stocks, actually giving UNCG the early stock lead. But again, we were critical a little bit earlier of Endothea's Game & Watch, and that is, I think, what was really the crux of this best of three. Anytime we got to Game & Watch, it was not enough to keep Stony Brook at bay, and especially when you get to the final boss, Steve, there was nobody that could take this guy. Quandale Dinglington, he's just a beast.
Well, yeah, it is just tough because, unfortunately, for the scenarios that Mr. Game & Watch was put into, I feel like there was always just an answer, right? We talk about how he's a lighter character in the game. It seemed like, for the most part, usually was played up against an area in the game that put him against the Pokemon trainer or Link. And the whole thing is, right, being a light character, two characters that dish out very powerful options for attacking, they're going to make you fly far when you're a character as light as Mr. Game & Watch.
No, for sure, and that's definitely something you can't, really rely on if you're hoping for somebody to go far in a run. It doesn't take much to get Mr. Game & Watch in a state where he is potentially KOable in just one smash hit. So definitely something that UNCG were aware of, didn't really work out, calculated gamble there, and we can see here that little fun fact that Stony Brook's back-to-back wins in NACE finals. So they definitely are on a little bit of a dynasty run right now, or in the process of creating their own dynasty in Collegiate Smash. And so many reasons for that, but you definitely want to give a shout out to Quid. I think his Pokemon trainer was the reason why they were able to secure this win. We talk about how versatile it is. It's basically 3 playstyles in one character. You have Squirtle, who's sort of your quick, your quick brawler who can get the percentage up really, really fast. Swap to Ivysaur, who's so good at ledge guarding and throwing and grabs. And then Charizard is sort of a third option if you need a little bit more firepower and a little more bruising potential. And that's exactly what we see here, getting Game & Watch dead on basically 86%.
Yeah, absolutely insanity. To talk a little bit about your dynasty point earlier for Stony Brook, in fall of 2024, they were knocked out in the semis against LCU Esports, which is kind of a big deal considering they knocked them out on the way to the grand finals here to face off against UNCG. So a lot of really important dynasties here in the collegiate Smash world, and UNCG just really wants to be a part of that, and I think they've etched their name in history. Yes, not with a victory, but that they are, to be considered as a top team. You've got Winthrop in the space for Smash. You've got Oakland. You've got Stony Brook. You've got Lubbock Christian. There's a lot of these teams that have been in the collegiate space for such a long time, and finally we have someone here to disrupt. So although a loss, I still think a victory for the program.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations to both sides who were really putting on a show there, Stony Brook and University of North Carolina, Greensboro, for showing up strong, and definitely gave us one to remember. But moving on, then we had Call of Duty happening right after this one, being the fated matchup that we called back in the regular season, St. Clair, Cumberland.
Yeah, this was the exact opposite of what the Smash Bros. Series was. This was not close at all. It was complete domination from St. Clair from start to finish. And you want to talk about dynasties. St. Clair, Call of Duty, that's back to back NACE championships. I mean, this is an insane run that they've been on right now, and we saw exactly why. And it's these four guys on the St. Clair team that really just get it going. From top to bottom, it's just such a well-built team.
Yeah, I mean, this roster is just absolutely stacked. We look at Rupert, Cody, Seawads, KB. There was not a single weak link on this team. No one who you could exploit. I know yesterday, for those who were here in the broadcast, yes, the main focus was on Rupert and KB, and it made sense because the gameplay was simply speaking for itself. But Cody and Seawads by no means had a quiet series. These guys were right up there within the same kill range as everyone. The whole team was consistently like a well-oiled machine. Rotations were never lacking. The teamwork was impeccable.
Yeah, I just have to add that some of the casters were kind of alluding to the fact that, a big portion of this team is kind of made up from the LATAM Call of Duty region, and they really have a really different play style compared to the, I guess, air quotes, American style of Call of Duty. And you could see that especially in players like Rupert, who are going to play super fast, super aggressive. We talked a little bit about trying to slow down the game for Cumberland, but it just didn't end up being the case.
Yeah, exactly. As we take a look here at the bracket to see it in full on what our playoffs whole journey looked like, St. Clair, they got it done in sweeping fashion. Took down USF 3-0. Took down Wichita State. I remember casting that game 3-0. Took down LBCC, same thing, 3-0, and it did not change here. Nobody able to take a map off of St. Clair in the playoffs, and even in the regular season, Cumberland were the only team that got it done in Game 1. I believe that was on a hard point in Vault. And, we were just thinking real quick as we saw the maps come out. It was interesting. We saw that Cumberland chose to go to Vault for control in map 3, and we thought that was very interesting considering that no team had beaten St. Clair on Vault in the game mode of control.
Yeah, that was a really head-scratching decision made from Cumberland, but I get it. Maybe if you feel comfortable on that map, maybe you can try and bring a new strategy to try and disrupt St. Clair. But when they're playing at this high level right now and just mowing through every single team that they come across, you just can't let them play on a favorable battlefield, especially when you're already down 2-0 in a series. I think as soon as that happened, Cumberland knew that they had made a mistake, and we're seeing it in the replay here. It was pure domination. They can either take the objectives that they want to, they can just leech away your lives. They can beat you in any way when it comes to control. They might not enjoy this game mode, but man, they're so good at it.
Yeah. We talked a little bit about in our pregame yesterday that maybe some of the keys to success for Cumberland is to look towards other maps in potential to try to elongate those AR fights. And we kind of saw on Skyline that didn't really matter because KB just lit them up from range. And even earlier in the season, Cumberland tried to keep things spicy and take him to red card, which also did not work out in their favor either way. So we talk a little bit about maybe it being a map selection, but I think when you're just St. Clair and you're just that good and you're just that well-rounded, it's not just the Rupert show, it's going to be really tough for a team like Cumberland to show up big.
Right, you mentioned that red card matchup, and now that I'm thinking about it, I'm pretty sure Seawads had a game and a half on that one if my memory serves me correct. So regardless, it just seems like, yeah, you know what, when we're talking about 4-time back-to-back champions, maybe there isn't really a way to beat them consistently. Maybe they just are, at the current rate, that good.
They are just that good right now, and I can't see this run that they're going on really slowing down once they get into the farther NACE seasons, and they're already prepping for BO7. And like the casters were saying yesterday, you get somebody like Rupert who's already ultra aggressive on SMGs and loves to set the pace. Getting him with more movement options.
Give him a wall bounce now.
Give him a wall bounce now and more options with sliding, with Omni movement. That really is going to be scary to watch. I'm really excited for that NACE spring season of Call of Duty to see what the Saints are going to be cooking up in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only incredible to watch him with BO7 moving forward, but the fact of the matter is we also made a point to highlight that this team, maybe not everybody, but at some point or another, they have competed in challengers qualifications matches and playing again outside of the collegiate space to get their reps in, to make sure that as a team they are incredibly cohesive. You even mentioned yesterday that the supportive staff, the sub and the coach, both jump in sometimes and frag out of their minds just to prove a point that this is not only a well-rounded roster in front of the scenes, but also behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, when they need to, they will completely step in, Brandon and Bendy, and it doesn't look like the team skips a beat at all. I can't even remember what the regular season match we were covering was. It was a long time ago, but Bendy stepped in, and I mean, we were literally sitting here, we were casting it, right, Evan, and we were just kind of looking at each other, and we were like, man, like, is Cootie playing on his account or something? Like this is just messed up. Like, it honestly, it did not look like anything had changed.
No, and that, like, I think you had said it perfectly. It just shows you how well built and well coached this team is. You know, it doesn't matter. You know, it's always just a next man up mentality, and we saw that in the regular season. And yes, you know, you bring your best lineup for the playoffs, but it really could have been anybody. Like, even if Bendy had subbed in for one of them, I still think it would have been the same. I think it would have been a 4-0.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. But now, moving on to our last and final game.
Oh, no.
That we saw in day one, Rocket League, which went very, very unexpectedly as we thought it was going to go. I mean, there were some things that could be called up, but we'll dive into that a little bit later. For now, the lineup of the St. Clair team that took it in 7 against Akron Glue, it's going to be the lineup of Arju, Zai, and Jazzy. These guys have been so consistent throughout the entirety of the NACE season, but I will say that in their beginnings, there were some defensive woes that we actually did see come back a little bit in this series.
Yeah, it's those kickoffs. That's really their one issue, and we saw Akron exploit that. You know, we saw multiple goals that came from Akron that came immediately off of a kickoff, and that was something that even in game like 7, they finally locked it down, but that's something that they really need to address going forward in CRL because it still clearly is a big issue.
Yeah, I think also another kind of smaller issue that maybe we can touch on is we talked a little bit about their roles throughout the given team, and I think throughout the best of 7 we saw pretty consistently that they were constantly switching up. Arju, traditionally playing a little bit more further back and more defensive, was playing a little bit more forward on some of those matches, and Sai playing a little bit more further back, playing off the backboard, trying to block shots on net. And I think maybe what that could cause, because we've seen St. Clair can sometimes overcommit on a play, and that might be a result of who is who and what is your role.
Yeah, you know, I could see where that could get mixed up in the comms a little bit, and that is definitely very important when we're talking about Rocket League. Comms are everything. And I don't know if you guys have done a listen-in before in Rocket League comms. It's usually 3 people talking over each other in a very different language than English. And I can tell you right now, it can get very confusing even if you do know what they're talking about. So communication is usually all over the place, and yet everybody still has to hear everything. So it gets very hectic. But we can take a look at the bracket right here to see St. Clair's journey throughout the NACE playoffs. And they honestly had a run that we could have honestly expected. Looking at Akron's side of things, they are actually the school that I give even more credit to, because without Bullseye and 5-Up, they still bring it to 7, right? Getting 2 players, Milio and Jonathan, into that main roster. Looking at their team down the line, though, they get through Winthrop in 5. Yes, Gergi is a sub. That still doesn't matter. 2 very good players on the other side as well. But you see that they also have to go through a Ball State that just came out of a sweep on Baylor.
Yeah, it's just a battle-tested team. Like you said, going through Winthrop, going through a Ball State team that was so hot coming into the NACE Grand Finals. I don't think we gave Akron enough credit, you know, just based on their performance through the bracket. You know, we thought this was going to be a pretty clean sweep for St. Clair. Obviously, Akron missing 2 of their big players, you know, was a big factor for that. But, I mean, they came out, and I think they impressed a lot of people with how they played.
Yeah, I think kind of some of the glaring issues as we see some replays of the game, we really saw things start to break down in game 5 and 6 in favor of Akron, but we still have to be a little bit critical, because really the big comparison here is we've got you know, a relatively collegiate only focused team versus a team that is, St. Clair, high caliber in CRL, and not to mention DreamHack qualifications for size. So there is a lot of really strong power on this team, so there's nothing to discredit there. But on the side of Akron, you definitely saw some misplays that shouldn't have happened if their skill level was bumped up a couple of notches. They probably wouldn't have went to OT in Game 6 and 7. They wouldn't have messed and fumbled on some scrambles near Saints Gaming's net. And so I think if they were just a little bit better, or maybe if they had Bullseye and 5-up, this actually could have gone their way, possibly.
I don't even say could have. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you right now, it would have. I think that Akron, they put on such a huge show to the point where, it really is a little bit of a shame that, for whatever reason, whatever the circumstances were, not that it's any of our business, simply the main roster wasn't fully ready to go. And, it just sucks because that's the way, even as, no bias, people from St. Clair's, me and Evan are, we, at the end of the day, don't want a series to end up being fielded by, the roster if you have to grab people from the B lineup. We want the max competitive integrity, and if that costs us our NACE championship, so be it. It's Rocket League, it's esports, that's what we're here for. So at the end of the day, Akron, they fielded the roster, and they still brought it to 7. So it really does speak to how driven and dedicated this whole Akron squad is, not just blue, but also gold as well.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. You have to think that St. Clair has to be feeling good because, like this, the graphic is saying, yes, they did finally avenge that loss against that Akron team last fall's NACE Grand Final. So I think the fact that they were able to get it done, despite the fact that it wasn't 7, I think St. Clair is definitely going to take that home because it is still something that, they might have circled on the calendar a long time ago once they got this matchup set. But what you were saying about mistakes, on the side of Akron, St. Clair definitely some missed opportunities for them as well. I think it was Game 6. There was a goal there was an attempt right near the end of the game. Jazzy had almost a wide open net, and the ball bounced off the top of the crossbar and just narrowly missed going in, which would have given St. Clair the lead and not force an overtime. Maybe you get it done in 6 instead of 7 in that case. But it is what it is. They got the job done no matter what, and give credit to Akron for not only winning one overtime period, but a second one as well when you're already trying to make a comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think even doing a little bit of research on how this Akron, it's 2 parts Akron gold, 1 part Akron blue. That's why it's bold or blue. But even doing a little bit of research on the gold roster, I found that Jonathan was definitely a little bit more of a defensive player, and Milio was kind of more the offensive player for that team. But yesterday, Jonathan was frying. He was putting on an insane performance, great bumps, great heads-up plays, and in the scramble, he was probably the best player that I would have put my money on for Akron.
Yeah, it is true, but at the end of the day, we talked about what potentially could have been for Akron, because we talked about the scrambles by the net. One thing that I talked about before we got into the series was what Akron needed to do to beat St. Clair. And what did I kind of say? Well, we talked about it on the kickoff. We talked about it in the 2v1s off the fast break, how St. Clair can overcommit. But at the same time, it basically all alludes to just become West Virginia from this season, right? West Virginia were a team that St. Clair had to get through in the semifinals coming into this grand finals matchup, and they took that series in sweeping fashion, something that me and you, and probably Simo as well if he was there, would have never expected, considering that past that, 0-3 versus West Virginia through all collegiate formats.
Yeah, that was a dominating performance from St. Clair. Probably their best performance of the NACE season. Obviously, grand finals aside, because they just kind of scraped by to get that win. You had a 3-1 lead, you blow that, you do come back to win in 7. But that West Virginia game, very, very impressive his performance. Like you said, a team like West Virginia who's gotten the better of St. Clair through the majority of this year, and they just locked down defensively, which is sort of what we were expecting against this Akron team. And a lot of the games were close, but I think it wasn't exactly the way St. Clair wants to play. I don't know what the mental was like, or they just weren't fully prepared, but there definitely was a little bit of a lapse from yesterday's performance to what we saw against West Virginia.
Yeah, I also just have to add, there could be some pregame jitters. CRL playoffs is coming up for fall, and I think they're actually even playing today.
I was
So-
gonna say,
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
starts
Maybe
today.
getting a little bit of prep, maybe feeling a little bit on edge. This is a really big performance, especially that they are looking and wanting to repeat their championship performance from previous. They've got some tough competition, and that's primarily in a team like Northwood that has been an absolute stalwart performer in Rocket League over the course of the past year or two. I don't think they're really too worried about some of the other teams, especially depending on substitutes and whatever. But the idea here is that maybe a little bit nervous moving into CRL, worried also about the DreamHack qualifications because we did hear that Psy did make it
through RLCS to Copenhagen
through
kickoff.
RLCS to Copenhagen. So the idea here is that there's just a lot going on, and maybe they thought, oh, you know what, Akron glue, whatever the hell, it's going to be easy peasy, and it wasn't, right?
Yeah, no, it absolutely was. And again, even though some of the goals were off the kickoff, there were times where whenever Akron did do a kickoff in general, whenever that ball reset, I pointed it out early, right? They are going to get offensive possession off of it more times than none. That's something where St. Clair struggles with, is creating offense immediately off of the kickoff. It's not necessarily that they're conceding goals, but the whole point is they're conceding pressuring threats. And while there wasn't a lot of times where Akron were able to get offense off of kickoff and not having it score at the same time, what they really did well was having their first man create pressure, finding bumps, demos. I talked about how earlier in the season, St. Clair, there's just a certain way with the rotations. I can almost tell early in game if something's going right or if something's going wrong. And it is what it is. You start seeing these double commits downfield. You start seeing some jitters and slower moving cars as you get to the back line. When you're in the back line and you stop moving, you're just inviting that first man to bump or demo you. And I think that in a fast break situation or in a build-up offensive situation, Akron, they were able to find those opportunities and make offense work. And that's really what had St. Clair reeling up against the ropes.
And speaking of offensive opportunities, you talk about issues off the kickoff. We did see Akron exploit that weakness a couple times, but 2 times St. Clair was able to find offense immediately after giving up a goal. So I guess that does go to show that there is
They have worked on
resiliency.
it.
They do
Yes.
they have worked on it. They are resilient. They're able to find offense when, the going gets tough, but still, give credit to Akron for, because of that, or in spite of that, still forcing that overtime twice and coming out of it on top, where again, St. Clair looks like they were really putting on a lot of pressure in Akron's zone. They just weren't able to send the ball home.
Yeah, and on the flip side, that also means give credit to Shuffleverse, because when you have a team that's losing 2 overtimes in a row in order to, well, not even just in a row, just in a series, in order to
That's
force
tough.
a game like Game 7,
Very tough.
that is a mental chalker. And we talk about how some of these St. Clair teams, they're more emotional. They ride these high highs, but then they immediately can dig their own graves in the mental as well. They freeze up. They get silent on comms. They stop really talking about what's going on, what their problems are in game. Whatever Shuffleverse did, he cooked. Because in Game 7, it was an absolute routing. It just looked like they flipped the entire series.
I didn't even write down the score because I wrote down goal 1, goal 2, and then I stopped writing because they were.
I believe it was 5-0.
I think
yeah.
that's correct.
I
yeah.
stopped writing after the second goal because I was like, "This is done." It's the way that they were playing, something like you were talking about, Shuffleverse. Whatever happened, they just lit that fire.
He just did his little dance.
He did
I
a
guess
little-
he did the
little
little
Rocket League
dance.
dance.
Maybe that was
Unfortunate.
it.
Apparently he didn't get to do it. He looked
Well,
so.
maybe that's
he
why
looked
they did it in 7 because
Yeah.
he didn't get his pregame dance in. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit, but hey, you know what? Give credit to all of those guys. They did absolutely amazing, and I believe I was going to say the first NACE championship for this Rocket League team, which is kind of funny because they're also, I think, the first team. I can't remember. The director Sean came in and he was talking about how he believes it's the first team that he's had that's won a league like CRL, a developer league, before they've won a NACE league as well. So congrats, you guys are the first at something. So there you go.
I think it's hard to believe that was their first NACE championship. The way that St. Clair is always in the conversation for NACE finals, I think it is sort of, I think we were surprised, that, when we found out that it was their first, I think we were a little taken aback by that. But, it's good that it happened either way. That monkey is finally off of their back. In that case, you get one. You've won CRL as well, going for another one. Potentially back-to-back CRL champions. It's a good time to be a fan of Saints Rocket League right now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Exactly. And, I think that at the end of the day, breaking down all 3 of our games, it was a beautiful showing of the talent that we had here. But we're going to be throwing to a short break. When we come back, we are going to hit you with whatever we have today. Our competition does not end anytime soon. Please stay tuned for more.
I'll say Maryville because they're like the strongest team in collegiate.
Definitely Maryville, I would say.
Definitely Maryville.
I think it will be Winthrop for a while unless something changes.
Probably Maryville.
For us this season has definitely been ourselves. We've been dropping maps a little bit as of late, but when Winthrop comes to town, we know we're going to be full focus because that rivalry is big and we really want to beat them.
Probably St. Clair.
I'd say Winthrop.
It's historically been Maryville.
I like to listen to music. Usually I have some sort of small snack, like a protein bar. I just drink lots of water.
I just hop in the range and kind of just warm up.
I just try to make sure not to get too many carbs, too much sugar, things like this that'll affect me in game.
Usually I eat something like 1 or 2 hours before. In grand finals, I'm looking to clean to 0. I would be really sad if we lost to Winthrop. I think we're a much better team, and yeah.
For the grand finals, I'm really looking forward to playing Maryville and playing Screwface and MC.
Competing against Winthrop because it's been a while since we've competed against them, and having fun.
Looking forward to winning. We have our ADC as our coach, so I want to win for him too. I just want both of us to try our best and let's have some fun.
Be ready for a quick series, 1.5 hours, and we're done. Bye, Winthrop. See you next season.
Moves are going down. I love you.
Good luck, have fun, no hard feelings. Everyone's going to try their best and see who's the best player.
The message I have is good luck.
Well, goodbye, Winthrop. See you next series. That's what Grandview had to say. And you know what? I'm all for it because here we go. We got League of Legends. We got Winthrop versus the Grandview Vikings. It could not get any better than this.
Yeah, this is a really, really exciting matchup, primarily because, and we'll talk about some of the specifics in a little bit, but Grandview has gone under a little bit of a restructuring over this past kind of off-season for Collegiate League of Legends. Not really the best performers in Collegiate League of Legends for 2025 in the championship. They were knocked out by Weber State, and in 3-1 fashion. They didn't really have the same team that they have now. And one of the biggest pickups that they had in the offseason was Ao June, who now, I mean, back then, he was also playing for Purdue. They also got knocked out, but I think he was partially the reason why they almost beat the 4th seed finish for the CLL Championship. So having him on the team makes the team much stronger nowadays.
Yeah, well, you know what? At the same time, Grandview, they have this roster to compete with. It's going to be Winthrop showing in and showing out. Denethor, Rapid, Sword, Tails, their coach, as said before, their ADC for now, and only 35 rounding out the supports in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great roster, minus obviously one unfortunate glaring issue. They've played most of the collegiate season with their other ADC mobility. They've played a few games really early on in the season with a different jungler named Wilson, who possibly, to my knowledge, is a supportive or like a substitute player on the roster. Rapid has fit in really, really well in this top mid jungle duo, or trio, should I rather say. But I think Tails coming in, and again, Tails is no slouch. He's been a coach for a very long time. He's coached Cloud9. He's been a part of the Cloud9 ecosystem. There's no doubt in my mind. I mean, I used to carpool with this guy to Montreal to play in LAN ETS tournaments for League of Legends. Like, this guy's a beast. There's nothing wrong with that. But, you know, he's in League of Legends standards, he's getting old. And that also potentially means being a coach, you're a little less practiced than your actual ADC that's grinding the game nonstop.
Yeah, and you talk about how that might be an issue, and I feel like I have to agree with you. Like, what you say, like, Tails, very good player, you know, you will get the coach buff as well, you know, if you're Winthrop, but that definitely is a potential question mark as you go in, you know, versus Grandview's ADC in Nightstar. We'll get into a little bit that, but that might be an interesting matchup. So for Winthrop, the focus really has to be put on top and mid. It's going to be Denethor and Sword who are really going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting to get this win done for Winthrop if that's what they want, because they're looking for the first ever NACE League of Legends Championship. They finished runners-up in spring of last season. Grandview also trying to make some noise. So for Winthrop, I think there's a lot of pressure on them to make sure they can perform to the level that we expect them to bring.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually the Maryville and Winthrop show, so the fact that we see no M in this time around, it was actually Grandview that beat Maryville on the way here. Yeah. So for Winthrop, this is kind of a new opponent to kind of face, and I really think the fact that they've played with Tails in the semifinals as well against St. Clair, we kind of got to see a little bit of an inkling of what that limit test could be throughout various other regular season games, throughout NACE, and of course Division 1 as well. Winthrop has really struggled against Maryville, who is obviously their biggest opponent. You saw in the Meet the Finalists, they talk about each other in League, they talk about each other in Valorant, and that's obviously the case. But in this case, it's not Maryville, it's Grandview. And without playing with mobility and playing with Tails instead, I'm looking at this limit test of how far they can push this ADC.
Right, and we see how far can we push this ADC? How far can this team push? Because at the end of the day, Winthrop, we know they can still be consistent with their core. We know they are consistent with their core to the point where they can beat teams like St. Clair in order to get here. But at the same time, here's the thing. We do know that they lost a series earlier to Maryville in the season. And again, if that is the core's breaking point, getting to face a Grandview team that has just come off of beating Maryville, that's another thing. They're feeling themselves through the power rankings lineup of Ariana, Castle, AO June, mentioned before, Nightstar, mentioned before, and then Bounty rounding out the bot lane. So with these guys, right, they are on an absolute heat check.
Yeah, AO June and Bounty are kind of the biggest pickups of the season. AO June probably being the biggest pickup of the season. 19 years old, absolute beast in the mid lane. Was on Purdue Northwest last year, playing for CLOL, and they took it to Game 5 against UST, which were the favorites possibly to win the whole thing last season for CLOL 2025. So this time around, Grandview have kind of collected the Infinity Stones, and they've put together what they think is probably the best chance at being victorious, not only as this limit test here in fall of 2025, but also beyond for CLOL 2026 moving forward. We're seeing some highlights here of Grandview versus St. Clair, and you can see, of course, Nightstar off to the side playing the Varus. What we'll find what is kind of potentially a weak link for Grandview is that they tend to stick more towards scaling ADCs, Kai'Sa, Yunara, Smolder. They're looking to get online mid to late, and what that could be beneficial for Winthrop is I've got a weaker ADC. I need him to survive in the bot lane. Maybe it buys me some time against Nightstar.
The one thing you do have to keep an eye on, though, you talk about Nightstar, it's Sword versus AO June in the mid lane. That is going to be a really, really good matchup. That is going to set the pace and set the tempo for how the rest of the series is going to go. And maybe Grandview's got a little bit more fire because this is a revenge game. You mentioned Seawall. Winthrop crushing Granville in 2024 Seawall, so now this is the time for Grandview to potentially get theirs back right after falling to Winthrop in Seawall last year, so that might just be enough to put them over the edge.
It's a little Buddhist karma, what goes around comes right back around, and Grandview are here to collect what is theirs. I like how you bring up some of those points, especially about AO June. We're kind of talking about Tails and Nightstar because obviously that's a big kind of focal point for how Tails is going to be able to handle that bot lane. But really the matchup to watch is in the mid lane. AO June is a phenomenal mid player to be picked up. And for Winthrop to be successful, they need to play through mid and top successfully.
Yeah, and this is just such a damn good series as well. We see that obviously the fun fact rolled in. Grandview, they took down a Maryville that were looking, I was even going to say back-to-back because then I would have had to repeat it potentially 7 times. But for the past 6 seasons, Maryville have taken NACE. So in order to get through them, they really had to have one hell of a game. And you know what? Now the victory, it's in their grasp. And the onus for Winthrop to stop it, in my opinion, it's got to be off that top and mid lane like you said, but rapid. Because it seems like for right now, to create space on top and mid, getting through Ariana and AO June, that's going to be a huge problem. Those two are doing very good, especially AO June, so consistent. We even mentioned when the guy loses, he still goes positive and drops almost as much damage as his other mid lane counterpart on the other side, right? So if we're talking about having to use scaling ADCs in the bot lane, that time is a factor. That means that the longer this game goes on, it's going to swing more in Grandview's favor. You can't have that happening if you're Winthrop. You really need to try to get Rapid online on early ganks to create space in the top and mid lanes.
We're watching some highlights here of St. Clair versus Grandview, and another kind of focal point that we need to touch on for Winthrop. Of course, our matchup in the mid lane is really key, but Winthrop love to play through their top lane Denethor quite frequently, as even in the St. Clair series that we witnessed for the semifinals, Game 1, he carried the game on his back on Gwen, 60k damage. Next top damage was the ADC Tails at 25. So Denethor is an absolute monster. And I think for how this team is structured around Denethor and how they allow him to play, it's really going to be a big question of what can Ariana do in the top lane to try to counteract that. And kind of the great thing that I'm here to say is that this is not a slouch in the top lane. Ariana is a fantastic player, and I think is going to be able to go toe-to-toe, primarily because a lot of the same picks also kind of overlap with what Denethor likes to play. The Mbessa, the Rumble, well, actually not so much the Rumble, but the Mbessa obviously a really, really contested pick, and I think the top lane is not going to be as easy as Denethor usually likes it to be.
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be a lot of contest here because we also got to talk about how Castle's going to be able to interfere with those plans. It's not like Winthrop are just going to have Rapid on constant 2v1s. That's not how this is going to work. But what we can show you how this has worked out so far in playoffs is the bracket. And we look and immediately see Maryville on their run. They get shut down by Grandview, who had to go through Converse as well. So really good teams that they had to make their way through St. Clair getting to the semifinals, but no match for Winthrop, no match for Tails on that ADC, showing that he still has a lot to offer.
I will make one tiny little point that Grandview against Converse, the first game could have gone to Converse's way. They flipped it right back on its head. There was a Fed Aatrox that was absolutely running wild, and they managed to somehow put it out to snuff and win in a 2-0 fashion. But just to show that although Grandview is now leveling up as a superpower in the League of Legends space for this collegiate season for both fall and, air quotes, spring, they're not indestructible, and they can be beaten. And one of the things that we've seen, especially in that semifinal matchup with Winthrop against Saints, is that even though in Game 2, Saints had a juicy lead, they started out with bullying Tails as much as they humanly could. Guess what happened? Winthrop is so incredible at trying to make teams choose to make a decision. You want Dragon? We're going to push mid, we're going to push top. You're going to have to pick. What do you want, the Dragon, or do you want to lose some turrets? So Winthrop, with this combo of Denethor and Sword, they split push constantly, and they make teams make choices, and those choices are going to be very difficult.
Man, well, this is going to be a very difficult series to call immediately. You know, I don't want to get into predictions just yet. We can do that just before we send it straight into league, but it's definitely going to be one to look out for. Now, switching gears over to what we currently have coming up right after this breakdown, Valorant, best of 3, grand finals, Winthrop, Maryville. It's so storied. Could you have even asked for a remotely better matchup?
No, I mean, you couldn't. I mean, these are the two best collegiate Valorant teams in the scene right now, and to see them play each other again, I think they had mentioned it in the little shoulder content piece that we saw, is that these two teams, yes, they're both very good in the collegiate scene, but they don't get to play each other super often, so these always feel like event matches whenever these two teams play each other. And I think, especially now when you want to talk about the recent changes to the map pool, Vito obviously is going to be something we're going to want to touch on. Now he is available to play today. So many interesting things that we can touch on to make the series just that much more tantalizing for the viewers at home.
Yeah, I mean, the rule book for NACE requires a 2-week restricted period, and just happens that today
on the grand
finals day, Vito is available for play. Of course, you mentioned that map pool. One of the big ones for this matchup that we constantly see is that Lotus is heavily picked by both teams, and Winthrop definitely favors that Lotus. Not today. No Lotus today whatsoever. So we've seen these teams really go head-to-head in David and Goliath matches over and over and over again, most notably the CVAL Championship in 2025, where Maryville took that dub 3-1. And, of course, that was a little bit of a different roster for Winthrop, losing Nazi and Flair to Grandpa status. Those guys retired, and then we brought in a couple of new players for Winthrop. But the idea here is that they have been head-to-head at each other's throats for a long period of time, as long as Valorant Collegiate has been around.
Yeah, they definitely have. I mean, regarding the changes like we were talking about earlier, of course, it just had to be until day 2. So now Vito is on the table. I mean, it's just so crazy because it is really going to be so raw having a completely new Sentinel thrown into the fray. It gives so many players so many different options, the takes you can do. This is going to really be a show of who has practiced with Vito harder and also practiced what to do against this counterpart. So now, as we look at the opponents real quick and the players in this matchup, Maryville, what lineup are they bringing to the table? Well, we have that right here, right now. It's going to be Screwface, Renz, Cloric, Giza, and Ange. So these guys as well looking to take down Winthrop as they have so many times recently. they have been on fire, going flawless through Division 1, and they hope that nothing changes about that in NACE as well.
I don't know. I mean, this is their toughest matchup that they've had so far in NACE, but their lineup is so good and they have a reputation for a reason. It's just a buzzsaw through the bracket. Guys like Giza, Clark, Screwface, all these guys are just so good, and their ability to just frag out is really unmatched. And you want to talk about Giza, now with Vito being available, does that mean that he switches, who he's picking on some of these maps with that new agent available? It's definitely going to be something we're going to keep an eye on, and something that Winthrop is going to have to think about when they're going through their agent select.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is also so incredibly flexible, and really the Maryville roster as well. This is what we're seeing today, but quite often we have in the back pocket of the Maryville roster, we've got Wildfire and Eccles. Eccles, a former Valorant professional in Europe. Like, this team is absolutely monstrous. Screwface has picked up more games in the latter half of the collegiate season, seeing him more in the playoff run for Division 1, and of course here in the playoff run for NACE kind of equally. Screwface was picked up earlier on in the summer, was the latest addition to the Maryville team, and honestly, it's been proving to be incredibly helpful, as Maryville has been pretty much almost undefeated in both NACE and Division 1, undefeated in Division 1 series-wise, not map-wise, but in NACE, Maryville did lose to Winthrop in round 5, so that is kind of something to look out for this grand final match.
Absolutely, as well as now thinking about what Maryville have to offer, right? We look at the map pool that was presented, and we were just kind of talking about these two map pools, right? Lotus obviously taken out, Ascent taken out. These are maps that a lot of teams, even the better teams, rely on as common picks that they want their opponent to pick into, because they're also going to be consistent on these maps. Everyone knows every take, everyone knows every hold. So with these being gone, it really does mix up everything, throw Vito into the fray, and obviously now we have a whole cauldron of just spells we don't even know what they're called.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure they know what they're called at this
These
point.
guys would.
Maybe
yeah.
we don't know what they're called, but they definitely know what they're called. And I mean, you bring up a great point, and that's kind of why we're talking a lot about Giza and that Sentinel role, and we'll do that for Winthrop as well when we get to moves and so on. So, I mean, these kind of variables play a big factor. And honestly, looking at the map pool that we have, originally if Lotus was still in play, I kind of would have favored Maryville to win the series, but now could be a little bit of a toss-up just because of the sole reason that Pearl is into the mix. We'll talk a little bit about those map selections probably a little bit later, but for Winthrop, I mean, I'm pretty excited to see their roster play. Of course, they've had a little bit of a hiccup with Glyph moving on in November of 2025, which is where we're in right now, moving off to Europe to play for the Gentlemates. But the rest of the roster have to kind of pick up the slack, especially with Jerk coming in as that mainstay instead of Glyph.
Yeah, I was going to say, moving on now to this Winthrop roster, Jerk, we talk about him. There's some big shoes to fill, but right now, for Maryville, we look at the map pool currently. What maps right now do Winthrop have to be careful of them on? Because we see that we got Abyss, Bind, Corrode, Haven, Sunset Pearl, and Split. Again, we've lost quite a bit. So just throwing it to you guys, where does Maryville need to take Winthrop in order to really kind of stir things up?
I think if you're looking on just the map pool specifically, I'm looking to Bind or Abyss to be Maryville's big picks. Maybe Haven potentially, but that does get a little dicey because Winthrop also very strong on Haven. So trying to pick the maps that you're strong on and Winthrop might be a little weaker on, but it's going to be tough because I think, like you were saying, Simo, this map pool definitely does favor Winthrop, at least on paper. Corrode is most likely going to be picked today. That's a Winthrop mainstay. They're so strong on defense. We saw that in the St. Clair series that they had. And, when you put Pearl in the map pool as well, it definitely does shake things up a lot. So Maryville, they're going to have to be very careful in what they pick into today and try and be very strategic about where they pick and where they ban.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the previous records for Winthrop and Maryville, we're looking, of course, first to the Challengers League in the playoffs. Winthrop beats Maryville, and they beat them on Corrode, 14-12. Definitely a little bit of a closer match. But, of course, Maryville, throughout the course of Division 1, also dropped a map to Winthrop which also happened to be Corrode 13-6. So Corrode is definitely a good place for Winthrop and maybe something that Maryville would like to avoid. On kind of the opposite side, I would agree Haven, Bind, maybe even Abyss would be a nice place for Maryville to sit nice and cozy, but they're not going to get all three. You know, we're going to be banning, we're going to be picking, and Winthrop's going to be looking out for something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about how this map pool just kind of maybe favors potentially Winthrop a little bit more. The real big question was with Glyph now obviously on Gentlemates, that is a giant void that needs to be filled. So with the Winthrop lineup showing up as Infiltrator, Governor, Jerk, Ali, Moobs, there are some huge shoes to fill. Glyph, no longer on this lineup, was showing out so well for Winthrop during Ascension. The guy was literally doing everything everywhere on maps like
As a
Corrode
controller.
As the controller.
As a controller.
Right? Yeah.
When does that ever happen? Very, very rarely, might I say. You always, in Valorant, you're looking at the star of the show, the duelist. And don't get me wrong, Renz is a beast. Don't get me wrong. That is, oh, sorry, wrong team. Infiltrator's a beast, my bad. Infiltrator's a beast, but Glyph was really leading that. Another person that I really want to talk about is that guy in the center. A guy, Swole, Moobs, the most longest running member here for Winthrop, and probably the most supported. Shout out to Moob's mom in the Twitch chat, who is constantly supporting this guy's escapades. And because we're talking so much about Sentinels and this potential for veto, he's my guy to look out here for Winthrop. When he is performing, when he is doing well, he's second fragging, maybe not first, but he's a standout performer in the Sentinel position, constantly bringing Winthrop to victory. You would think it's Infiltrator playing the Euro or playing the Neon. No, it's Moobs. He's an anchor, and he's keeping the team alive.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the other thing is we were talking about how them on Corrode, this is going to have to go through a little bit of a change because without Glyph now on with the controller, right? You play a team like St. Clair, we were seeing in that series, they were fundamentally able to break them down in their ability to just work better as a team together. The communication was definitely more crisp, and St. Clair were making a lot of mistakes, right? We talk about trading being really one of the biggest ones, just lining up for Governor there in those clips, just handing him 4-piece nuggets all days of the week for free. Buy one, get 4 free, right? I mean, this is easily one of the best teams in Valorant Collegiate that are not going to let you make a mistake and have you rebound from it. But when you're up against Maryville, right, when you don't have that star player in Glyph here to back you up on Corrode, he was carrying through Ascension. Do you think that Maryville are a good enough roster that Jerk having to fill this void is going to be too much for Winthrop to handle?
I mean, it's tough to say because I think despite the fact that, like you said, Glyph is not there, Winthrop's still performing at a very high level. So there are question marks for sure, and I think Maryville is definitely going to give them a run for their money. I think this series is fated to go 3. I think we can, talk about that a little bit more, like once we get closer to predictions. But I don't know. It's going to be tough either way. But I think, at least on paper, I think this series definitely favors Maryville a little bit more, just because you lose that firepower, and it's going to be these two guys who are really going to be fighting for it. Moves and Giza. These two guys are just absolutely balling out on all sides.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to agree. Although the stats kind of tell the story that Moobs may be the inferior player here, but the stats that we're looking at here for Moobs are from Ascension, where not really the greatest performance in terms of playoffs and Swiss stage and things like that. But nevertheless, he is an amazing performer when Winthrop are on a heater. And kind of to note here for Giza, looking at his cast percentage, it really does mean, and this is kind of one of my big benefits for Maryville, they're exceptionally good at trading, exceptionally good at thinking about survivability and thinking about playing their lives as resources, which is actually, I think, where Winthrop kind of suffers a little bit. They might kind of overcommit in some situations, and that those overcommits might cost lives that they're not able to trade back into their favor. So that's kind of like one of those kind of things to look out for.
Sure, I mean, it's really hard to look out for your for Infiltrator on a Neon. If, it's hard to trade out someone who can run really, really fast through sites, start making plays. And
or Yoru just disappears.
Out of 10 times, for the 8 times that Infiltrator gets in, finds 2 or 3, and immediately creates a ton of space off that fast lane, hey, look, all is good. But for the 2 out of 8 times where that doesn't end up being the plan, you've considered yourself now down in a man advantage. But we have maps ready as well. So looking at the map ban, this is going to be huge. And as we can see, Abyss banned out, Split banned out, Haven picked for Maryville, Sunset picked for Winthrop, and then it's going to be Pearl banned out by Maryville, Bind banned out, and yes, we are indeed going to Corrode for the decider.
That's a really interesting decider, especially with Maryville starting on defense. We saw how good Winthrop was the second half of Corrode in that St. Clair series. So if that does end up going to map 3 and Winthrop takes an advantage or a tied first half on Corrode, they might be sitting pretty for a potential series win. But very interesting maps coming through.
I think this is going to have to go through Sunset. Like, it's just so scary. I think Haven really could go either way. But Sunset was Winthrop's best played map through Ascension. Corrode, same thing. But Sunset throughout the collegiate season was not the best performing map for Winthrop and was a great performing map for Maryville. So if Sunset goes to Winthrop and they can win, I actually may have this Winthrop 2-1.
Man, I mean, the way the bans went out, none of us expected it to go down quite like that. But you know what? That's what esports is all about, the uncertainty. But one thing is certain, we are going to crown a new NACE Valorant champion for this season. So we got Winthrop, we got Maryville, Ravish, and Pulsable. Please take it away.
Homies, welcome on, and thank you so much, Des, for breaking all that down. I am Ravish Rasmus, Ravish the internet, joined here by my side once again by the absolutely stupendous Senior Possible to go ahead and get into our BO3 finals between Maryville and Winthrop University. Paul, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Collegiate Titans taking to the stage once again. These two teams haven't played each other in a while. They've had their heads focused in different areas. Winthrop focused on their Challengers and Ascension run, and Maryville just chilling in Collegiate, slapping teams left and right, winning trophies whenever they feel like it. But can they win as easily against a team like Winthrop? Only one way to find out, Ravish.
It's a tough question, right? Also, I like that NACE puts our entire government name here at the bottom. That's awesome. I haven't had that in a long time. That's true. I forgot your last name, in fact, too, so now I learned it again. Yeah, I didn't know.
It's just very bland. Very normal.
Unlike
this matchup, which isn't going to be bland and normal in any way. I mean, even just looking at the maps here, I was a little bit surprised going through the pick and ban, watching it. I kind of feel like Winthrop got almost everything they wanted. Once upon a time, like when they were doing challengers, Haven was Winthrop's permaban. But since they finished their Ascension run, they've just been playing Haven every single series. Every series I could find since they unfortunately flopped out of their Challengers run, it's Haven, 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 Haven. We're going to leave up Haven. We're going to know they pick Haven. We might even pick Haven ourselves. And Corrode has also been a really big map for them. They got to ban Bind, which is Maryville's like killer crush you, nobody can beat us map. I think this is a huge, huge map pick and ban for Winthrop.
It was quite funny as well. We were looking at the actual picks and bans, and Moves was really excited to ban Bind. He was particularly enthused by it. So I mean, I do wonder why. And so
I've never seen a map pick and bind or a pick and ban with gifts before. So thank you for that, Moves and MCE. That was very.
That was great. Yeah. That was things way more fun than just the average. All right, pick Haven. No, none of that. Yeah. But like you were saying, right? With the breakdown that we have in terms of map pools and so on, right? It's at least a decent overall spread. Let's talk a bit more about Haven, though. We've seen it, especially in the past as well too. Haven has been a staple for Maryville as a whole, right? In terms of their actual picks and success rates as well too. I remember about a couple of years ago and throughout their time, throughout the season, they had almost an above 70% win rate on Haven on its own.
Yeah,
they had because it's run, so it's they were very comfortable on this maps, right? And I imagine that run will continue here too, and as it has, as you mentioned before, Maryville has played in challenge as well most recently, although it didn't make the deepest run to get to Ascension. But we saw that both collegiate teams did quite well in challenge as well. So this is gonna be an exciting game. They faced each other 1,000 times before, and they'll do it 1,000 times more. So why not have it one more time here at NACE?
truly just the endless like rivalry of collegiate Valorant. Like this is the Yugimoto Seto Kaiba of Valorant, right? It just can never stay away from each other. Often facing in the finals as well. It's nuts, this rivalry that's going on.
But instead of like one having like one being a billionaire son and one being a happy-go-lucky kid, it's both students on scholarships eating ramen. Like
it's like if both teams, if Yugi and Kaiba were both Joey Wheeler somehow.
I was about to say they're both Joey. Like
yeah, there we go.
Oh man, no. I like Joey. He was cool. But that's aside from that, as we should look at like the actual games, though, as we'll be heading in to the map in just a little bit, right? We will speculate a bit and talk about compositions here, Paul. But I find with both Winthrop and Maryville, we do kind of know what we're getting into.
Well, and Winthrop and Maryville, one of the reasons that these are two of the most successful collegiate teams is they are not two collegiate Valorant rosters that get stuck in the mud or like stuck in their old ways, right? Like a lot of collegiate Valorant teams, even some of the best ones, will like run the compositions they've been running forever because that's what they're most comfortable and most successful with. And that's a good way to win against 90% of collegiate Valorant teams. But then you get to that top 10%, or even this top, I'd argue, like 1 or 2% in Winthrop and Maryville, who are more willing to actually push the boundaries on those compositions, stay up to date with the meta, run what the pros are running. And here on Haven, I'm already eating my words a little bit because we are seeing actually, wow, a lot back to the jet here. We got double duelist for Winthrop. This is something that they've actually been enjoying running quite frequently since the end of their challengers run and their ascension run. They've put governor on like half initiator, half duelist duty. Depending on the map, they either like to run double initiator or that double duelist. So he'll be playing the jet here.
Exactly, right. And we've seen Gov actually flux around a lot of the different roles on Winthrop as a whole, right? So like, and especially that, you know, that just proves his prowess and his overall, you know, flexibility as a talent on the scene. On the other end for Maryville, though, right, they've been pretty consistent about running this kind of Viper comp, right, with Viper KJ and everything else is pretty set standard, choosing the Jet duelist for Screwface, who has been a staple for him as of late. But, you know, I've seen Kyle play every agent under the sun, so happy to see him back playing duelists again. The Jet, though, is something fun. I do love me, especially on Haven with a Viper comp. I like a Neon. But, you know, like you were saying, it's about comfort at this point and what these teams want to run together and what fits them best.
That comfort's exactly what I'm thinking of when I look at Maryville's comp. I mean, across 5 for 5, this is, in my opinion, like probably the best agent you could put all these players on. There's a reason Maryville picked Haven, even though Winthrop has been a little bit more willing to play Haven. This is still going to be a very much Maryville favored map. I'd be surprised if they don't walk away with this one. But Winthrop, I think, especially with their comp, this double duelist, has a lot of ways to get past those Viper smokes, so they shouldn't get choked out by the double controller too much. I think we will have a competitive map, without a doubt.
Which is what I'm hoping for and excited for, right, at the end of it. Because, like, you're talking about comfort and what can get done. I was thinking, like, yeah, dude, you're telling me that Ange is gonna play Omen? Like, that's crazy. I've never seen the day.
Oh, man, like, Ange on Omen, wow. It's so different. Yeah, no, not really. And I mean, Cloric Sova. Cloric made his name in the collegiate sphere on Sova. He's been on a couple different collegiate rosters at this point, but that Sova is just a beast every single time. I remember, I think it was either last year or the year before, dude was like 3rd highest average combat score across all of collegiate players in like the CVAL season on like almost exclusively Sova the whole season. The dude is nasty.
It is. But also fun fact as well. Did you know that Ange just played in just the past 90 days, he's played Omen 50 times. 50.
That's honestly, I thought it'd be higher.
You know what? I thought so too. But if we are speaking about statistics, though, right, we can also go ahead and look a bit at the stats coming out from Winthrop as well, as because going over from the earlier in the year, right, just looking at the overall challenge season, we can look at what they played around Haven. And Haven, you know, they played the map like about 20 times so far. They have changed the composition up a little bit from the ISO Cypher. It's also not bringing this in, which has been the kind of newest rendition of the comp though, as naturally, as Tail was kind of dominating the meta, right? This comp, like so far that they're bringing in, right, is a bit more as the new iteration of what they continue to try on, especially with double duels being so prominent, right? So this does make it a bit more interesting, as there aren't a lot of actual numbers backing up what the success rate of composition is, but as of right now, though,
well,
they have a
especially
60% win rate.
Yeah, especially since Winthrop in the recent month or two, most of their stats are all going to come from like Ascension, where they're playing a lot of other pro teams. And even when they have come back to collegiate recently, their compositions have varied a little bit, but there honestly isn't just a whole lot of data. Winthrop, as this roster of 5, really only started playing in collegiate tournaments over the last 3 weeks, right? Like they came back from Ascension, they're like, all right, let's have a little bit of a break, and now they're getting their nose back to the collegiate grindstone. Whereas Maryville, we know a lot more relative to other collegiate teams just because they've been in the sphere. Just in the past 2 months, they've got a crazy win rate. It's 71% win rate on Haven out of the 17 times they've played it. So it's no surprise that this is where our grand finals are starting, Ravish.
I agree, Paul. Yes, there we go. Right, so we did it. Yeah,
I got there eventually.
I'm excited and ecstatic to get into the game we have in front of us, right? As we look at pretty standard spreader so far, early pistols and early shot given off from Infiltrator, taking our Rans down, but a quick stack onto the A sites will split up the teams as C is wide open.
And I think it's worth noting both these teams starting on the side of the map where their composition is theoretically a little bit weaker. I think Maryville more comfortable with that because the Viper still provides a lot toward their attack, and they've already got 4 players, 4v4, the C post plane. Screwfit, how does he sneak in like that?
3! He got 3 by the end of the entire exchange. Managed to remove them in such effective order, leaving Governor trying to clutch it. But it's him in a 1v3, so not the most dire of situations, but ones that you're hoping that if you're Govy, you manage to isolate 3 1v1s, but it doesn't seem to be the case though, as they're already on sites. 1 peek, and Edge takes it.
And let's keep in mind, Winthrop, they're coming back from Ascension. This is a ever so slightly different roster. We have Jerk on instead of Glyph. Glyph now actually was actually playing with Gentle Mates over in EU. But not only do they have a slightly different roster, this is a comp that they're not at, or a map rather, that they're not as practiced on, whereas Maryville just looks super drilled. I mean, the fact that Screwface is going that far into C-Link, with the rest of the team ready to trade and holding the angle for the defender spawn to make sure Screwface doesn't get pushed, it just goes to show how drilled Maryville is.
Yeah, they have had the set strat down for pistols very early on. And also with Screwface getting that collide is also a nice little luck factor too. Yeah, it's but we'll see if they continue that sort of luck though. It's currently no early peaks this time, so Ren's not punished. But less though, leave Maryville can meandering around A, gather all the info, just clearly defaulting, leaving solo over to lurk over on the other side.
Very disciplined, but look at this deep drone all the way up A. This baits like it's an A take. This will pull the players away from C. You can see Governor already careening across the map, and that means that this C site is going to be almost free and clear. Ali's not buying it though. Oh, but he'll bite a bullet.
Yeah, he didn't buy it, but at least, unfortunately, he'll fall nonetheless, so with Governor on his wayside. Nah, Lala moves to at least get 1 back though, but unfortunately, it leaves them in a 4v2 on a potential retake, and hoping to get any exits if they can. As we see, no way, as much as Chloric might be able to get out with Janet actually noticing him, but gets shot in the back. So they've done good ego damage, if anything, by the end of it.
Not bad eco damage, but it is, of course, the best gun still available. 1 more would be some good economic damage. But I think Winthrop might just wait on the periphery. It's interesting that Anj is the one player holding the site right now, the player with the Phantom. I mean, best chance to win a fight, but also, if he gets caught on an awkward angle, okay, he's not gonna lose the Phantom for now. And he can teleport out, of course, if things get too dire, so. All fine for Maryville. They'll keep the 3 important things and have a pretty typical anti-eco.
Yeah, pretty set standard, like you're saying, right? Now they lose a couple, and 1 will go in and out of the spike. So it at least you know, rather than keep this streak, and now we'll get into gun round territory where I think for Winthrop right naturally the one goal has started to pull this back, but I'll lead again. The curly read was actually massive out of him, but
yeah,
I wonder if he actually tries to do this exact same setup or this that they had previously, but seems to be a setup over towards A this time, so probably early dot into lobby to scout some information.
And keep in mind, this is current patch, so you do have to be more judicious with when and where you decide to use those darts.
I like that word.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And speaking of which, so
Wow,
early dart used
just slipped the net entirely.
Dude, how did he bet? He's able to just get a right on site. That's crazy. That timing here's absolutely everything, and Edge takes him. He's opened the site. They have to now expend resources to make sure that he doesn't actually take the control the entire site. But Razor looking to fall in. The Infiltrator has it, so they've covered both ends. And A has been locked down effectively by Infiltrator, so they have to find other way of getting spiked down. But they've deadlocked themselves into a very awkward position. But with Ali falling, they can at least plant B.
Good pivot from Maryville, and they'll have a link to retreat into. But Screwface already down. And Clark, they got a bit too aggressive trying to fight moves in C-Link.
Yeah, this is... And now with Infiltrator managed to take 3, they just effectively shut down the entire push. Like, it was a cool idea at the beginning, allowing Aaron to be able to walk in, but like, it just all goes wary.
I mean, really good macro there from both teams. Maryville with an excellent pivot to B once those players get found by Infiltrator and Governor, who had pushed so far up A. I thought Anj was just going to be able to clear everything out, but because he got spotted by Jerk in the spot that he did all the way on site, Jerk going for like oh, I know I'm supposed to clear this, but not expecting anyone to actually be there because who pushes that quickly? And then, I mean, Moobs was just the hero for Winthrop there. That was a gun round. They needed that round. And they stay with 3 alive, so they'll have economy coming into this very important gun round.
Yeah, massive coming off themselves. So it'll leave them now. Let's see if how Winthrop manages to recover this. But Screwface, early Blade Storm, and that's Blade Storm no more right away. Unlucky.
Dude, they talked about moves on the desk for a reason. This guy's nasty. There's also a reason he's flexed around on so many different roles. He doesn't have to be on a duelist for him to click some heads.
Yeah, and speaking of clicking heads...
And I cast her cursed him.
Yeah. It's taken down immediately. But at least Red Janitor has his trade, so they won't give up A so readily this time. No shenanigans here, just a good old clean push, and they'll just dry walk into A once more. And Janitor's rotating out, so Edge catches his back. And... with the paranoia here, though, they should be able to at least lay claim, but the rest of Winthrop are moving in. Edge now falls. They catch one off guard as he has a knife out. So, Maryville, slowly but surely, are making the way back in.
Maryville are doing a really good job of pushing the unexpected areas of the map. Winthrop getting caught off guard multiple times in key moments, but Infiltrator managed to isolate one. Geese is in such a good spot, though.
Yeah, this is huge for him, but it doesn't matter about timing because Jesus has to be able to just move around and just easily peek off of that. Yeah, easily taken out, and Giza strikes when the time is right. And Maryville again on the come up on the attack.
Maryville really just standing a few inches further forward than Winthrop expect a lot of the time. We saw it on round 2 with Screwface being further up C long than Ollie expected. He had the right read. Often the Winthrop players have the right read on where Maryville are, but their pace is a little bit faster and they're willing to go a little bit more in Winthrop's face than other teams are. Other teams, especially other collegiate teams, have to give respect to Winthrop because Winthrop are that good. But Maryville, they're not concerned with it.
Nah, I know that. Nor should they be. Because
here, look at where Screwface is going to right now. He's just contacting up.
Hoping about possibly get one if he can, and you know, lucky enough as they had the crossfire set up, but won't be able to utilize it. That's a huge dart there too, so they're gonna use that just completely just flood the site. And Ali being taken away means to watch the angle. Unfortunately, Jared's quicker on the swing, and the Sheriff takes down 2 in quick succession. So Jared gets to come up, and it's even with an eco weapon, but they're not out of this yet though. Full flash, and she doesn't check the corner and just finally turns his head to find
Spike's not planted.
That's crazy. Gets a double. No way. He takes the spike and he's going to hold a site with the Bucky jump shot him like that. User has to maintain his distance. He knows he cannot get caught by the shotgun. And it's just him in a 1v2. They're on eco buys and they get the trade by the end.
What good comms and timing there from Winthrop at the very end too. Infiltrator using the clone and the flash just to buy time to reposition and buy time for moves to come up through garage. Then Infiltrator's able to swing, pull the crosshair, and Moves is able to reap the rewards. What a round from Winthrop to keep things competitive. Absolutely nuts what Infiltrator's able to do just off that one flash.
Yeah, that was so cool. And just the fact that also he was allowed to just move to the back of the site, right? Just Bucky shot 2 people. Stop the plant! And we'll stop where those in our tracks. Renz is caught once more, bro. You just gotta stop peeking that, man. Oh! And Screwface wish he hadn't peeked that either. That's 2 gone very quickly.
It is an eco round, of course, for Maryville, so they're not really that worried. Honestly, getting information that there is an operator going into future gun rounds, not bad for Maryville, considering that there's not much of a way they're getting out of this round with a win.
No, this seems, unfortunately, although the eco from Winthrop last round was a big come up, forcing the weapons to just be quite desolate for Maryville, but unfortunately they might be able to take a couple of hope in a pick or 2. But never mind. Winthrop tied up.
Flawless, and we are at 3-3. This is a swing round for Maryville, though. They can't afford to lose yet another. And I wonder what their adaptation is. You could tell that this eco round was very much for defaulting, seeing, hey, with like full rifles, are Winthrop going to make any like changes? Now they know that the op is there, but they don't know what angle the op could be on. I mean, there's 5 excellent lanes for the operator here. So Maryville are pretty much forced to play a slow early round.
Yeah, and with this,
I don't think they got the info either. The owl drone was used, but I think the recon dart actually pulled Cloric off of it because he was worried about 100's Fury.
And the issue is too is with the op not kind of be entering around the site, they put up so much pressure, having to force them to just play tucked in until they find out where it is, and then only then can they actually look to force themselves onto any sort of angle. And so because of this, they've just been chilling a lobby, wanting the overaggression to come in, as you've seen so previously with Infiltrator and so on. Oh, he caught a whiff of them, but Governor, fortunately, shot going wide. Now they know where the op is. They can try to force the issue and just rush onto the A.
Yeah, and Infiltrator TP'd away, stood for so long in sewer to try and support that extra angle because of the Viper wall. But because he TP'd away, now Governor has to give up all of this extra space and give Maryville staging ground for their A hit. Meanwhile, Giza just chilling over in the middle of the map. He's going to try and pick off rotators.
Speaking of pickoffs, this has to be a Governor now. The first shot again! An unfortunate whiff, but Screwface gets his trade. But with the op now down, though, Maryville can readily pass themselves on A, and here comes in a retake. They have the Dimensional Drift and alongside the lockdown from Moob, so tools available, but it has to be on Cloric to find them first. Giza falling, the second take and Moves. Not gonna be lucky enough to, so A lobby not under control, but slowly but surely they are being pincered and sandwiched inside as Winthrop takes them all out individually. Maryville now stuck with his Cloric alone, and in a 1v3, they'll save his gun.
Really nice work there by Winthrop. Both flanking Killjoys were disposed of by the other team, but there was a key difference. Ali was still in the position to help the rest of the teammates while dealing with Giza. The Dimensional Drift gave the information for the flash to come through. The Paranoia catches on Jinhel, and once Infiltrator is able to get rid of him, it's easy peasy for the rest of Winthrop to get onto the site. Meanwhile, Cloric not so lucky. I mean, got rid of Moobs, sure, but then had to run all the way back. Couldn't afford to throw out the Hunter's Fury because you don't want to get rushed on, and you need to be in position to actually shut down the spike. An unfortunate round for Maryville to lose. They're back to a tough economy already.
We're stuck in that ping pong again, Paul. We say it so constantly, and it unfortunately ends up falling upon their own shoulders. But we'll see if they can possibly move their way out of it, right? Because Get a chance every single time. A save round that would be made for Maryville to stabilize, but may not be this one. Unfortunately, quick pick by Screwface as he moves around the site. Managed to find one more. No one's actually looking at him. Gets a gun in his hands. Now it all has to be on him. Screwface now in a 2v2 alongside Giza Infiltrator. Orders the back of the site, takes away Chloric, and the flash as well to set up for the rest of the team, and finds one more. Screwface alongside Giza, now in one. Jerk.
Giza doesn't have the spike though. Does have information. Now knows where Jerk is. But Jerk with the smart rotate. Giza's gonna go to window. Trying to close this. He thinks Jerk has maybe went straight to sight. And Jerk's now doubling back. Playing with the timing, getting in Giza's head.
This is so big for him because, like you said, he could have just looked to rush the spike and pretty much caught himself right in the middle and assumed that he was rotating over, but still plants towards A. Not enough util to actually set up a full post plant, but Janitor actually, depending on the angle he manages to peek, this could be big out of him. He's expecting him to come out of A, and oh! Out through garage he goes, and a shot going wide will land him downwards. Jerk saves the day.
Janitor plays the map so well. Jerk, Janitor, same guy. It's Jerk. Jerk plays the map so well there once he gets caught by the alarm bot. But honestly, I gotta say, the other hero of the round is Infiltrator. He TPs onto C site after Screwface has already dealt with both anchors. TPs in an information hole, gets one, manages to hit a sick flash. These dude's flashes with Yoru have been nasty thus far this game. Also, he's 12-5, just quietly, absolutely fragging. And really saves this round. Like that angle had already been cleared. Anj was playing there, but Infiltrator TPs into the same spot, shuts down the spike, and gives opportunity over to Jerk.
Get out of my way.
That is exactly what we want to get. And every coach has said this, where Yoru has maintained himself to be especially the best initiator in the game, and we see why, right? With with the little bit flashes, but early lockdown pushed out.
Huge
so being cut off is an option. Yeah, like you're saying. So
like
just
boxed him in.
This is so massive. All they have to do is just peek and take them one by one. They'll not be so lucky though. The boxing is huge, but the box is fighting back. Taking two away. It's a complete bloodbath in A lobby. The spike is still in their hands, but Maryville has to find a way out of this. They don't get caught and seized, but they're stuck down by two. It's just Screwface and Chloric. Screwface has his ways from this time. He was shut down previously. He has to make something happen here and now.
And there's still so much information, which is why Jerk is playing this so far back on A. That alarm bot moves is in the perfect position to keep it up, so it'll spot Screwface, and then you can either rotate back through a link and assist, or just play for the retake, knowing you have the better positioning. The map is so dark for Maryville, they have no idea where the defenders will be coming from.
And that's the hard part, right? Because now Janitor, he has recons out, probably doesn't want to use it, just to ensure that the rest of the team can now make their way in, and once they've all landed at the perfect positions, probably go ahead, dart up, drop down, out through heaven, and just remove Maryville's resistance if they can't necessarily find them. Screwface not looking the right way. Moose takes the first, just Chloric left alone, all by himself. Can he do it though? It's 1 health. Can't kind of comeuppance.
I mean, just a massive round from Winthrop. Another gun round for Maryville, completely shut down. Winthrop using the lockdown to pincer Maryville. I have never seen a pinch like that, so dominant and aggressive at this level of collegiate Valorant. The fact that Infiltrator and Governor are so deep into the defender spawn 20 seconds into the round, man. I mean, this is just nuts. There's no way you see that coming.
Yeah, that was crazy that they just continue to bounce back and forth like this, especially with the defensive rounds, have been so chaotic. And the plays that we've seen out of Winthrop have been fascinating to see the execution on. But early scope out the Screwface, shots are not going to land right on him, but one spotted. It's the same stack we've seen out of Maryville every single time at the beginning of the round.
They're really favoring this A side of the map, and it hasn't been getting them much of anything. Did they even get the spot? I mean, sure, yeah, they're going to get the spot on Jerk at the very least, and just go for it with the lockdown.
Yeah, they're going to force the issue at least to open up the site, so it'll leave them wondering as to, whether and when they can actually look to move in, and it has to be on the 1 second mark. There we go. Managed to get out, even get it detained. Jerk, a bit too late to try to move out of this, but The spike take it, full retake, and also the pit as well utilized, but Screwface actually might just find one, but it's traded by the end of it as he pops out of heaven, and the rest of them manage to fall on the exact same angle. If we're doing work though, they'll put it on 2v2, but as long as Ren's alive,
Oh, no.
they know where they're centered. They see exactly where they are. A big paranoia. If we're making the space, pops out in front of them and takes two with a shorty. That is disgusting.
That's evil, man. It's just wrong. And Maryville for the first... I mean, look, a lot of these rounds have been Winthrop and Maryville on, like, a knife's edge. That was Winthrop absolutely running Maryville for a loop. Maryville got their A site. They got everybody they wanted. They were playing the full 5v5. They had their Vipers pit down and everything. But for some reason, Maryville are waiting. They got it detained, but they wait so long to plant. They're trying to decide, oh, are we planning for short? Are we planning for long? Are we planning for the pit? Maryville a bit indecisive in that round. And Winthrop, I mean, I think they have a chance to run away with this game now. This is Maryville's map pick. This was supposed to be the easiest place for Maryville.
Exactly. They had things under lockdown, pun intended, but it'll just, unfortunately, things fall by wayside. Just perfect tools and setups, and now again, on the save, right, where they're trying to find anything they can. Oh no, yo, no wait, right?
Okay.
They see this, he has to pop out. He gets seen. Wait, no, he shoots a dart. This is so big they actually don't see him. Unless
Bro, he's like one of those people in like an old timey like Western movie. They were shooting at his feet. They were like, I know, we know you're there, and they were just shooting at him. He's just like dancing over the bullets.
Yeah, and he lives.
He didn't even take damage.
No, not a scratch on this guy, bro. It moves with damage, in fact. But now it's on to Ali. A quick walk, and speaking of moves, he gets a trade back. So Korika moved, jump shot, makes him. Giza gone, and he'll find a way inside the smoke to possibly catch another. But the rest of the Maryville have already skedaddled away.
Dude, and you can tell Winthrop are in their vibe right now, dude. These guys are such a silly team a lot of the time. Like they have such good momentum when they are feeling it, when they're all on the same page. The comms right now must be roaring for Winthrop.
Yeah, they've got to find something here though, but it's only 7-4 at this point. Plant finally going down for them, but position still possible. Pops out, Governor takes one. By the end of that, we're still rocking shorties and shotguns in every exchange. Dude, this is crazy, man.
Dude, I swear, Infiltrator got that 2K with the shotgun out of the dimensional drift thanks to the paranoia last round. And now everybody on Winthrop's like, let's buy a shorty, let's buy a judge. Hey, we'll get them all with the shotguns. I mean, why not? When you're 8-3 up, dude, it feels like you can do no wrong. At least there's guns here in the very last round of the half for Maryville. And again, I do think this is the side of the map where their composition was going to be more difficult to play. That being said, it's not like Winthrop's gets bad on the attack. It gets better, arguably, as you run the double duelist attack side Haven. And again, I mean, Maryville are going to bash their heads into the A side again. Thanks. Good luck.
Well, like, you know, at this point, it's just defaulting. That's just what we're doing, essentially. Because last round of the half, Michael tried something. Governor, unfortunately, just has not been on top with these op shots today. Just, which is unfortunate, as it's a large investment to put in. But luckily, Ali is there as well with a second operator. You know, you'll never expect this, so they'll just leave them. This is pretty poor pressure upon. Moves up. Overwhelmed by the amount of numbers here. Stop now. And a 4v5 is Maryville. Oh, this is big.
I mean,
this is so
Ren's
big.
in the critical spot, but he will get spotted. Ali shuts that down, but still an op. Ali has to, okay, yeah, find a rifle. Now it's doable.
I mean, it might be though, but just like that, they take away the chances in quick succession. And holds the angle. No double peek. What means it'll just be left to Ali, the IGL, the coach, technically. And now the player. It's a 1v4. Yeah, can't find a single thing. 8-4 half.
8-4. I mean, really excellent by Winthrop. You could tell how confident they were in a lot of those retakes. That's one of the benefits of the dimensional drift. We saw that twice really coming into play for Winthrop. But not just the dimensional drift. I think Infiltrator just found opening after opening in post plants. And when he wasn't finding openings, Moobs was just shutting people down with solid average, well, not average, but solid, like, normal gunplay, right? He was just clicking heads when they needed to. Really nice defensive round, and now you get to go to the attack for Winthrop, where arguably their comp gets even more comfortable. Maryville definitely in a tough spot. If they don't get the pistol here, not only this map, but this series suddenly looks much darker for them.
Yeah, this, I mean, pistol will define a lot here. But as I think, dude, I feel like I've only seen one site this entire game. Like, we're going. I don't remember what the rest look like.
Which is crazy because Maryville actually did like end up altering it quite a bit, but because those A rounds were so decisive, it really feels like we've been on this side of the map a lot.
Yeah, same four walls that keep us company, but it's four walls, welcoming four players on the left-hand side of Maryville, though, with one making the way in. Beautiful flash set up for Screwface. Allow them to take at least just one with Renzo coming in, a trade given over. But with the rest not blocking the sights, and unlucky timing from Ali out of the open, smoking with his team, but not prepared for the rest of them to walk in. Renz did just take that too, so now stuck in a 2v2. Maryville has a chance to make things right, to come back into this game and find the advantages as it did so previously at the beginning. But I want to make sure that doesn't happen. As Jerk waiting on the other side, the dart not shot. They have to defuse if they can, and a whip shot from man directly not landing, and the rest falling.
The dart there is so clutch from Jerk because while Winthrop had the advantage of time, Maryville had the advantage of positioning. That Viper's wall had locked Winthrop out of any information as to whether or not the defuse was going off. But when the recon dart gets shot by both players, Winthrop know they can do whatever they'd like. Jerk goes for the fight, manages to isolate one, and Renz doesn't have a chance in hell versus both him and Moobs after that. A pistol round win, not what Maryville wanted, and they're on the defense, which is the harder side to force on, so they're really not going to be able to. I mean, they get one. Marshall. That is about it for their chances.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying their best, and they at least get one. So, you know, we're starting off at least on a positive note. A trade is great for these actors, but it is not a governor, though, which is unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, technically true, but that rifle is picked right back up.
Yeah.
Screwface would have to hit a nasty shot. Ooh, smaller sniper wins.
Yeah, all right. Quick flick. Second, though, not going to be so lucky. Unfortunately, Phantom is a better gun. So now leaving Ange to anchor duo with Renz alongside him. Both to peek both angles, but they are spotted. At the rifle while going up, but with them beside, they don't want the scrap. They don't want the smoke. They'll reposition.
It is Maryville who will be a little bit more nervous about the map. Only 3 defenders. Haven is a very wide map. Of course, that turret is doing some pretty heavy lifting on C, so Maryville standing their ground confidently. Ren's just waiting for the snake bite, hoping to actually give an opportunity to Ange for him to swing and stop somebody vulnerable.
Just smoke towards A link, though, and put the dark towards the other end of the site. Ren's not actually seen at this point. They have to plan. It has to be now. Oh, they managed to take one, though, but they know it's Spike is in their hands. They have to cover the planter, which takes seconds. With Ren's not gone, it has to be onto him. And Ali, 3 bullets. This 2 has to be all headshots, and 2 is all he needs.
Not all headshot. You can go with 2 bodies when you know the other team doesn't have armor. Unreal that Ali is able to clutch that one out. I thought Renz had done the heavy lifting. I thought that was going to be the anti-eco flip, that things were going to go back. I was ready to just sing Renz praises for keeping Maryville on Haven. But now it's 10-4, and despite some good shots from Screwface, I mean, absolutely excellent timing from Renz, not only trading his teammate out, but creating that opening while the other player is planting. Really nice footwork. But it only gets you so far. Now it's going to be a desperate buy. And Winthrop, they're not even really worried. They're going to light buy into this round to simulate the bonus they would have had.
And it's again with an early pick onto the Infiltrator. The duelists on Winthrop have not been so lucky, but it just proves to the prowess of Winthrop how they come back from these 4v5s so consistently against this Maryville squad. Paranoia pushed out. Garage control as it was rushed on to see the nothing spider early on. We retake coming off the side of Maryville, but runs gets caught.
Dude!
That's crazy. Moves on the other end, takes Screwface. They're just picking them off. Catch them on great timings, doubled up. And Maryville, what was once again a 4v5 advantage, it's taken away that quickly.
A 4v5 advantage in a light buy round for Winthrop, and Moobs just dissects the Maryville positioning player by player. 3 fall in an instant, all on their own. And now it's just on to Ange and Cloric. Cloric only with the Guardian here. 4 players playing the long post plane. Good luck, buddy. Oh, yeah, tagged by the cam.
Yeah, they're just not going to get a lot out of it.
Hello?
I mean, we're just... he's just taking one after the other. I mean, still gets him. Technically, kind of. Not really anymore.
No. Actually, he lived. He ran away. Yeah. He's saving the Guardian.
And... oh, hey, Ed gets one too. All right.
Hey, I mean, that every bit counts right now for Maryville. But they are running out of time. And Winthrop just looks so confident everywhere they go. I mean, Governor was full blinded by his own teammate clearing garage as if he could not be killed, as if he was an ISO with the shield up. Yeah, a much needed timeout here. I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see it, I don't know, 10 rounds ago. But it must be that MCE sees some way to victory here for Maryville. It's difficult, though, this early in a half to call a reliable timeout. 3 rounds in a row is tough. I mean, you have to manage your economy right now, if nothing else. That was, keep in mind, technically the gun round for Maryville. They saved a couple of things. They could look to buy into this round with some light armors, so maybe bulldogs for, like, a bulldog for Giza or something, but he needs a lot of his utility to be impactful on the Killjoy. So now, the more that I think about it, yeah, a much-needed timeout for what will need to be an elaborate plan by Maryville if they want to try and swing back their own map pick. All right, out of the timeout now, back into the game.
I've been muted the entire time.
Okay, I thought we lost you for a second. I was nervous.
Nah, we're good.
All good.
For a deficit, doable, 10 rounds in a row, I could see it happening. But it has to start here, and it has to be now. Maryville will take their spots. There were early aggression onto A, but with nothing spotted, they're seeing that Winthrop have finally changed up the defaults they've been doing, so nothing A lobby will mean that the B aggression also not countered here. They're holding firm. They're waiting.
This owl drone just absolutely going to spot Screwface too. The timing there really unfortunate for Cloric, who was trying to use his own owl drone from deep in A long. And that just gives Winthrop the information. Hey, if Screwface is going to be all the way up A, we don't care about A. Let's just go C. Let's deal with the Killjoy. Won't have that much utility anyways on this low of an economic round.
They use the TP as well to launch the smoke to get in towards the back of the site, see them all, and Ange, unfortunately, cannot handle the flood that's coming his way. But Giza has to be able to get one. That's a big pickoff, so, you know, Garage is not in their favor. They have to smoke that off possible, but the pick now at least keeps them in the game. The spike goes down.
Screwface has to be a hero, and he gets spotted. A shock dart if that hits. Okay, he goes for the updraft to dodge it. The reposition too. But he can't afford to just sit and wait here. He's got to push.
There has to be something here that they gotta get done, but unfortunately, Ryan's not finally take it away. Garage is not in their favor. They can get Savage from here as they lose control of the entire map, bit by bit, centimeter by centimeter, and it all goes ahead. Infiltrator takes the final 2. Winthrop on match point.
On Maryville's successful rounds on their attack side, the name of the game was "Let's push where Winthrop don't expect us." And since Winthrop have absolutely taken this over, I mean, what is that? 11 of the last 12 rounds. Since they've taken this over so dominantly, Winthrop have the absolute download on where each and every Maryville player is standing seemingly at every point in the round.
Yeah, they just seem to be a step ahead at a lot of these moments. They're playing things patient when they need to, especially when they have a sight and they're controlled, and Maryville's getting caught. Screwface to get 1, make that 2 with edge of support towards the backside. Reading the early C play and repositioning their duelist to keep themselves in the game. It's a 3v5, but we see Maryville come back from worse.
Okay.
They're way more, but in a 2, makes it much harder.
He's in a perfect position for this. Nice timing.
Yeah.
Better shots, too. Oh, and he cleans it up. That's a breath of fresh air for Maryville. I was starting to get really worried. A 13-5 on your own map pick can get into your head pretty quickly, especially for a series 3 map that should be, I mean, according to almost all of us, this should be 3 maps, right? Like, it was hard to imagine us not going the distance going into today. And shots like that from Screwface, Infiltrator I even think had the better timing there, still was aware of the push that was probably coming C-long. Screwface found the mark. On shuts down the player swinging back, and then Giza doing good work. I mean, you've got to be winning those gunfights, but this next one's going to be much harder with all these players here.
I mean, it has to be on Screwface to find the early pick once again, though. But
Even
it's not
the
Screwface
shock dart predicted where Screwface was going to be standing.
The positions, right? Like you're saying, like it immediately dash back in again. And with that used, that means they have to now reposition and go to the side because they see, yo, it's same progression, same setup. Let's get out of here. And so now it's going to be at least a B lean to see what the rest are, but it should be kind of scoped through to see if there's more. And with the pit down, their options are cut off.
Now, this Viper's Pit is nightmarish if and only if Jerk doesn't have the Owl Drone. Yeah, Owl Drone can walk you in here, or at least scare you out.
And they see where at least one was supposed to be.
Oh, no.
How did he swing that? Just immediate 270. But Screwface already made his way over, though. They knew it was going to be an 8 hit by the end of this. With all members on site, they fight things out, though. The lurk gets shut down immediately. And with B taken away, it means that Infiltrate and Jerk, they don't run out of options. They're talking a 2v4 once again. And last time this happened, it was a quick fix for Maryville. As they find some more control in this game, some more control in their sights, and a better read of what Winthrop wants to get done. The hope continues as Jerk falls.
I mean, these last couple of rounds, Maryville have really been saved by the grace of their proficient hands. The shots have been excellent, the timing as well. I mean, the second Renz dies, you have to feel the round is cooked. But Screwface and Gloric able to lock down aim long so effectively with a couple of very key gunfights. I mean, Governor walking up, if Governor is allowed to get onto site there, dash into a smoke, create some problems, that round goes awry very quickly for Maryville, but Screwface rotated over at the perfect timing to make use out of that heaven position, and now has the op, a benefit of the last couple of rounds of success for him. Whoa!
I see if they can
And
change it
Nano
up.
Swarm ate
Yeah.
into Winthrop.
Dude, it just, they were sitting right on it to get a pick, but it's like, they're just completely demolished by that. But a quick start off and an aggressive round, but it was a save nonetheless.
I mean, that entire round was perfect timing on a Nano Swarm from Giza, really seemingly deciding everything. Winthrop took way too much damage to ever go for that garage split. Now we're going to have a timeout the other direction. Winthrop coach, who apparently maybe getting a little nervous about these last 3 rounds. Doesn't feel like Winthrop. Yeah, I feel like it has been a little bit more one-dimensional the last couple of rounds from Winthrop. It has been very much pick a site. If we get too much resistance, we just go to the other side of the map. And I think Maryville have started to read into that.
Exactly, and I think like a timeout for MCA just gave them the exact laydown on how Winthrop have been playing these rounds against them. So, you know, now with that, I think it has to be on Coach Hu to see how they can adapt themselves on what the read that Winthrop has gotten. It's only 1 round away, and if you look at the tools they currently have, it's quite some nice ones, right? They've got a dimensional drifts, a lockdown, and I'll just really matched by the Blade Storm and Lockdown on the other end here too for Maryville. So you could see a big Venn diagram or a straight push in all 5, bash your head in. Let's see what happens.
Well, and this is going to be the last round for a little bit that Winthrop has really comfortable economy. Now, last round bonus is stacking up. They'll probably be able to at least somewhat buy into the next one. But this is certainly going to be their best chance to close the map out here and now. In their semifinal versus St. Clair, Winthrop just barely won a 16-14 overtime on Haven. They don't want to go to OT again.
No, it would be unideal, but that's beyond them finding something early. Altus Fury, though, tries to make that happen. It's an early tag, if anything. The Dimensional Drift as well from Infiltrator to get information on the rest of the members over towards C. They get tags, but that's just all. The op by Screwface finally finds his mark. is looking around for they've got to move and they don't actually find him. Blazestorm also put out to fight back, and Screwface takes another alley just standing there. Homer's gonna peek into him, and Maryville look dominant.
You know, one of the things I didn't love from Winthrop in their Ascension run was at times it felt like they were trying to be a bit too crafty. I'll talk about like their Sage comp a lot of the time that they ran just all over the place, just as something a little bit unorthodox. And that round to me feels like a T on that exact field. I mean, the Dimensional Drift and Hunter's Fury, both amazing ultimates used to try and sell a C fake, but Renz is at the front of Garage the entire time saying, hey, there's nobody here, guys. So Maryville are prepared for the A hit when it comes. And then, I mean, Governor's the one with the spike. He dashes back sight to try and catch the op, but Screwface has his knives out, so he just deals with him. It's a tough round for Winthrop to lose, and now they're on an eco.
At least he lost the op by the end of it, so, you know, there's at least some reprieve to be given over to Winthrop.
They'll have it back for next round. They could have bought it this round. They just didn't want to invest it. I mean, it's an outlaw still for Screwface. Nobody's got heavy armor. It might as well be an op.
Exactly.
There
One
it is.
shot to the body. There it is. That's a spike down as well. Smoke at least covering him to make sure that Ali gets that back, but it has to be a B hit at this point, and it's the classic save strat here. Governor to take two.
Okay.
A one recover could mean everything, but the timing is massive. Tried to knife him as he didn't have his gun out. Unlucky from there.
I
but
like this pivot.
It's a 2v2. This has suddenly turned way more doable than it was before.
Moving over to see Infiltrator with a nice early spot here. Screwface not expecting Infiltrator to be so far, but he can easily TP back and set this up. Whoa, that first swing was so important.
The shot goes wide and nowhere. This is the way they go down on a save nonetheless, but just two quick shots taken over. Ali to put the final nail on the map pick of Maryville. Oh my god.
I mean, Winthrop definitely must have been sweating toward the end there. Coach coming into the comms, calming them all down maybe a little bit. It is a roster with a lot of energy, right? When things go well, it's a lot of high hype energy. When things start not maybe so going well, it can swing the other direction on at times. But a good way to close out that map. A map we didn't expect Winthrop to win so decisively. Like, don't get me wrong, Maryville had some excellent rounds in there. And I think especially in like the early days of their attack were playing phenomenally. And then at the last 6 rounds of the defense. But that, I mean, there was a huge valley in the middle between those two things where it was all Winthrop sandwiched by 2 sections where it was competitive between the two teams.
Exactly that. A back and forth, which turned the tug of war completely one-sided, and Winthrop barely managed to get up to just save the last bit of their map. But unfortunately, Maryville did their best. Winthrop, ran it up. So now from here, we'll send it over to a short break, and when we come back, we'll have map 2 as grand finals. See you in a bit. What's a start that we've had on our grand finals to get into our games today here, Paul? Winthrop to come up on the opponent's map pick, but still got 2 more maps potentially to go, so we'll see what happens.
Potentially. I mean, we didn't expect map 1 to go so favorably to Winthrop. I thought if Winthrop was going to win that map, which was admittedly always a possibility, Winthrop have liked going to Haven. They haven't been strangers to it since they came back from Ascension, where it was their permaban. But I didn't expect Winthrop to win it so dominantly, 13-8. I mean, that is more one-sided than you would have thought. Maryville, obviously, with flashes of brilliance, but that was supposed to be the best map of the series for them. And looking at the next 2, I said it at the top of the day, I briefly touched on, and I'll dive more into it now. I feel like the road gets much harder from here for Maryville. The next 2 maps, Winthrop love.
Yeah, that is very good out of them, right? Considering, we're looking at Corrode and Sunset, right? So it's like, this is like, it's gonna be fun. Look, I enjoy me good Corrode. I despise me good Sunset. So we'll see what I managed to foresee as we get to look at our stats from the last map, see the breakdowns of both teams here.
And I mean, Infiltrator was just absolutely on the ball. Dude bailed out a number of rounds, and it was cool to see Infiltrator bail out Winthrop from losing situations and bring it back to even. And then players like Jerk or Moves were able to like seal the deal, right? Nothing feels worse than a fake comeback, whether it's across a map or even just in a particular round. And for Infiltrator to set that layup for his teammates to follow through on was really impressive, and the dude was popping off regardless.
Exactly, right? I think we saw like by what was like round like 6 or 8, right? He was already at like almost 13 kills, so he was getting doubles and triples along the way. But as we said about on Maryville's side, where we saw Screwface get some crucial kills on both pistols and many other of the defensive rounds well afterwards, and Corey doing his best alongside the rest of the team to be able to anchor what they could. But it is unlucky when you're up against just pick after pick and playing in a 4v5 where Winthrop seems to thrive in for some reason, which is impressive.
Yeah, Winthrop very much a team that it's never say die, right? Like we really didn't see them save very often. They were always going for something. I don't think they were very often in a couple of. I think there was maybe one Winthrop save, right? The entire defense side for them. They weren't put in positions to do that very often because they like Infiltrator would come in and be like, hey, well, this is a 3v5. We could save, but what if I made it a 2v2 for you guys and you guys just clutched it out? Can you do that? All right, let's go.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. And especially the fact that it's done on not only save games too as well. Like we've seen a real comeuppance come out of Winthrop though, and there's a reason why they made such a deep run, and not only in challenges here at NA, but also at Ascension as well too, proving themselves, establish themselves as one of the strongest collegiate teams that we have in North America as a whole. So but that does need to be seen though, as we've got one more map coming up in just a little bit, right? So things can get definitely different.
Will be our next map. This is Winthrop's pick. No surprise that they pick Sunset either. It's an excellent map for them. Even in a tough Ascension run, they still won it more than they lost it when it came to Sunset. Like the series that were close for Winthrop, a lot of the time it was because they won Sunset against whatever team they ended up losing against ultimately. Whereas Maryville really haven't played Sunset much recently. I'm looking across, like, since the start of September, I can only find them playing Sunset once. It was last week versus St. Clair. It was map 5 of a 5-map grand finals, and they won it pretty close. I mean, not by the skin of their teeth necessarily, but a 13-10 for them to ultimately beat St. Clair in that like 5th and final map. It's not a map Maryville we expect them to be bad on by any stretch of the imagination, but for such a comfortable pick for Winthrop, Maryville are not ever eager to go to this map, it seems.
Yeah, to be fair though, the Sunset was last played between these teams at at around August of Challenger Stage 3. So it was a 13-6 for Maryville's side. So clearly they know what they're doing, what they have. But like you're saying, that was with a different team, right? With Glyph being there too. Infiltrator was bringing out the Neon this time as well too, and they had a KO option here, which I imagine that might switch to a fade, if anything, considering how the way the meta has gone. But well, it remains to be seen what they do kind of lean towards, though. I know people have been bringing out Chamber once again. I think Chamber might be the kind of set standard, especially for a team like Winthrop who want to just want to just bum rush in and just pop
Yeah.
heads.
Moves loves to run the chamber, right? So I would not be surprised. Every time we saw it from Winthrop in Ascension, it was moves on the chamber. Still that neon, and then the fade that you were referring to, a much more modern composition. Now there's a big question mark for me here, because I think one of the problems they did have with their Sunset and a lot of the compositions that they ran at Ascension were Winthrop seemed very eager on running a Sage. Now, since they've come back on Sunset, Sunset is the one map that they've kept the Sage on, from what I can tell. So we'll have to see if that can deliver. This was the best map for it by far, in my opinion. I think they had some really creative strats with the wall, and the slow orbs just are so oppressive because like the choke points can be so unilateral, so decisive, right? You have one big choke to get onto a site a lot of the time. So I think this is an okay site for it, but really going to be keeping an eye on that versus the composition that Maryville will come out with, at least the composition that they like to run last week when they played St. Clair, featuring a deadlock. So two compositions looking to be very oppressive and controlling, especially on the defensive side, makes for an interesting dichotomy between our two teams.
Yeah, it makes it very fascinating for what can be done though, but naturally with maps like Sunset. It's
Wait, this isn't your favorite map, Ravish?
What? No, can you tell? I love this map. I love when teams, auto default going B, Russian, 3-2 mid.
I love
2-2
watching
main.
A 14 times in a row.
Yes, I love it when we
with one B split with the neon
in.
going through mid. Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love it when 4 my players all run through elbow and there's always someone tucked in, but they somehow whiff. It's that. I mean, like, look, Sunset's a solved map, right? That's just the biggest thing.
It does feel solved.
It's a solved map where there's some checkmate positions, but I'm hoping the teams can make it interesting for us. Which I don't know about Winthrop and Maryville. I imagine they will, especially with the competition that we see today. Expect to see more of that because, like you're mentioning, right? Big game-changing patch. A lot of things changed, as we can see. What agents will be bequeathed upon us for the game that we managed to witness.
Ooh, that's a good word.
Thank you.
Yeah. Huh?
Yes, Sage again, dude. We're just.
Is that the Reyna?
Wait, hold on. Wait. Oh,
Giza
I didn't even look
Reyna?
at Maryville's.
Am I being trolled? Am I being trolled?
That's Giza Reyna? Yeah, we're going double duels.
Giza
Okay.
Reyna. Okay. All right. Well, so everything's out the window. I throw the analysis out the window. We don't need it. Defenestrate that stuff. I mean, absolutely nuts. This is at least a typical comp for Winthrop. This is what they run. Maryville, what's up? What's up, my guys? What they did it. You guys didn't like the deadlock, so you decided to go for the hardest pivot from a deadlock you could possibly do?
I would even thought Yoru would have fit a bit more here. But
I am truly befuddled.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, but Screwface Chamber, Ange Omen, Chloric Soba, so that all makes sense. The rest is choices that I will witness today in front of me. Maryville is on the attack first, so I'm expecting them to have hoping for them to have a phenomenal first half.
I mean, they've gotta, right? With Reyna attack, you simply have to win your attacking side. There's no other option for Maryville. They have to get an absurd. I'm looking for 8 rounds on their attack for this to even be playable. Ren's on the neon, obvious. I think Ren's, Chloric, and Ange all playing very normal picks, not only for them but for the map as well. Sova falling quite a bit out of favor on Sunset recently, again because of the initiator nerfs a couple patches ago. So I'm a little bit surprised to see that instead of something a bit more reliable, like Governor is playing the Fade back, swapping away from the Duelist duty back to the initiator duty. Maryville, you're really gonna have to sell me on this Reyna. Is this an audible that Giza is? This happens a lot in collegiate. Players on certain teams will just be I feel like my hands are hot today. I'm gonna just pick up the Reyna. Guys, do whatever you. Never seen Maryville do it. I've never seen Giza do it with a Reyna. So
I don't know. Now I'm curious. Okay, if we just look at some quick stats, all
you trying
time
to see if Giza's ever
in
played Reyna?
Giza's career, he has never played Reyna in an official.
Yeah. Well,
This is the first time we get our Geese. In fact, he's played Neon twice and Yorgo 3 times. Like, it's like, and we're just like, duelists aren't even at the top. Yeah, dude.
Absolutely
Okay.
nuts. Yeah, I like, is it Screwface wanted to play? Whatever it is, we're on to map 2. I mean, defense for Maryville. He's already out in the middle of the map. And just shots across the bow over it. Hey, Ren's pushing for more.
Yeah, he just gets caught by that too. Fortunately, with the concussion, now Giza manages to take one. Not much more than that, though, unfortunately, as he'll get taken away by Infiltrator. On the Neon, he has 10 health and 6 bullets, and now no health. So Screwface in a 1v3. If you can isolate one more, he can just take them in quick succession. He's managed to find these fights so vastly and professionally, but definitely double peek will shut that down.
Some sort of misread either from Renz or Maryville there. I think that Renz goes that far forward. He thinks it's 1 or 2 players in A main that they cross paths with, is expecting, oh, well, hey, we use our utility. If we paranoia or catch them with something, we can chase. And is completely unprepared for the torrent of bullets flooding back his direction. I mean, Giza and Screwface do what they can, but they're on the other side of the map. They got to worm their way back across. It's a tough start. Maryville not getting what they wanted to sort of rebound momentum after a tough map 1.
I mean, perhaps an anti-eco can be exactly what they need to bounce their way back in. They've got a couple of sheriffs in their hands with Chloric, Renz, and Giza all picking that up. So, all right, boys, let's see some shots. And that's exactly what I want to see out of them. 2 taken, and that is a fantastic start from Maryville.
Like I said, Giza's hands are hot right now. You might not have noticed it too much just because of how Haven played out, but every time, especially in those later rounds, it was Giza hitting nasty shots that pulled Maryville back from the brink.
Ouchies.
Moves with a cheeky little angle. Nicely spotted. Brings it to a 3v3.
Timing. Ali sees it.
Dude.
Also the second not able to cross, though. One more shot. My man has loaded the entire clip. And finally, the final shot hits, and it's Screwface again in a very similar position, and it'll end the exact same way.
Have Maryville just decided that they want to try and go for as many gunfights as possible? Like is that? I feel like the pivot here is that Ren, Screwface, and Giza just want to fight. Like, they just want to throw up hands and put the dukes up.
Screwface is an op.
Screwface is an op round 3, no armor. Defense losing, by the way.
Yo, Wardell cosplay. This is crazy, right?
Can we call him the Wardell of Collegiate? Is that too much?
No, I don't want to do that. I don't know it should be that.
Yeah, let's not.
Giza gone right away. Moves with a nasty shot on a signature chamber. So, after a hot start at Winthrop and taking a 3-0 here, especially with crippled economy of Maryville. Again, landing them at ping pong. And the op investment as well. It's Loren, null and void, but Ren's up first. Both concussions places, shock bolts are clean. Infiltrator manages to get out of there and take some more space still, but I don't think we've hit a site yet. Spike has not gone down. We've just been shooting our guns. Oh, he's dead.
And actually, Screwface is in a really tricky spot. Good bailout by Renz to get rid of Infiltrator. Onto the site would have been deadly. Nice paranoia, though, by Jerk.
And there's always peeking one after the next here, though, but the guns have to be recovered if they can possibly find anything at all. But it's on to Jerk. He just shot in the dark based upon the bullet tracing on Renz, bro. That is disgusting. In the second, now once again in front of him. Correct. Let me just barely with 10 health. He cannot re-peek this. And realizing that the next players are right in front of them, so leave them in the 3v2, though. Timing is nice from Ange. And now it has to be on to Jerk to save them. Gets the TP over, sees exactly where Ange is. He's playing games with him. He's playing hopscotch, double dutch, if you will. Oh, he gets the way the upshot whips. Ange at a 1v2. Can he do this? It's an op. Right up against him. The smoke himself up, but before it lands, the cover will be moves to taking his head off.
I mean, you can see why Maryville want to play just scrappy Valorant now, though, right?
Dude,
like, keeping things weird gave them a real shot. I mean, Winthrop, there was a world in which Ange gets that done. If he's able to find that spray and isolate the fight against Move so he doesn't have to keep his head on such a swivel at the end when he needs to start going for the defuse, there's a chance. Ren's getting so, like, I mean, such a shutdown on the Infiltrator. Also, what an interesting plan by Winthrop going all the way up through like B mid. You don't see that very often because it's very hard to control that area. Renz punishes, but it's not enough. Winthrop still 3-0, still a bonus round converted.
And the fact that we land ourselves here too is incredible. That we've pushed ourselves to such a limit where we're just continue to scrap back and forth. I have not seen a spike tick for more than I think 4 seconds, and I'm loving it. Let's get it.
I mean, eco again here for Maryville. Honestly, look how passive they're playing on the maps compared to their gun rounds too. Just hoping they can catch Winthrop off on an off angle.
The elbow angle gets found out there, so Angie's still hoping to maintain. Which are the paranoia to take one.
Nice flash.
A good start as well, but Giza fortunately can't find the second, so they know with the stack they have here against A, they could easily rotate over to the side and just come through B, but as 4 members of Maryville are here.
But just fight them. You know, like you could rotate. Maybe that's like the strategic play, but fight them. We got guns.
Yeah, I mean,
we got
they
rifles.
just cut noise, and both of them go over towards mid, so they force the rotation. They get the wall down here too. Ernst finds them up top. They'll find a way back into the site though, but like we're saying, everybody is here at a save round, exactly what the doctor ordered from Maryville.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Ravish. Surprising that Winthrop don't want to pull off. I think they put a little bit too much reliance in that Sage wall that technically, you know, sectioned off an angle, but on, you know, Omen on a box. Hey, guys, I can still see you and shoot you. The wall doesn't stop me from that if I'm over it. I mean, what a crispy shot there, too, from Clorix shutting down Infiltrator onto the site. Great way for Maryville to get some wind back in their sails.
And because of that, Winthrop are now the ones on a rougher buy, if anything. The Betty managed to get some guns back in their hands. At least an op back in his hands. 4 moves as he shuts down one quickly. A second scene. Oh my god! Both of them popped it. Screwface, I swear he saw a shoulder.
Dude, Moobs was fully tunnel visioned on the crosshair there. Doesn't matter. Winthrop will at least clear the site out. I mean, this game has... What happened to the 2 tactical teams we saw on Haven that were trying to out-rotate each other? This is a bar fight.
We are scrimming. This is a scrim. We're witnessing a scrim between 2 teams happening live on stream. Bro, Governor is dead to shock darts. Bro, imagine Cork 1v3 uses this. Imagine. Look, he swings the Infiltrator. Never mind. Okay, all right. My bad, bro.
Good timing on the sidestep there. Infiltrator avoids it, but I was picking up what you were putting down, Ravish. There was a world. Especially Ali was like jump peeking while that swing came out. If Infiltrator doesn't sidestep at just the right moment, suddenly it's a 1v1. Like, okay, Screwface is on his screen for at least a full second there. Yeah. That's crazy.
Bro, he shows you his leg,
you know I love
his
you,
shoulder,
but what's up?
His yo, my man said, hey, yo, bro, look at me, look right here.
Dude basically did a whole fit check on his screen before taking the shot.
My man said, I wore it better, dog. Yo.
Oh man. Well, I mean, Winthrop overall maybe a bit more dripped out. I mean, 4 is certainly better than 1. An early timeout here from MCE.
And much different from the start that we saw, you know, on Haven. But MC calling this early, you know, clearly wanted the team to scale things back a bit from the massive progressions we've seen so far. They wouldn't take every single gunfight. I'd likely looking to have them fall back to defaults, if anything.
Yeah.
But for Winthrop right now, right? They're more than happy to just play this very chaotic style.
Well, and Maryville have to be very choosy on how and when and where they do play more defensive rounds and defensive defaults. Their composition with the Reyna is designed to get in Winthrop's faces. And I mean, this is largely an eco round, a couple of hero weapons for Anj and Screwface. But immediately the op spotted. Oh, and you got to be careful now. Here comes the hardest target to hit.
Yeah, it's
That's brutal, man.
Unlucky. Screwface will fall, and he's just a distraction. He's just baiting for the rest of the team. Everything all just try to get in, though. Oh, Cloric, I thought he had the timing onto him, but
bro,
moves with his 360. Yeah, dude, this guy's on Rust, bro. That's crazy. Which he still gets him. By the end of that, it's one French, and yo, it's you know what, Paul? I'll save you the analysis and bring up something else real quick.
Okay, go for it.
You said in the previous round, you said way crazy. You good, bro?
No.
You're right.
Look, the Reyna showed up and my brain malfunctioned. I mean, there are some games where you're worried about every single little bit of tactical utility and the timing on every bit of info and the macro, and then there's some games where two teams want to punch each other in the face over and over again. And we've somehow had both of these across the last two maps. Finally, we're gonna slow it down a little bit, but Winthrop ready for an aggressive B pop. If they get info off a Prowler here, if they spot Giza, he's in trouble.
I mean, they don't see nothing yet, though, but the government makes his way. How did he manage to get him? He takes two. Brother, what? Yo, call to leave the question, dog. What are we doing? What are these war crimes happening? No one's even looking at him.
Guys, the Call of Duty finals were yesterday. You missed them.
We're just not running it. But it'll leave us in even straights and even numbers between the two of them. Infiltrator finding the confidence, trying to peek against the rest of the team. Screwface is slow with an operator. He jump spots around to find the rest of them, but Infiltrator up below, he takes all three.
I mean, back to a bit more of a normal round here, at least for Winthrop. They just have again, much like when Winthrop were winning on Haven, the rounds where Winthrop walk away dominantly like this, it's just a dissection. Look, Governor knows exactly where Renz is coming, shuts down the overdrive, and then decimates Giza, who's hoping to play off the timing, hoping that Renz's slippery target will give him some kind of opening, and Governor just isn't having it. Then Infiltrator playing I mean, you call it an off angle technically, but it's an angle you need to clear as a retaking team. Absolutely decimates Maryville. 6-1, and Maryville are on an eco again.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. We see it out of the performance for Winthrop, and we were mentioning previously there was one thing we needed to see them have, which was a strong attack in half, and unfortunately seems to not be in the ticket for Maryville. But Infiltrator finally gets to come up and can't slide his way out of that one. A bullet to the dome means he goes home for one more round.
I like that. Gun here. That was a nice little rhyme.
Hey, thanks, man.
No.
I used to watch copious amounts of battle rap as a kid.
Yo, let's go. There we go.
Yeah.
That explains a lot.
Yeah, I love King of the Dot. Oh, and that's a dot you want to hit. Well, that's just crazy. My move is moving like a Yoru clone through the site, brother. Like, what are we talking about?
Dude, maybe they'll think like, look, there was a Harbor rework. Maybe they hit Chamber too.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, everybody gets a body double. All right, man.
Could you imagine? Oh God.
It's like that game that Shroud made. I don't remember the name. Remember, point is though, is that it's still a 4v3.
I mean, this is brutal.
Yeah, this is rough. 12 seconds to get the spike down. They have weapons. They're still not out of it yet, but the momentum, unfortunately, is so one-sided. You know,
Infiltrator got res, but his gun actually got stolen too, so he's only got a shorty.
Dude, that's not cool, man. But something makes me think that he doesn't care. He wants to just slide on him and also hit a clip, which I get it. And Shorty's not gonna be part of the action, but the rest of the team is though.
I mean, to a degree, I want to let Maryville breathe a little bit and not fault them for rounds like that, but it feels not infrequent that we've seen rounds where Maryville just don't feel proactive. Like, sure, Renz gets one, and, you know, then they get back onto the site, but, like, Maryville are contacting onto the A site for that 3v4 retake. I mean, at a certain point, like, the game plan is that they hope they catch somebody off guard, and they get a player, and then it's an even game, like, playing field that they can walk into, but the angles there are so impossible. It doesn't feel like Maryville has a plan enough of the time.
Yeah, they just seem caught off guard by so much, which is just honestly unlucky at some of these picks that they've gotten, and even like
there we go.
Just the I mean, like the rounds that transpired, but that's what I want to see: the fight back, the spirit, the gusto, the moxie out of this team to get something done. But Infiltrator, a pick there would have been deadly, and whiff shots, unfortunately, might still mean that they can have a hope in this game. But pushes the corner, jump shot, peeks it, one more clean out of Kyle. Love to see that.
I was gonna say Screwface might be kicking himself for that shot in mid, but he more than makes up for it with the shot on the Infiltrator and cleaning up onto Ali too. And that was a round where Maryville had a plan. They had a plan in the early game. Hey, Renz, Geezer, we're gonna chill on B until we get some info, get some timing. Then we go for the swing. We got the op holding down the other side. So at the very least, we'll trade well. I mean, just a filthy shot too from Screwface at the end. Those are the rounds we need to see if Maryville is gonna get back into this.
This is the start, and potentially the start of something new here, Paul. And it just feels so right to be here with you with this. We'll look at
dude, the High School Musical reference.
I'm gonna wait to see you got it. We'll see. Double control taken though. That dart is huge. All the info spotted. Red highlights and Infiltrator similar position. The rest of the team far, the rest of them over back towards NACE. The wall up top to catch him, but Chloric has the angle. To leave it down to one. It's just Big M. It moves in a 1v3. Maryville have found exactly what they need. They're reading back and they're fighting back with so much spirit. The spike is down though, so oops, let's see a collat, and then let's see a plant.
They're all going mid link, but
they don't know.
They must know that Moobs has wrapped around. Surely he'll never see this coming.
Yes, see this now, right?
Okay, good.
Yeah. Well, he did it, but full wraparound. Works out beautifully, and a half that seemed desolate has hope.
A bit of hope here. And again, another round where it was clear that there was a plan for Maryville instead of the typical, like, what they were doing before was just like, hey, let's run in a mid and see if we can get some fights. Like that was a round where they were planning for a quick rotate to A. They gave up space. They were hoping that the Screwface operator did work. And when that failed, they were able to get to A very quickly and stop a plant with a float retake. Now the op out in mid. A lot of angles to watch here, though. Screwface has got to be careful.
Anxious to get away safely. And finally, we see some sort of differentials coming up from the side of Maryville. They strike. It's against Infiltrator, same position, but no one's there around him to get his trade. Ali just barely managed to get one, but now has to be on moves to get an entry back. But the rest of the team is here, and it's almost the exact same position we've seen previously. That's an op shot, move switches off. He's watching for the next, but he cuts the line in between the both of them, and Screwface will come out the better.
Nice little micro move there from Screwface and Anj. The widest jump swing I have ever seen from Screwface, because he knows if he gets shot in the air, it's a tour force on the other side. Anj will clean that up. Ali was completely isolated in market, had to just pivot back to A once his teammates fell, and now a 1v3 doesn't look like he has much hope.
At least they're not lucky and stuck with Ali's loss in 1v3. We've seen him lose previously, but with the rest of the team all around here, he has to be so careful with these peaks. Both of them bundled up and ready to fight. Core takes the final, and Maryville giving us a very similar 7-5 half.
I mean, back into it. We're not quite 7-5 just yet, but that bodes well. And Winthrop's economy, because of those massive rounds, it's not going to be struggling here, but at least it will be kept a little bit in check. And this is such a huge play. I mean, Giza does go down there, but he's doing his job. He used the Leer to check when the mid push came through market. He used the Leer to check to see if there was anyone B main. Here's only the op, knows immediately what the play is. So Maryville were able to focus their attentions on the market players and keep things solid for them. Last round of the half tour de force moves. Yeah, he's, not going to be able to fight it now, being tagged.
Yeah, no, he has to get out. I mean, in fact, he rechecks the angle and Screwface takes him out right away. The one trying to get the rest back here too, takes on 2 more, and Ren's there for the support. It's 3 taken right away. And a fight that went so wrong so often for Maryville finally goes in their direction. I mean, took it to consolation prize, but I said 7-5 was imminent. The 7-5 is what we will get. Bear in mind, it is an attacking side next to Maryville, and we can hopefully see this Reyna shine. Once you switch
7-5. 7-5 on the defense here will be excellent for Maryville.
Oh, he's dead.
There's no crazy. They all have shorties out.
Boom.
Unreal. And keep in mind that was a half rather, where Winthrop converted a bonus. So for Maryville to recover all the way to 5 after being down so intensely, huge for not only their momentum in the series, but you have to imagine the momentum of their mental as well. Now they'll get to go on to an attacking half one where they're probably a little bit more comfortable. Renz and Giza can work together, or Giza can be on a lurk. I guess that works too. But Renz will be able to be set up. You can see those sorts of proactive plays that Maryville were doing in the later rounds of those half more effectively, because Maryville will get to dictate the pace more easily on their attacking side. And in the rounds they were able to do that on defense, they were dominant.
It has to start right here previously. Pistol rounds have been going, especially on the side of Winthrop. But
crispy.
I think with them feeling it, it might not go the direction. Luckily, a swing off from a trader. We'll take Giza over on the right angle, but with one now gone, it's Maryville. Push up through mid and from the back. Right to B. Yeah.
But this has been spotted out. I mean, Governor and Moobs are going to be very hard to dig out of their positions.
But it has to be on moves to try to find the first. That's 1 taken, 2 just a body shot for the rest of them. And unfortunately, Governor not able to find a single one. I mean, the job gets much harder. If Trader finally was gone out, not expecting one, but a quick swing will allow him to take the second. And unluckily, the middle of the slide, jerking a 1v2. Not sure where either of them are here. Knows the first was up by B main, but the second hiding inside of the smoke. Jerk has a tough job in front of him. I'll be able to tap the spike and see if he can find one. Bait them out, but smoke dissipating. And Cloric still hiding will mean that Jerk should be taken out quite quickly here. Yeah.
Yeah, Cloric gets it done. Really nice position there by Cloric. The smoke from Anj to give him cover. Perfect. Not something that Jerk can ever try and contest. Really solid round and a good adaptation from Maryville to get themselves, I think, actually their first pistol win of this series. Now that they're able to get that, they can get some guns here. And the pivot all the way up through mid, being able to actually deal with moves at long range and multiple players swarming Governor all at the same time. It was nice tempo from Maryville. They're more than likely going to give us a tied game and a chance at a third map.
Yeah, I would expect, as with the way the game is being played, if the bonus round also goes in the way of Maryville as well too, I would expect a timeout from Coach Hu, just to maintain back some control for the game. But for now, though, Winthrop, you know, hope we get one if they can. Oh, lucky shot whiffs. Yeah,
that's tough.
I'll right click for Jerk, but yeah, only just be 1 taken. Rest of them all fall, and it's just a clean round for Maryville.
Nice stuff. Maryville on these first couple of rounds, bulldozing the center of the map entirely. I'm interested to see if that's something that keeps up when we get to more potent gun rounds, or if this is an adaptation. They're like, hey, Winthrop aren't gonna have the utility to, you know, put a sage wall up somewhere. I mean, to take control of the middle of the map, right? Like, because it's pistols, they're only gonna be able to control angles they're watching. Be interested to see. I mean, Ollie, I mean, even if you get one, it's not really much damage you're dealing here.
You know, he'll fall.
No charges left.
Like with the spike, maybe try to get an exit if he can. As the round is finally leaving.
We're gonna cool down here.
Yeah.
One's all right. He'll take that to the grave.
7-7.
Yeah, we get away from the scoreline I didn't want to speak of.
Yeah.
Now we're at a tied game. Maryville have been dominant the last several rounds as well. But this is going to be, it's going to be a pretty decent bonus. Wow, Ren's actually buying into the rifle too. No? He thought about it. I mean, Screwface has a ton of money right now. He could buy for one of his buddies. Instead, it will just be a full bonus here, seemingly for Screwface and the rest of Maryville. They'll just look to do damage. Nothing too crazy. Not too harsh investment. This is the best spot right now, in my opinion, in all of Valorant for a Sage. B main, it's so nightmarish to try and push out B main against the Sage.
No wall being up here means that both slow orbs are going to be used in quick succession to slow down the push, but the util this early on will mean that, you know, they notice the defense being stacked, so they'll leave a lurk and go right to A.
Yeah, really nice early pressure there from Maryville. Now you have to keep players over here, even though Winthrop have likely considered the rotate, especially with the Owl Drone now coming out. They simply can't afford to leave because the Sage won't be as potent on her own, stopping a re-hit toward B.
Ren just expect this too. Like, quick get out and manages to live. It's just that there might have been a free pick, but with them noticing this here, it's still 3-2 in the split for Maryville, for Winthrop's defense, so should be another mid pivot that we've seen previously. For now, though, Maryville will have to expend their options through market, but Ali's watching. If he dies here, B is going to be just completely overtaken, and he dies.
Yeah, really tough timing. Ali was thinking of going for a timing, looking into mid for information, and it just so happened all the Maryville players were there. Moob's getting caught before the rendezvous takes him away as well. Basically an impossible round now for Winthrop.
Yeah, the guns are now suddenly firing very much in the favor of Winthrop, as they're taking the bonus here too. Right, it's albeit 3v5, but not really in a position to do any real, you know.
No,
really,
look, I mean, Winthrop's already going for the save. Look.
Yeah, they know that they can't get anything back here. Infiltrator might be able to get one, but a save on the guns is the right call.
Oh, now he's cut off. Infiltrator, I don't think is going to be able to save this weapon, actually. They're going to hunt him down, make sure that Winthrop can't take more.
Luckily, yeah, Governor's there for the save to kill Screwface, but yeah, time here could be everything to at least get one back here. Infiltrator's dead. They just continue to chase him down, ensuring he doesn't get any more weapons.
Oh!
And he just barely gets out alive.
The dismiss, too, to steal away the gun right in front of his face. Tough stuff. And that's a bonus round conversion answered by Maryville after they thriftied the last bonus round conversion. Absolutely nuts stuff from Maryville to come back into this. Yeah, hey, and just as you said, if Maryville wins the bonus conversion, you gotta go for the timeout.
Yeah, because if we're looking at the spread of rounds, right, that Maryville's taken, right, it's what, like 6 in a row, or almost 6-7 in a row at this point with, what was a dominant start, a quick vibe shift, and suddenly Maryville is now able to shoot their guns just a little bit better. And for Winthrop here, I think they've got to big up some defensive protocols to stop them.
Yeah, exactly. And that's really what needs to happen. The story is somewhat similar. It's just 3 rounds right now for Winthrop, especially after this timeout. I'm not willing to call it the exact same, but Maryville's problem on their defense when they were struggling was they weren't being proactive. It's a composition that has to be proactive. And while Winthrop aren't necessarily pigeonholed into the same thing because they don't have the Reyna, I mean, you still have the Neon. Neon doesn't like to sit still and just watch things, right? So when you're running a comp that's designed a lot of the time to go fast, sitting back and having to be the team that's acting second can be a death sentence. And with that early hit we saw be main, pivoting all the way across the map, getting more util out of Winthrop, and then cracking into market, it was so hard for Winthrop to pick their moment last round. They're going to have to. At least they still have a couple of guns saved here, but it's largely a tough round for them.
I'll try to see if they can look to bait out the op and get one back, but here it's tough as there's just so many members from Maryville ready to pop in and get a trade. And so keep them around. Infiltrator, does he peek this? He actually comes on top, but on the other end, both chambers fall at the end of the exchange and leave them of Maryville cut off with a couple of options, Spice still in their hands, and
I mean,
I don't know.
The wall there is actually huge for Winthrop. It gives Ali time to pull back and get some reinforcements. Governor now can reposition. Oh, you gotta win that fight.
That's unlucky from Governor. He had the angle too and just couldn't shoot. When the second though, luckily Infiltrator there for the save. 3v2 by the end. Wall now should be finally going down.
Dude, nobody knows where anybody is. Like, the only player on the whole map whose position is vaguely known is Infiltrator, and even that, Ange wasn't sure if he doubled back further through mid or pushed. So now it's just Ren's all alone, and he's not even certain if Ali's still hanging around on B.
These timings they've managed to caught Maryville on is so unlucky, as they've just, been caught one by one. After the first 2 fights, it was just like, I'm still here, and you have no idea where I am. But which they just sprayed down onto Renz. He's just so low.
That's Ali's second heal on himself this round, by the way.
That's crazy.
It's cycled.
Renz, so watch the angle.
This just feels impossible.
Yeah. Little jump spot to try to fight him. There's shock bolt, concussed, then paranoia to try to get away. He runs, but for how long though is the issue? He's gonna try to hold this. He'll get it to half, and instead try to save his weapon. Won't even try to fight it. Smart choice.
Yeah, I mean the paranoia there. Renz doesn't have any idea that the defuse is actually going off until it's far too late. Honestly, saving the rifle, kind of the best scenario. He got the plant and he saved the rifle. That's not a bad round from Renz. A couple of the Winthrop players looking a little bit like nervous hands. I'm surprised Moves was a little bit slow on the uptake there. Saw it earlier with him fighting against Screwface in mid too. And then that awkward pick from Governor, but a great recovery. And a round where Winthrop was proactive. That was what I said I wanted the condition to be. They managed to find a proactive play in A main, and now they're setting up to do it again.
Yeah, it's been tough. Yeah, Governor, speaking of which, too, has been having a pretty tough game. Fortunately, just unfortunate timings across the board, and with things not going the direction. Hopefully, after this round dub, we'll see if Winthrop can continue their streak. Ali previously has been flooded by these sites, having caught off guard as they look to go to market to B. But this time, luckily, orb down will mean that he won't be taken away just yet.
Renz is in such a deep spot here. He's got to win the fight against Giza, and he does.
A big start from their end. And Ren's luckily not able to get the trade will mean that Infiltrator again can reposition and play alongside Jerk. Jump spot. Paranoia as well now into. Oh, he tries to find him, but Renz takes him out first. He's low as all hell, but it doesn't even necessarily matter as the rest of the team finds A. But get the spike down here too, as Winthrop lagging a bit behind.
Moves with an op 2. This retake is going to be exceptionally difficult for Winthrop. Now spotted by the Owl drone. So Maryville even have the info on where it's coming. There's no utility. This is all just about hitting your shots on hard angles for Winthrop.
Yeah, like this is tough in terms of the post plan that we have here, right? Sure, they have an op here though, but Screwface it's covered the initial angle. He sees the leg, and it just has to be who goes first and moves. Luckily, he gets one, but they just see how the position and they don't want to take the chance. And I mean, ultimately, this is what I call the op is far too important to give up.
Yeah, 2v3, the time running low. Excellent call to go for the save. Just book it across the map. Don't even let anyone catch up to you. But that does mean Maryville reclaims a lead. Nice work from Maryville, from Renz specifically creating the opening. With the way that Infiltrator and Jerk were working together over in A main, that could have been a very difficult place for Maryville to assail. But the fact that Renz is able to outpace the paranoia from Jerk, Infiltrator thinks he has a timing thanks to his teammates' utility, but gets completely outpaced. His ankles swept out from under him by Renz, who's sliding beneath his waist. It's completely tripping him up. And now Winthrop, I mean, they're done with aggressive, proactive plays in A, it seems. They're already pulling their forces back.
Archer to start off. Speaker on the site, Moves gets tagged. And so they're moving him out of position at least. As a peek into the smoke, Governor finds one.
Nice.
But they're still pushing themselves onto the side and Moves still there watching. No one's any ideas here. He whips the shot and gets down. That's the op taken away. Just full wide swing and running. Brands is still there with the back of elbow. Trying to fight things out. He's ulting in the middle of the rest of the fight. And Ren's again good for 2. They get the Raz back alongside the wall. He'll bait out the rest of his team. And Ali tries to save them by himself. The Rez to take it all. Chloric almost did it.
Back and forth. This is the Valorant we wanted to see from these two teams. What a scrappy fight from both sides. And Moves, yeah, he might not have hit that shot on Anj, but his job was done. He saw the weak spot in Maryville's post plant. He was able to stay on site, sneak back in, and control such an important sight line. Yes, he dies to Anj, but Anj has to get out of there. And when he seeds that, that's a staging ground for Winthrop. They have an entry point. They have a way back into the site. And when they wall that off, they don't even have to worry about Anj for a while. He gets completely isolated in elbow, while Winthrop are able to fight the players from short and Res Governor to give themselves an advantage and bring themselves back into this. Maryville economy shattered now. Only one rifle in the hands of Chloric.
We got Ops though in their hands and Moves.
Tour de Force helps.
Yeah, I mean, Screwface has had his number each time they've ulted. It's got a chamber different him a couple times this game, and unluckily for Moves. And the Op now gone too, but luckily for Ali, he's quick on the trigger. The Op taken.
Dude, Ali made the decision to fire bullets before he saw anybody. Like that's what that swing is, dude. You know you have the high angle. You just gotta shoot the second you swing. It doesn't matter if anybody's there.
And again, he's pre-fired to the smoke to see if he can possibly stop the rest of the team. No real equal damage down the Infiltrator, luckily. They're hoping to survive, but there's the ult, and that shot. Wow. Infiltrator wins! That's a big pick from their end. Ange to get the trade back, keep them at 3v2. And Nightfall there by the end to spot the rest of the team, and still comes out on top, doing God's work at this point. We're able to keep them in the game, and Chloric on the other end. His Governor left in a 1v2 to stake his claim back, to come back into the game, to possibly save his team and give them a round. Spike still not down. He's gonna take his time, his chances, and wait for a swing. He gets seen. This is so rough.
It's the Op too. He's not going to be okay. He's using the haunt to try and cover for himself, but there's no rifle on his dead teammate there. It was picked up by somebody else. He's still only got the operator.
He has no idea where they are, hiding in 2 different corners. I think it's easy to swing off this. That's one. He's not quick enough. Chloric does it again.
Absolutely unreal that Maryville is able to clutch victory from the jaws of defeat there. I thought with Infiltrator getting 2 on the site, his fancy footwork, yes, it started off with a hot shot by Screwface, but this was just absurd. I mean, shutting down the overdrive, getting a second one to boot, stopping the plant, I thought for sure that was the way back in. I mean, that's what Infiltrator was doing all throughout Haven. But this time around, Winthrop's not able to make up the deficit. Even that layup couldn't score for them. And now Maryville in an excellent spot. They flipped the script. It's Winthrop who's broke.
Yeah, and finally now at this point where they're fighting back with just unlucky economies, sprays through. And Renz, again, looking to find more crucial picks. It was Aaron's last time to take 2 in quick succession at the back of the side to keep them in the game. And now here, that is crazy. He found him by the way.
Ollie's such a goober, dude. And he gets the heal on Moves. Moves the player with the rifle. Keep in mind, manages to stab in for a second, courtesy of the slow orb.
And to get the wall back here too in exactly enough time. It keeps them in the game. Infiltrated on an off angle. Let's see if you can try to get one. But the biggest thing they're hoping for is just guns in hands for Winthrop. For Maryville right now, 3v5, this is still very doable.
I mean, Infiltrator and Moves, a strong breeze would send them flying. But it's Ollie you really have to worry about.
Sees one.
Get spotted. That's huge. That's the most deadly player right now. That's the rifle. That's the res. You stay away from him, you're in a great spot.
Did not actually match the Infiltrator though. He's repositioning towards the other end of the site. Over to see if anybody looks to push out.
30 seconds left.
Or the other end of A.
That Prowler would have been heard. Look, they're hunting. They know they're in A main, but Winthrop are going past A main, and now Maryville, they have to decide, do we keep going for these players so we don't have to worry about the flank, or do we double back and plant?
They have 20 seconds, and now they know this isn't, no one is here. They can try to look to go ahead and recover a gun if they can, as they're outside main. And see if they can look to fire things back. The timing here's everything. The stinger works out. Oh, and Jerk. That's one gun taken. Slowly this Antigua, which is supposed to cement Maryville as leaders in the game on the opponent's map pick, somehow goes so wrong so quick. Winthrop now, all they have to do is maintain control and survive. They see one, Jerk takes his life, but he's done his job. Giza with another, and suddenly, the guns are enough, the health bars, they can't survive against. It has to be double peak, and Chloric somehow do it again. It's Governor again in the clutch. He doesn't have time. He doesn't have time.
Absolutely unreal round there from Maryville to keep their lead. The second Renz dies, you have to feel it's cooked. It's the entirety of Winthrop swarming back in, the res and everything. I mean, absolutely nuts. Look at this proactive play, these two picks that Ollie and Moobs are going for. Janitor shutting down Renz with the stinger of all things because of the timing. But Chloric and Giza again hold their nerve. Isolating fights, the second timeout from Winthrop, because that round should have been unlosable.
It was theirs, but unfortunately, like, they just get caught, right? They go ahead, try to double peek elbow, but then you know the still people on site, and they just die between Chloric and Renz. And dude, Chloric has been such a god for the Maryville squad.
Dude,
like,
Chloric
taking
makes
3s and 2s. He's so disgusting, man.
He makes the case for Sova, dude. Like, it doesn't matter if Sova's good, Chloric's good. Like, he will always find use out of this agent, whether it's perfect or not. Absolutely nuts. And he had such a huge round. I mean, he just used Punish Free, what, 3 rounds ago? Mm-hmm. And he's already got it back?
I know. He's disgusting, man. It's crazy.
Absolutely
He's
nuts.
18 and 12. Screwface not likely too far behind with 17 as well. But, and like, we're just running up these numbers right now for Maryville.
This round is so important.
Yeah.
For Winthrop, too.
Crucially
I mean, they just lost a 2v4. They can't afford to lose this. Now with guns. Now, don't get me wrong. It was an eco, or mostly an eco last round for Winthrop. So not the end of the world. Now they have guns, but they have no time left to ping pong their economy.
Dude, they don't have
Infiltrator dug deep into B main. 2 players watching market. If Renz even gets one, that would be disastrous. He swings with the paranoia.
The paranoia is so massive. They don't even see him walk in. Ali finally gets him, but meanwhile, Ange gets his other team too. He has more than enough time to come in and trade. That was almost disastrous if Ali didn't manage to get one, but that's still 2 down.
And what a good call from Maryville. They realized, hey, we lost Renz. They have to pull players over. We have the site, or the map rather, bisected. Let's go for A. We know that's where only moves will be.
They don't see him.
They don't see him.
They don't see Ange. He's one more. He swings, moves. A massive play to put it to a 2v2. And now Screwface, he does actually see that. His next either 2 pops out. Governor with a swing. A clutch shot. But not expecting the second. You have your knife out, brother. You're on site. What are we doing?
I can't believe we're in a 1v1. Clark has to go for the plant. That gives Infiltrator time to reposition.
He doesn't know. Oh my God, Chloric is a beast.
Unreal flick. Unreal. Chloric just can do no wrong on Sova. These swings these teams are taking at each other. Renz dominating here. I mean, the pacing there is exceptional. Moop's not getting cleared by not just the Owl Drone, mind you. He could have also been spotted by the From the Shadows. Neither bit of info clears him to bring it back. But now Winthrop, they have to dig into their piggy banks. They gotta shatter them open. Spend every last penny because this could be the last round.
And it might as well be. Ali manages to find one, but I have a feeling I'll see you at Corrode, bro.
You say that though, the res comes back through. Renz was shut down. There's not an opening there, and Moves is on a good angle, deep in B main, an off angle with a rendezvous possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
no,
not trading in mid there. That should be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, like that's just it just has to land here, unfortunately. And outside Moves is infiltrated. They're big last round, but he gets the peak jump spot. All 4 of them are there, and Infiltrator chooses to fight with his dying breath. Just can't get away. His move left in a 1v3. He would have to pull the Chloric to actually save them, but yeah, not happening. We're going to corrode, brother.
Absolutely unreal map of Valorant, and the complete opposite of everything we saw on Haven. Haven was largely, like, don't get me wrong, had some excellent like post plants and like flood retakes and but it was a very like tactical and strategic map. It was the teams really fighting each other across the 3 sites. This was absolutely barn burning, unreal scrappy Valorant, and not unreasonable scrappy either. I think a lot of the times when we talk about like scrappy Valorant, it's teams just running at each other, and that's not what happened here, outside of maybe like the first like 3 rounds, right? Like that was a little bit strange, but also it's the first 3 rounds. We don't fault them for that. Then later, like the team who could get their finger on the trigger first, the proactive team was winning. At moments it was Winthrop, but Maryville carry themselves back, take Winthrop's map pick away from them, and now we head to a corrode where it's anybody's game.
Incredible to come out of Maryville, to push ourselves to this finals into map 3, and we expected it, we wanted it, and now we finally have it. We'll see you on corrode and back here in just a little bit. ridiculous starts, insane comebacks, and a scrim that goes beyond my years. Welcome back to the Grand Finals between Winthrop and Maryville University. I'm Ravish. That's Paul. Oh my God.
Dude, oh my God is right. I mean, just a burner of a map. Absolutely. If you weren't awake on Haven, you're awake now. I'll say that much for sure. It's just a scrappy fist fight of a second map of Valorant. Let's take a look back at our stats from map number 2. Absolutely nuts to see what Chloric honestly was able to do there. Crazy that Maryville picked the Reyna. The Reyna bottom fragged on the team. Almost bottom fragged the lobby, by the way.
Yeah, just by 1 kill. Barely the Gov was able to come up top. Yeah, he had a pretty tough game last map. But
look, and we don't fault either of them. It's just fun, seeing the Reyna not top fragging. When the team wins, be at that, right? Like Chloric was absolutely on fire. It felt like in the last few rounds, the dude could do no wrong, and the rest of the team all on pace with him as well. Obviously, we had rounds and moments from guys like Infiltrator and Ali where they were really fighting back against Maryville, but it didn't quite get there all the time in the end.
No, unfortunately not. But like I said, Chloric had plot armor pretty much the entire game.
Pretty much.
Right? He's just insane how he managed to recover this. And Ali on the other end, right, just had also his very clutch moments, 1v3s on a Sage, nonetheless. And, that's why sometimes this map of Sunset is just... It's not good, man.
It's your
favorite,
not good.
Right? It's a bad map. It's a bad time. There's no strategy. You do nothing.
I don't know. In that game, I think that series proved you wrong because both teams, the only team that ever won was the team that was doing something. It was the team that was proactive with their neon, finding the other team and really going for these tactical skirmishes, throwing out the util, blinds, paranoias, what have you, actually catching people. I mean, the amount of times that a round was won just because Ren slid under somebody's crosshair and was able to trade before his teammates traded even further and got the site. It was really all about it wasn't like, look, most of the time on Sunset, it's like, oh, let's go for an A execute. Let's go for a B execute. Let's go for an A execute. And they just do that over and over again. This was not that. How many times did we see the team that was attacking deep mid pushing basically into defender spawn? These guys were going for everything they could think of.
I hear all that, but also plus ratio, plus play is better, plus bring back Breeze. Thank you.
You're still allowed to hate. Oh, bring back Breeze. All right, never mind. Your opinions are valid. Let's go back to our series here. Thankfully, we're not dealing with Breeze. Corrode will be our map number 3. And honestly, Ravish, the game's completely... Look, I said throw strategy out the window when we saw the Reyna. Throw expectations out the window now that we get to Corrode with both teams stealing each other's map picks. Corrode is a map where both these teams are exceptionally comfortable. And had this series gone the way I thought it was going to go, which was going to be like a close Haven that Maryville wins, and then a good Sunset that Winthrop wins, I would have favored Winthrop here initially because they've played it a lot. They've played it very recently against very good teams, and it's been something that they've even picked into against other good teams. They picked it against St. Clair in the semifinal and won it 13-6. But now that the teams have swapped the order of who wins what, and looking at Maryville's stats, they also actually really like Corrode. They've played it a lot in the last couple of months. They've won it 8 out of 9 times they've gone there recently. So this is truly, like, I know we say it a lot in esports, but this is truly anybody's map.
Yeah, and especially with how flip-floppy Corrode is, I expect this to be like 13-11, bro. Like, just like one team dominates one side, the other one also just completely runs over the other. Like, it's just genuinely anything can happen here that I'm expecting. And I'll wait with bated breath to see what goes on. We do have Agent Select in a little bit,
gonna be, man.
Yeah,
what are
the
the
Agent Select.
gonna be?
Give me Wele, give me Yoru.
If they pull out another Reyna, I might lose my mind.
Please don't use Reyna. Guys, Yoru is right there. Just play
Here's
Yoru.
what we could see.
It's so much better.
You know what? I've seen people play Phoenix on this map.
I have. It's bad though.
No, it's still the Reyna. Are you kidding me?
Oh my god, man. That's crazy.
Dude just went 10-18 and is still picking up the Reyna. Giza knows something we don't.
I don't even think he knows it, bro. I don't know, man. Look, Look,
I mean,
Giz is a better player than I will ever be.
Yeah, truly.
I'm
far
not
be
sold.
it from me.
I'm just not sold.
Yeah. Far be it from me. You know, I can barely shoot the bots in the training range to tell Giza whether or not he should be playing one of the hardest fragging agents on everything. Absolutely nasty. More similar, actually the exact same comp from Winthrop, it seems, going into this map. This isn't totally unsurprising either. Waylay is going to be Ren's here, by the way, not Neon. So Infiltrator and him will not be playing the same duelist again.
All right. Hey, that's what I wanted, right? I want to see the Waylay on this map. Waylay is fantastic, especially on Corrode, because you essentially play it like Neon-ish, but you have a much more instant escape. You can bait better, you can scope out better, you know, and then it's also just so much better to be able to just run the sites. So
yeah,
I'm down for this. I'm excited about it. On the other end, though, like you're saying, Winthrop with pretty much the exact same comp we saw on Sunset, right? So it's gonna be very similar vibes out of them. I feel bad for Ali, who's just stuck on stage duty. Poor guy.
He's enjoying it though, dude. Those cheeky walls, like the push he had all the way out mid.
Yeah.
Like the slow orb too, setting moves up.
Not bad.
I think Ali's he's having plenty fun, even on his sage duty. Moves, actually, I'm going to be keeping an eye on because I think was surprisingly cold on several instances on Sunset. You never really can pin around like a map of Valorant, especially at this caliber, on one player. But you got to be asking yourself in the back of your mind, if your moves, hey, if I had beaten out a shot on Screw Shot? No, that's not right. Screwface one more time. Yeah. You know, you said yourself, Ravish, it felt like he was constantly getting the better end of moves. So now that those two will once again be going head to head on Chamber, can the now attacking Chamber get a little bit more? Yeah.
Yeah. And one is bald, one is not. So one clearly has superiority over the other. It's just quick shot. Oh, I mean, it'll be Renz instead to get the better moves this time. And Renz has been quietly becoming like just an easy pick machine. Like the two he's gone last time, he's gonna do that streak here. Final one to start off though. Shots going wide, but Giza instead to clean up towards the back of the sights. And leaves them now with Ali. And Infiltrator, a 3v2, wall going up to cut them off, to try to get the spike down if they can.
Deep wall too, really hard to break through this one.
Nice.
Nice little angle there from Infiltrator, very aware of what would happen when they break the first. Flank here though from Renz, is it being spotted for?
No, not at all. They have no idea, but Ali turns at the right time.
Just in time.
Yeah, big first shot of him. It leaves Ange on its own. Who's gonna have to try to just do pure headshots, and Ange done previously. Might be able to do this again. Fortunately, that's one, but second, not gonna find.
Yeah, I mean, there was a world in which Ange, I think, could win that, but nice little swing there. Ali going for the crouch swing because he knows the angle there is very dangerous. If he swings out quick with his head, it would basically be straight into Ange's sightline, and that could make for an easy collat. Nice little save there by Ali. Winthrop, start off map 3 right.
Winthrop, I believe this entire series have only given up like about 2 pistols, right? For the entire time. So, you know, they've maintained supremacy and continued bonus conversions across the board here too. But we'll see if they can change this time as some skin lines. That's pretty good. Oh, we spotted. And dies because of it. Unlucky.
Ouchie. And Winthrop are now wise to this presence in the middle of the map too. Infiltrator on the higher angle. Just taking little nibbles on Chloric.
Did you make a nibbling sound?
Yeah, just a little, you know? Like a mouse with a cookie.
Yeah. Never seen a mouse with a cookie, but sure, man. But...
Well, that's because you've never given a mouse a cookie.
That's also true. It's a good point. My bad. But it'll leave us now to see who can find the rest of the team, as Winthrop just top of the orb, and you rotate over to B once again. They haven't seen anybody actually step out of B main, but Screwface watch the angle closely, as they know mid has been hot. So B rush in. Let's do this. Ooh.
Nice little duck there from Moobs. Not getting traded out now, can take more aggressive space. both players congested behind this box. It's tough.
Yeah, don't actually have to find much here between both of them, but like you're saying, but they're just shooting galore right into the chokes here, and just falls, and Renz gets his one, but that's 6-6. Yo, what?
I mean, such a beautiful set of angles there by Maryville. I thought Screwface and Chloric were in that position because they just didn't have anywhere else to stand, but Chloric's actually waiting there, hiding, leaving Screwface to die so that Chloric can go for this exact swing. Only move spots it, and Anj and Chloric are able to shut that down entirely. Then Ren's coming in to pick up the leftovers.
That's
no bonus
crazy.
round conversion this time for Winthrop. They won't even get to the bonus round.
No, not at all. It's Maryville now to get a strong start here on Corrode. With what was looked to be an unlucky game. That's crazy. They did this jump spot with the
That just feels
Reds.
wrong.
I mean, gets one back, another swing. The Governor not gonna take his chances. Trying to pick off another. But Ali up top again, these same walls. Shorty!
Dude, Shorty at 50 feet.
And that wins well, too. I got not exactly fair, but it's time to do what teams do on Corrode, which is use Odin's expeditiously. Yeah, he can't find him, but they get one back to 3v1 here. Odin's still in their hands and is just jerk to try to catch anybody else. Sees the Odin, got the defuse, and he'll live? No.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind that wasn't eco for Winthrop, so good effort. They take down 2, break armor on a bunch of others. That's all you could ask for. But because it was the anti-eco flip, Maryville not feeling that economic pressure just yet. Winthrop will have to put up a good gun round here. Rez the only thing available for them, and it's matched by the Empress on the other side of things. I'm sorry, what is... Okay, thank you. No. Maryville had 4 people top mid for a second, and I was very confused. They still have 3 people top mid, actually, and I'm a little bit confused.
Okay, all right. I guess we're going for just a quick rush into B, right? We haven't seen out of them yet. It's smoke off, though. We see the Screwface hold his angle quite often, but this time not with the Knot, but with the Vandal. Almost anticipating it to peak here, but without finding nothing, they're just gonna leave.
Winthrop just playing for the orb for Governor. Interesting. He's not even that close to the Nightfall.
I think you saw him.
Screwface isn't going to overstep either. I mean, Infiltrator has to be aware, yeah. Too bold for Screwface to go for that, and now the mid players are going to be pulled back toward B to try and cover that hole.
Great angle also from him to just manage the anticipation in the peak. So now from here, they'll go back to mid. Try to make a play as they've fought so valiantly the past 3 rounds. And Ren's been so good about getting his 2 out the paranoia. The setup there, clean, ready. Oh, then just having his back. Will mean that Jerkman Ali. They've got to rotate over. Still spike in their hands. There's the Empress we were talking about. That's 1. That's 2.
Really nice tactic and even better timing there from Giza and Anj. That's what that mid play at the very beginning was for, just getting control of it, making sure that Winthrop, even when they're able to take out Screwface so easily, they don't have a viable pivot elsewhere on the map. An early timeout now, I have to presume, for Winthrop. As Winthrop have not looked, despite the fact that they've played a lot of Corrode recently, have not looked that comfortable. I mean, Maryville are exerting their dominance in mid, and that is keeping Winthrop on their toes. It never feels like Winthrop has a good option of a direction to go.
And that's just the part, right? Especially after losing the Antigo like that, you don't want to necessarily be in a position where you're just going to get dominated, right? We saw that at Maryville very early on in Sunset too. And the switch was pretty imminent. So now from here for Winthrop on the attacking side, I want to see not as many defaults that we've seen so often down mid. Like, let's play 3-2. We leave 1. We smoke mid. We check A, and then we make our options.
Logically, that tracks too, but Corrode can often be a very hard map to sort of make that strategic switch too, just because when you go for splits, like a 3-2 split A, if either flank loses out entirely, it just feels impossible to push. Like, if you push through both mid and A main, and your A main players get dominated by an op, it feels like your mid players just get stuck on an island with no way in. It's tricky to make that adjustment, so instead, it looks like Winthrop, they're hoping that they can go for a full A pop. Nice jump peek.
Yeah, this. Has me on one. Huge tags. Infiltrator takes him. But the trades are so quick.
Oh, no.
He's not dead. How is he alive? Oh, the zap takes him by the end. But it's a 2v3 doable for Winthrop. They gotta find something in Ange so quick. He's been on a bender since sunset, and he's not letting up now.
It's brutal. That's one of the reasons executes are so hard to force into on this map. Winthrop had a good opening. They completely dominated Screwface. He didn't stand a chance. He got jump peeked and then rolled over by the overdrive. But Giza, with an excellent timing, nearly getting out with the dismiss too, slows down Winthrop so much. That's the problem with trying to execute. There's so many nitty-gritty little corners. With all 5 players still alive, there's so many places you have to dig your opponents out of and check before you can comfortably go for something. And if you miss even just a little corner, it can cost you everything.
You gotta check it all. You've gotta be diligent. Do your homework. Dot your T's. Cross your eyes. We cannot be doing that. As I praise Ange, unfortunately, he gets left in the dust, and on a 5v2, Winthrop, guns in their hands, and Renz is firing, but 3 I thought would have been the cards for him, but Lee's Chloric in a 1v3. He's done this before. He can do it again.
I mean, not unwinnable. I mean, got some low health players for Winthrop. The only problem here for Chloric is going to be finding the first. He's got the Odin. He needs to find the first, completely isolated, no opportunity for a trade.
I mean, they're gonna watch every single angle here, right? He just has no shot here. They're covering A main, they're covering B, and also the back of the site. Like Governor, as soon as he turns the corner, should be able to just take his head off.
One would hope. And the problem is, even if Chloric wins the first fight, he's likely going to take damage just because it's the nature of the Odin.
No way.
What are we doing?
I mean, there's no time here, though, so doesn't necessarily even matter. They're going to give their lives for this, if anything. Or they're going to make sure that he dies alongside of them. Infiltrator will finally get him, but and he should barely be able to get out, thankfully, because of Neon. But good eco damage, if anything.
That's so much damage! We barely have any money! Look, they're trying to buy moves and op, but they don't have enough to buy a gun for... Oh, no, Governor will be able to buy a gun. Actually, just barely. Okay. It's okay. More economic damage than I think was completely necessary for Winthrop to take, but at the end of the day, at least they'll be able to come up with another gun round. And that round, I think Maryville just go for a bit of a faux plan in my eyes. I think the convergent paths, while the idea is good, you're going so far away from your point of like presence and control and power where your teammates can reinforce you, and you're going into the Sage res. So the trade is immediately rezzed back, and that whole play was for nothing.
Face pops the ult here. Back through the forest. He pops in. Oh my god. Unlucky timing on Jerk. You get one back though, and again, finally, Move gets the better of Screwface, but really at what cost? Wait, yo, what, bro? Wait, hold on.
This is why Giza picked the Reyna. Look, he's already got more kills in the first 7 rounds here than he did on the entirety of Sunset. Giza's hands work. They're friggin' nasty. Dude is an absolute beast. He just needs a map that plays into it. I think Sunset was actually much harder for Reyna because Corrode offers so many opportunities for you to swing cheekily. Now, Giza hitting that first shot onto Jerk, don't know how he did that. Absolutely filthy. He slow walked into a smoke and caught the Omen holding it off guard. Unreal. But every pick after that, Giza's just nasty with it.
He's been just so good this entire time. But let's see if they can continue the streak here. Finally an 8 lane previously, no mid shenanigans. Dog finds one, but they could use from the shadows to completely reposition themselves over towards A if they see them all look to walk in. All 5 of them are here, and it's Ren's making first contact, but I think he sees it's happening.
Whoa, interesting wall here from Winthrop, deciding they don't want to deal with the Link, but now they all have to funnel out this tiny smoke.
I mean, they managed to find one, but the second is already there repositioned. He sees, he actually doesn't hear them at all because of the paranoia. Jerk's dead, and now they gotta get out of here.
I mean, Winthrop don't really have good options. It's 35 seconds to try and jump across the entire map. They need a pick now. Oh. But the pick goes the other way.
30 seconds. One enemy remaining.
That should have been moves, though. They just get caught so quickly. Just leaving one alone, and the Infiltrator just gets his. But 1v2, options available. Needs a gun, finds it, but it's a bit too late.
He wouldn't have had time to run all the way across the map either way. I mean, I know it's Neon. I know Neon's fast, but it was damned if you do, damned if you don't there for Infiltrator and Maryville are starting to run away with this series. I gotta be honest, just a completely strange strategy from Winthrop. A strategy that was thwarted by exactly one smoke. They use all this util, they break out a main, they wall themselves off, they go, we'll all go elbow, and one smoke from Ange is put up. And Winthrop is just totally stuck there, and there's nothing they can do. And then Jerk, who tried to TP out to break the smoke, gets completely caught by Ange, and it's over. Just really coordinating themselves off and giving Winthrop less opportunities. Now, that's a good pick to start. Winthrop needs some rounds pretty desperately on their attack.
It's a good start, if anything, but the two pick options again, though. Oh my god. They just take two away so fast. And
They're bleeding out.
Yeah. Like, what was a small paper cut keeps on growing. Suddenly, the whole hand is covered in red. And you're hoping to band-aid fix, try to find one, but it's just not happening. Maryville cover the entire map in their school colors. And Winthrop just can't stop anything.
I like that. That's good.
Thanks,
I mean, it's just nothing all you can do here. I mean, 45 seconds. There's only 4 rounds left. It feels like you almost have to go for it, but going into 3 players and Op and Odin have to get across the entire map. Yeah, I think he's just deciding to go for the save.
30 seconds left.
But Jerk broke, Infiltrator broke, Governor broke. It doesn't feel like Winthrop are getting away with. I mean, at most they're probably getting 4 this half now.
I'm broke.
Me too. They're doing. Hey, Winthrop are doing a Us cosplay.
Teleport's ready. 10 seconds left.
That's great. Halloween's over, man. We're almost to Christmas. But we'll see if all the help. Luckily, managed to save his fans, if anything. Been a bright spot for the Winthrop squad, but for the grand finals, they just can't find anything of substance. And it's Infiltrator at the top of the board here, 13-8, doing his damnedest. Rest of the team hoping to catch up.
I mean, individually, Infiltrator looks great, but tactically, Winthrop looks, I hate to say it, a little bit lost.
Yeah.
I mean, there was that round with the weird sage wall, and then the round we just had, just taking fights without throwing util against defenders who are in excellent positions. It's not the Winthrop that won Haven. Now they're finally going for a plan all together. Overdrive out and shut down. Giza's got it, dude.
Ooh, they get one back, and just as we start to talk our smack, a big round, and Winthrop have some life, some wind behind them. Giza not gonna take the 4K up in heaven this time, but to 2v3. And Screwface can still do this.
Hello?
The massive pick by Kyle.
Timing here is going to be everything.
Last player standing.
One more again, but can't find it. Moves finally getting his revenge on him, but Winthrop, breathe. They scale things back finally. Not out of it yet.
Not out of it yet by a long shot. But at least a round like that will give them the chance to get more guns. I said 4 was max. Maybe I spoke too soon. 5 could yet be on the table, but they will have to break through still quite a bit of economy for Maryville. And that round, I mean, it really felt like Winthrop going back to some sense of normalcy. Definitely seemed to work. Not overcooking, not undercooking, getting a good golden brown. Into the op once again. Can they make it happen? Screwface forced off the angle. It's not bad start for Winthrop. He's going for more. Okay. Oh, but now wall off the other side.
He's running in. Screwface actually manages to get out of there too while they're all running at him one by one. Good positions and has a scope with the ult, but
Spike planted.
the spike finally goes down without anybody dying. This is the first 5v5 I've seen this entire series.
Where are they?
And it's gone. It's gone within seconds. Winthrop take 3 so expeditiously. Leaves 1. Oh, Screwface. Unlucky. He ends to fight for his life. Maybe he gets 1? I don't think so, actually.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
And that is the kind of round I was looking for from Winthrop. A round that had just the perfect sear, excellent temperature. That's what they needed. They wall off elbow for a reason. Unlike the other round they had toward A, where they just walled something off and couldn't get out of elbow. They wall off elbow because they want to pivot back. They left moves bottom mid for a pinch onto main. You can see him and Infiltrator getting rid of the rotates in perfect timing. And then Ollie watching their back, making sure no one can sneak through the site to them. Excellent round by Winthrop. Those are the rounds I'd love to see more of.
I mean, and more of that too, right? Just that was so quick. How they went double peek that too, not getting caught out. No individual plays. Beautiful stuff out of them. Ollie gets trade back, infiltrated back into it, and that res is so clutch. As what was going to be a desperate situation, forced on by Rens means that now Giza, all right, by himself, 1v4. Let's see one, brother. Never mind.
It did feel like one of those rounds where it's like, you're on the Reyna, show us what you can do. Like, you know, I was feeling the hype you were building, but not meant to be that round. Winthrop, a resurgence in the later stages of the half. One that gives us a chance for a competitive map 3. I was starting to get worried. Winthrop very much floundering, but they didn't even need a timeout to recollect themselves toward the end. Actually, the timeout, what was it? After round 4 or so, right? Didn't quite seem to catch them back up on their feet, but eventually Winthrop found the name of the game. They just needed to bring things back to where they had control, and they knew what sections of the map specifically they wanted, rather than sort of just floundering all over and fishing around and seeing what they could get. Now, it's on Maryville. They still have a lead. If they get the pistol here, they're in a great spot to win this series.
Fantastic. Because we've seen 7-5s pretty much almost in every single half this game, like, which is crazy to think about. And
yeah,
and it's insane to me how the vibe and energy of a game, as far as we've seen so far, has flipped on a dime so often.
It's shifted dramatically from map to map to map.
Things seem lost, and suddenly we've gone back to competitive again, and it feels like it's happened almost every single half.
Look at this. A deep push through mid, but Move's expecting it, watching for the angle top mid.
I mean, they smoke it off, so Booze is right away with the initial shot, doesn't actually want to force it. Gets Screwface, re-peeks and gets a shot here, but hey, he's gotta be careful.
He's out of headhunters now, but he's gotten the advantage for Winthrop. If he can even trade decently when they push him here, Winthrop will be in a great spot. Or just get out, that's not bad. Although it's hard to retake this hall once you've lost control of it.
Yeah, but
Okay.
Yeah, they're just not gonna want to fight for this at all. They don't want to maintain control of it at all. So because they know the rest of the team is on site and they want to fight, they want to shoot heads. As does Giza. Yeah, it takes two. Wait, hold on a second. Giza's an animal.
Absolutely nasty. I mean, he had no right taking down both Infiltrator and Moves, and then he turns around into an ace. The pistol round ace to get Maryville, I think, only their second pistol of the series. And this, I thought, was a nice play from Moves. He manages to dodge and dip and dive, but Giza just clicking him. Oh, round 2 Empress, by the way.
That's so sick, man.
Round 2 full armor Empress. I'd pop it just for the moxie of it, you know?
Yeah.
Now Giza's not going to do that because it's not a good idea. But imagine the stones.
Look, here's the thing, man. We were also agreeing that the radar wasn't the best idea, but you know, he's doing fine.
That's true.
It's
you
what
know,
we want to
Giza
see.
knows better than us, very clearly.
Yeah, exactly. And Ace started off. He gets spotted though, but they can't actually get him, unfortunately. But I think Maryville isn't too pressed about that. They just want to make sure that they're not getting ecoed.
That would be quite funny if on Sunset, Maryville flipped the bonus conversion, and then like here Winthrop flipped the anti-eco convert. Like it's not gonna happen now that Moves is dead. But although I say that, Maryville are just holding up near A, where 4 Winthrop players are lying in wait. Now Winthrop's going on a little bit of a looky-loo into mid. They'll get spotted by the Prowler there, so I think this A side's going to be a bit easier for Maryville than Winthrop would have hoped.
Yeah, this is what they want to see. I mean, with Jerk not spotted, never mind, Jerk spotted. Jerk's dead. Giza takes 4. One more ace. Give him another ace. Yeah. 10. Give it to him. Give it to him. Come on, Kyle. That's not very cool of you. It's not something cash money to you, bro.
Come on, man. We could have had back-to-back aces.
I mean, ideally in the situation, you want to let your duelist farm ecos, so there is another duelist there. But,
well, but I mean, also Giza already has his ult, so actually, ideally, anybody else getting the kills is better.
Rens, Screwface, Chloric. Do give it to Ange. Like,
literally anyone else getting kills technically is better there. But you don't really play for that. Not against a team you're worried could theoretically eco you. And Wintrop's good enough to do that. Now they've got rifles, Governor, classic Corrode Odin.
It's gotta happen here again. And we'll see that shows you the Giza not spotted once more. There's an Empress. We mentioned, by the way, round 3, second half. Runs it up with the Phantom. Both sides covered. Moves! Not spotted, both dead. Crazy from him. Shuts down the choke.
Unreal.
Pops off.
I mean, that's the moves we've been waiting to see. It feels like all series. The tiniest opening, ripping through players who had just dominated the mid. I was ready to talk about the micro and how good Maryville were, Giza and Rens playing off each other. But there, I think both of them were trying to clear Heaven. Instead, I think actually a bit of a miscomm from Maryville. Or maybe it was just one trying to clear Heaven, but that was who Moobs found first. Either way, I mean, this mid play opened the door, but Moobs slams it on their foot.
Yeah, that's huge from him. Like, Empress gone too, taken, and like you mentioned, right? We've praised Moobs the entire series, and he's because he maintained, you know, his stature. He's always second in kills, but just the pop off is actually what Winthrop need. Energy back in his heels, and a chance to get back into the game as well too, to stop Maryville from getting 10. Both with guns in their hands.
Moobs versus Giza was the head-to-head that we teed up all the way back on the desk. Now, we haven't gotten that in this series because we haven't really seen them on opposing Sentinels very often, but now it feels like that might just be what determines our grand final. 9-6. Giza dominant in the first 2 rounds, but Moves popping off and saving Winthrop. Now Infiltrator set so deep into mid, spotted by the Prowler. Can he get out? There's no one here to bail him out. Jerk is coming over to try and help, but Infiltrator reasserts himself.
He just goes right back, shot ult again in the fast lane too, right away. Oh, what a shot from Rens. Easy first, sees the second, and bro, my man popped him like a balloon up high. After also, I say the second slide up, ends better once again.
30 seconds left.
3v2 though. Very doable, and the Governor has an Odin. And no, how did he not die? How did he not die? What are we talking about, brother? Yo, oh, that's. Let's look away from that one.
Cloric was about to run the other way, but Moop actually might find a timing here. If he beats Anj.
Wait, Moves again has to pop off to hit the team. He did it last time. It's a 1v2. Cloric's just so low. You could go ahead and look at him. He would die. But they're set up in a crossfire. It does not matter. Cloric. Plot armor supreme.
Move's shoulder betrays him once again, just like it did on Sunset and Maryville. careen to double digits. I'm not even sure Winthrop can really... Yeah, I think they're just going to manage to force into this round because of the Tour de Force. Well, how? Tour de Force really living up to its name. But either way, it's look, we can blow past it. It's tough for Winthrop.
I would prefer to. Yeah, it is tough for Winthrop. Yeah. It's tough for me here too, having to listen to you.
All right, Maryville. Looking like they just want to go for something fast. Ali with a quick slow orb, though, denying that.
He's been great about those. On Sunset, we saw him, quick on the flick with those just ensure that no rushes can be taken, especially with the competition they have here. Dewele just wants to walk in. It's Governor Odin in his hands, though. Bali finds his mark. And the rest of the team ready and prepared. Gorik will take one, but Maryville want to force the issue still. They want to force this fight. Infiltrator finds another. Whoa, flying shots on the Chloric. Ridiculous from his end. And it's just Screwface left.
Screwface. He's gonna try and catch a player, and I think if he catches nobody, he's just gonna rotate all the way quietly. 50 seconds is plenty of time for Screwface to go toward A, and that will mean that Winthrop have time to regroup, but it'll also mean Winthrop will have to check every single angle, whereas right now, Moobs has a great angle on A main, or Jerk rather, holding from mid.
30 seconds left.
Screwface giving himself the best chance to clutch this 1v2. If he shuts down Winthrop here, there really won't be much hope for them to climb back into this series.
No, this is huge. And Screwface all on his lonesome. One of the newer additions to the Maryville side. A tier 2 demon. And now from here to rob his collegiate chances if he can. Spots Jerk, but cannot close the deal. I'm too far. Winthrop, stay in it.
Nicely done by Jerk, keeping Winthrop's hope alive here in the grand finals. Map 3. And now within spitting distance of Maryville, even waiting for the rifle recovery from Moobs. Actually getting the Odin. Smart, maximizing the economy there. Jerk and Moobs had a way back into that too because Moobs had that deep position mid and set up the trademark behind him. So they knew just a little bit where Screwface wouldn't be standing. They knew he wasn't all the way out in A main at the very least. Now a more defensive trademark all the way back in elbow. Are Winthrop going to go for a passive round?
Where are you?
A quick change.
No, it does not seem like it, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, this wouldn't befit them. And I think this is much more fitting of what we've seen already. Yeah, they're just like 3 already made. They know like this is a save route, so they might as well just rush it in, fight this out. He's against Jerk. So it's actually a decent start. Doesn't get the gun. Yeah, well, finds it. Second, not gonna be taken. If he got moves, this round was suddenly a lot more doable. It's still a 3v3. Oh, overseas.
Going into the Odin here can be tricky though. Governor's gonna have that box to play through.
Yeah, he has to live here. I think to get the rest back here too on the Infiltrator. So a 2v4 now will mean that this round is very hard.
Maryville did win 1 2v4 before. It was Chloric who helped dig them out of that. First pick found by Anj and avoids the spam. Sets up a smoke mid-site to play around. There's no spike planted. Why are Winthrop even pushing right now?
They just have to wait, but here's the thing. They have a crossfire set up here too. Anj actually takes him. There's the pick. He's not gonna check him. No shots. What is happening?
The Odin's elbow. They just book it across the map. Teleport away and running through mid. There's no way Governor can catch them.
And Governor's knife. If he swings, he's dead. I had to do the 4K. Yo, what are we doing, dog?
The 2v4 again. Won by Maryville. Again. Chloric and Anj turning around that had no right going in their favor. And Winthrop had no reason to push. The spike wasn't planted. You have all the time in the world. You just wait until a player plants. That way you know somebody is not going to be shooting at you. Absolutely unreal. You have to go for a timeout after that one.
I don't know.
Those are the sorts of rounds that win or lose grand finals, Ravish.
Yeah, what was that, bro? That was exactly like you're saying, right? It's Winthrop is in a extremely advantageous situation. They have 4 up, they use res, and they have 40 seconds, and they spotted exactly where the other 2 members were of Maryville. So they know, hey, they're on A. We can just wait and breathe until either they plant or they rotate. And if they rotate, we retake with 4. If they plant, we retake with 4. There's no C option
and now
here.
Winthrop, even despite they going for this timeout, are broke. An overdrive, maybe to flip it around, but no tour de force this time.
The timeout is for the next
Just
round.
gonna have to hope for a miracle.
Yeah.
Take a chance and keep taking your chances until the chances are spent.
Bars. First up has to be onto moves. Early peak. And this is rough for Winthrop.
Maryville know Winthrop want to get back in here, and now they're not giving them anything. Contacting in, creeping forward.
Stops him immediately. Oh, Jerk sees a nice shot from Gov, but it won't necessarily matter. Oh, clutch! I thought Moves had lost that.
Moves managing to get that, and Governor trading out meant that Infiltrator had time to rotate over. It's not a complete opening on the map now. Maryville have to be respectful. Oh!
It's Ali. Quick run over up top, and Ali tried his chances. I respect it, but can't do much more from here. Still 2v3. They're not out of this just yet, but that pick on Screwface will make this way more plausible. Infiltrator with the ult. See,
what a shot.
And pincered. Unlucky for him, not some moves again. And knife outs. He tried, but it's Maryville on to match point.
Cloric and Anj again. 2 rounds in a row, shutting Winthrop's hopes down. There was a glimmer in that round, but it required Infiltrator to get something with the overdrive. I thought he played it really well. He slid into a very advantageous angle for him, but Cloric simply cannot miss today.
That guy has had plot armor the entire game, and why would it stop now? Right? Why would we stop here? Because this disgusting plays insane shots and 360s that we've expected and seen, but from here the ults aplenty. Oh, and that's what we want to see out of Moves.
I mean, if Winthrop are going to come back into this, those are the only chances you'll get. Nice wall, too. That'll slow down Renz and buy Ali some time.
Stuck in the corner, actually skis the pop, and manages to get these. Empress being down will mean this round is suddenly one more doable. Once again, 3v4. Winthrop have to keep up this pace of momentum. They cannot get caught here or afford to in the slightest. They look to find the rest of this. They know Moves is outside, but it's not a trade angle with Jerk. And Ryan's now caught. Infiltrator finds the peak. Cloric takes a second, but he finds the timing onto one more. And just like that, once again, all these ults used. Winthrop, another lifeline, and they get saved once more.
Ali really showing the benefit of the Sage on this map in particular. Hard hits into it just aren't possible, even with the convergent paths from Renz. Catching onto Ali, Maryville took their time. They heard the jump peak. They set that up very purposefully, but the slow, the wall, and a perfectly timed turn shutting down Giza. Really nice stuff. It bought time for the rest of Winthrop to get here quickly, and even though Renz is able to shut down Infiltrator on what was a critical angle, the time just doesn't work out. He can't have enough time to go back and fix every single thing that is going wrong for Maryville. Winthrop with a chance, but they need 4 more rounds just like that.
And they need this round, and that's the way to start it. Infiltrator gets the ops, Screwface down once again, and bit by bit, they're clawing the way back in, and why wouldn't they? Jerk finds his second take in Giza. Can't take him. Infiltrator, op shot, clean out of him. That was a 10-second round, goddamn.
Maryville need to slow things back down. These heavy hits have not caught Winthrop off guard. They've completely played into their hands. I mean, Infiltrated with the op, Jerk supporting, doing a phenomenal job shutting that down. I mean, Maryville are just trying to go too fast. They're not dotting their T's and crossing their I's. You saw it from Renz. He went up and over and didn't even clear the corner that they were fairly confident Jerk was playing in. They thought maybe he TP'd out. Maybe there was a miscomm. I'm not sure, but okay, default here from Maryville. These have been what's going right for them.
And we'll see if that does continue on their end. The thing. Ooh.
There we go.
And with a nice start.
That might be it.
I mean, but maybe not, though.
Ooh, okay, I called it too soon.
See? Governor again with the reprieve. Makes himself known, but bear in mind that they've got to get at least 2 more to make things happen. And of course, it's Cloric, dude, to get one. I think it's a gun out of here, too. There's an eyeful onto A. The site's wide open. Should really get a spike down. Infiltrator. Again, up, ready, but there's too many people to shoot through. It's a 2v3. Maryville on a save. They might be able to do this somehow, some way. Govey runs around, but it's just stuck right into the corner. They find the timing, and it was a save on Haven. And this might rest on the laurels of Ali, the IGL, the previous coach in 1v2 to save them if they can. The series and the finals on him, and it's Cloric. Rightfully so, as poetry goes in motion, and Maryville get the grand finals. NACE.
A valiant effort there by Winthrop at the end, but Maryville simply could not be denied once again. They take down Winthrop. Winthrop having success in other echelons of Valorant, but against Maryville, they just never quite find a way to beat them. Maryville reassert their dominance as the kings of collegiate.
Incredible stuff here. What was a confusing start on Haven and a close one on Sunsets eventually leads to dominance on Corrode. And for now, though, what we can do is we can give you a couple minutes and we'll come back with our MVP and an interview as well. Stick around for just a minute. that was an incredible series to cap things off. So let's talk a bit about it as we get into, there's the numbers and stats of what we have going on here, Paul, for Maryville and Winthrop.
Yeah, absolutely. An absolutely amazing grand final. I just realized I said absolutely twice. It's fine, though. Great grand final. Went the distance like we had hoped, which we weren't quite sure of after map number 1. But Maryville pulling it back in a big way. A couple of pretty solid maps. I mean, Winthrop certainly fighting back at times, but Maryville definitely warmed up, heated up throughout the series.
Exactly. Now we can look at the actual team stats for between the two grand finals here, and 13-9 by the end of it too. But this is we were wondering if he did manage to drop 30, but Giza just barely missing out 29-16 by the end. Jesus Christ, man.
Good effort, Giza. I mean, hey, at least made me not dislike the Reyna pick anymore. Whenever someone brings out a Reyna, I'm like, okay, this could go one of two ways. Hey, it went the good way. So thank you, Giza. Infiltrator moves. I mean, obviously putting up a good effort. But I mean, at the end of the day, Giza just dominated on that last match. Giza was definitely the name on everybody's lips for the first half of that series, and then or for the first half of that map rather of Corrode. And then we got to the second half, and it was Cloric and Ange absolutely dominating. 8 first bloods from Infiltrator.
I was about to say,
in a map they lost. That's gotta sting.
Dude, that's what I'm saying, man. This guy is just shade. And as we look at our highlighted player, Mr. Cloric, with 230 ACS, 9 assists, right? And this guy could have done no wrong almost the entire time. We could actually talk to him just now too to get his thoughts on it. Yo, Big C, bro, do you think you have plot armor as a player, dog? Because some of these clutches were genuinely unfair. God was on your side.
I think I just put myself in position to win it. So I don't think I have plot armor, but I think I play around like my util and myself well.
Yeah, there you go. It's not plot armor, it's strategy. It's thinking on your feet. I love to see that. Clark, I gotta ask though. I mean, there definitely wasn't plot armor map number 1. That was your map pick, obviously, your guys' favored map. What do you felt like went up on Haven? How did that go Winthrop's way instead of yours? And how were you guys able to shift the tone going into map 2?
I think map 1, we were kind of just playing the individual game. We weren't really getting the teamwork there. And then going to map 2, we just shifted. We're like, let's play and have fun, but also teamwork. So our comp obviously was unorthodox, and we played to have fun, but we made sure we're doing everything together. So it was good.
Yeah, I gotta ask. What's with the Reyna, man? Look, Giza, he earned it on map 3. I gotta say, he earned it on map 3. But what was going on what was the decision making there? It's clearly an audible, but was it just Giza pulling out no, trust me, guys, I've got this, and you guys going with him, or?
Yeah, obviously he's the ranked demon. He's played a lot of Reyna in his day, and he said he's confident on Reyna.
True.
We said, okay, we know you're confident Reyna. Let's put him on it. And maybe he didn't do too well that map, but then we're like, screw it. We're still confident in you. You go with map 3, and then he showed us why he's the Reyna 1 trick and ranked.
Yeah, it's
fair enough.
Yeah, it worked out incredibly at the end there too. And you know what? It was a very hard for our series, right? I just want you to kind of reflect on your Cloric as you look at Maryville as a whole, going out from challengers to now into collegiate, right? Just talk to me a bit about the squad and what you find you guys have to prove for yourselves.
I think we have a lot to prove, especially coming to challengers in our first split. We made playoffs instantly, didn't go to relegation, and we got top 6. We tied with the Winthrop at the end when we were there, and they obviously went to Ascension. So our goal this year is to go Ascension and follow in their footsteps.
All right, love that. I mean, that's what's up, man. Anything else you want to just throw out there to Cloric, to people watching, people, fans, shorties out here wanting your number, bro? What's up?
Nah, shout out my girlfriend for watching, my family for watching. And then in my pre-match interview, I said Giza's gonna take over, and he did just that. So shout out to him.
Yeah, shout out Giza. I mean, yeah, that was incredible. And appreciate you being here, man. Thank you so much, bro. That's been us for now. Shout out Paul for doing his absolute damnedest. We'll throw it over the desk to break down the series and a lot more. Appreciate y'all. Catch you soon.
Well, that was one hell of a series, boys. It's Patrick Smoke Chambers joined by Simo and Not Really Evan. Maryville, your NACE grand champions, and very much earned.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, it kind of continues the trend from CVAL in earlier this year, and they're continuing to bulldoze. You heard it from Cloric himself. They want to keep bulldozing with Ascension moving on next season. So I think for Maryville, this is just kind of another check mark, another W in the pocket.
Yeah, it was a dominating win for Maryville, and I didn't think it was going to happen. I mean, after that first map on Haven, it looked like it was going to be a very Winthrop-dominated series, but Maryville, they were playing the long game. They were playing to get to map 3, and even though that Winthrop has been so dominant on Corrode defense, it didn't matter. Like, once that train left the station, there was no stopping it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't even really know where to start here. I mean, we could talk about the head-to-head matchup that we called out, and it ended up really coming into fruition. We could talk about Cloric being absolutely insane on map 2. I mean, I think we could break down map 1 a little bit first, though. Again, Haven, 13-8. Winthrop looking so damn good. You would have thought the thing would have ended in 2, knowing that we were going to their map pick next, but both teams, they really did do their homework on each other.
Yeah, I think for Maryville, one of the kind of concerns that even the commentary team pointed out was the fact that Maryville were so favored on the A side, whether it was attack or defense. And in the first half, playing so A-sided on defense really kind of bit them because they were focusing so many resources towards the side that Winthrop didn't really feel like they cared about dealing with. I mean, we had a 8-6 first half, and obviously some things worked, some things didn't, but then Winthrop ran away with things on the attack, and Maryville were just really not able to kind of keep things alive on Haven.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's go ahead and take a quick look at the bracket to see how everything, the full storyline, matched up. As you can see, congratulations to Maryville for being your NACE champions, and they had to go through a crazy run to get there.
It was a crazy run to get there, but definitely well earned. You know, to get to where they ended up in the finals, it's a very solid teams you have to run through. That's Stony Brook, that's Cumberland. You know, you do get the FF in the round 2 of the NACE finals, but it doesn't matter. Maryville just cruising through the bracket. And then you look on the other side, Winthrop. It's sort of a similar story, you know, being the 1 seed, getting that bye into the second round, you know, dispatching Akron, getting through St. Clair after what looked like that might be an interesting series as well. This definitely was the finals that we were all expecting, and I don't think, you know, we were expecting a very solid final series, and I don't think the series disappointed anyway.
Man, I mean, again, after we saw the first map, we were sitting here, we were like, man, we might be getting the league a little early right now. Winthrop, they might have this. No, Maryville, they really did hit the craziest, most plot armor team meeting of all time, and we're like, guys, it's not happening, not like this.
Yeah.
Cloric literally willed them to that map too.
Yeah, that's also when Giza was slowly starting to come online, but Cloric on the A site on Sunset, he never let Winthrop in. Like, they were knocking.
That flick on elbow?
This, like, I really have no idea where that came from, especially because at the beginning of Sunset, it was like a 7-1 start for Winthrop. Like, they had such a huge lead. Maybe that might have not been 7-1, but like, they had such a huge start. They were continuing their momentum from Haven, and something, maybe Cloric even said it best, they started to play like a team, and it really showed because they were frying after that.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to say it. It was a pretty slow start for Maryville on Haven, but even near the end of Haven, they were starting to find a way. You know, things were starting to click just a little bit. The comeback was starting to come on, you know, 8-4 at the half and ended up being 13-8. So you were able to find a little bit near the end of Haven. Obviously, that did transfer into Sunset, and on Corrode, like we said, it just kept going. And again, we were so confident that Winthrop was going to be able to pull it back. You know, it's like, oh, it's 7-5 at half on Corrode for Maryville. It's like, don't worry, guys. Winthrop is a lot better on defense on Corrode. Don't worry, they got this. And then
2 rounds.
2 rounds.
Two
That's,
rounds.
Like I said, that's it. Like, that's when, right, Giza just really turns it on near the end, and the rest of the team just followed suit. And, yeah, they proved why they deserved to be the champions.
Man. And then going to the third map as well, right? Corrode, just, we were talking about Giza getting online. I mean, he absolutely just made that lobby his. And, you know, Infiltrator hit some nasty shots. Same with Renz as well. And Moobs was really trying to will them to victory as well through that match. And we were honestly kind of sitting here, and you were mentioning how whenever Moobs is the second top frag, usually it is what gets done. But, man, Winthrop, they just couldn't hold on. Maryville, they got the job done.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And Giza, of course, like you mentioned, was absolutely a beast on Corrode. Infiltrator, we kind of mentioned him a little bit. He was a little hot and cold, to be quite honest, on Corrode. That's kind of one of the things that I noticed the most. We saw a little bit of a back and forth, especially the first half, where Winthrop slowly clawed their way back to a 7-5, like you mentioned. It was really only because Infiltrator started coming online and playing super aggressive on the attack side. And you saw in the second half that he was slowly starting to come to fruition. He was like that slide headshot on the defense on the second half of Corrode against Maryville was like beastly, right? Where he was sliding through, got a headshot onto Renz. But it wasn't enough. Like Chloric, Ange, and of course Giza just were online and there was nothing stopping them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what else is there to say? I mean, it was just all gas, no brakes for Maryville on that second half. And I mean, when you have guys like Giza that are able to ball out and you just have that confidence in your team to find the picks where you need to, that's all you really need to just will the team. And you talk about how Chloric, also being sort of that rock for the team to bring them back, to win those 2 maps in a row. Like I said, that's just a well-built team, strong mentality, a lot of grit being shown from Maryville to get the job done.
Talk about being the rock of the team, but what are you going to do when your credit hits rock bottom? Listen, guys. In Touch Credit Union, it can't boost your KD ratio, so maybe you will stay rock bottom for your team. But it can help you level up your financial game. Visit itcu.org to learn more. Federally insured by NCUA. And also special thanks to our partners at Raven GG. Raven is the official apparel partner of NACE and the premier platform for creating your dream custom gear. Whether you're outfitting a team or building a brand, Raven gives schools everything they need to look their best. Visit raven.gg for more info and to start creating today.
Listen, sometimes ad reads need a little bit of Migos ad lib, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, 100%.
Needs a little bit of sauce there. Just like Giza, he had the sauce, man.
He did.
He just had the sauce today.
Absolutely gross stuff. And, honestly, looking through the hill, the mountain, really more so, that Winthrop had to climb, they started kind of piecing it back just a little bit. But at the end of the day, Maryville, they just needed one thing to break. And when it's 12-9, Moobs dying first and mid was that break.
Oh, yeah, that was – we made a little side bet. And
yeah, what was that side bet?
No, I'm not going to talk about
what was that side bet?
Oh,
our director would have loved that side bet if it came through.
I mean, I remember. If we can –
No.
Well, you're the analyst. Break down the side bet. What was the side bet?
For the folks at home and for our director specifically,
little birdie told you.
A little birdie did tell me that if Winthrop came back to win on Corrode, that Mr. Simo here would cast every single League of Legends game next semester for St. Clair College. He was so happy to see Maryville win, but I will say, I did see a little bit of sweat once they won 2 in a row.
Bro, 2 in a row, I was like, oh,
it's a little
my
bit.
God.
He had to stand up a little bit, so I think he's definitely very happy that Maryville was able to come away with the win.
It was Moobs, man. When Moobs was out, he got a lot of great trade kills. There was even a pistol round where he got like a 3K on B side. Like we highlighted both Moobs and Giza, and I think it was warranted. Like they both performed incredibly well despite the loss here for Winthrop. Moobs, again, like I said, he's going to be second frag every single game, and he was for Winthrop. But Giza took him a little bit of time to get cooking, and Sunset near the end, we saw the Reina really pop off. Corrode was his map, period.
Absolutely. But you know what, guys? We have more games to break down. One more esports title, League of Legends, which will happen, and we will break that down after a short break.
said this if I hadn't, you wouldn't be someone nice.
One enemy remaining.
And all of the tables they keep turning, all the rope I held is burning, and I know I shouldn't have let go. And my hands are getting tired, but I started this fire. And my hands are getting tired, but I started this fire. Welcome back, 2,000 years, and we'll see the world bleed out our fears. Talk about how everything changed, how trees grew over the path.
One enemy remaining.
I'm tired now.
Last player standing.
Don't you know that my hands are getting tired, but I started this
Oh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our final game, our final esports title of the NACE Grand Finals, League of Legends. We got Winthrop, we got Grandview Vikings. I am Patrick Smoke Chambers, joined by Simo and Not Really Evan. Guys, the whole weekend, it's boiled down to this last esport. Who do we got? Let's talk about it. Let's break it down.
You make it sound like League is the best one. You like the way that you teed that up. You were like, "We've got the best for last."
I don't think, like, listen, I'll be so honest. After what we just saw from Valorant, League's got a lot of heavy lifting to do if they want to top
Fair
that
enough.
for now.
Fair enough.
He's right.
Fair enough.
right.
But this matchup is honestly a really important one for one of the teams that we have teed up, and that's obviously Grandview, because
Yes.
it's the first time for them to have a really strong roster to compete with the likes of Winthrop and, of course, who they beat on their way here, Maryville.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, and I think for Grandview, this is a chance to make a splash potentially, right? You don't have St. Clair in it. You don't have Maryville in the finals as well. So now this is your time to try and make some noise and try and stake your claim as, maybe one of the new top dogs in collegiate League of Legends, more so than you already have. But this is definitely a good chance to find that statement and signature win for your League of Legends program.
Yeah, I mean, they already have. Beating Maryville to get here is no small feat for any team, and I'm sure that you could see some of that reflect in the Division I League of Legends division, where Maryville just went on an absolute tear, and for Grandview to not only take a game, to take a series off of
Absolutely.
Maryville, it's a huge big deal. So, honestly, huge for Grandview.
Absolutely. It's always good for more of these schools to get exposure into the esports scene. And we have a bracket to pull up that showcases all of the journeys that we took to get here just one last time before these two squads do battle.
Yeah, look at the side of Grandview. We'll start with them. We talked about how they did have to fight Maryville in the semifinals, but in order to get there, you know, you go past GMU, you make it past round number 3 as well. That's a 3 versus a 6 seed against Converse. So that's another tough matchup there they had to find in the quarterfinals. But obviously, we talked about it, that first signature win against Maryville in the semis to get to where they are today. You know, you talk about finding a signature win. This definitely would add to that line. A nice little post note at the very end. And then on the side of Winthrop, I mean, not too many surprises coming in as the 1 seed, finding that bye into round 2 immediately, getting past UNT, then Bruton Parker in the quarterfinals to then besting St. Clair in the semis. And Sibo, you were actually on that cast, so why don't you talk about how Winthrop looked in the semis against St. Clair?
Well, it's a little bit different than how Winthrop looked against Bruton Parker, where for that match they had mobility in the AD carry spot, and starting from that semifinal match against St. Clair, that is when Tails stepped in, as he will be stepping in for this grand final match against Grandview. And although we saw St. Clair, especially in that second match, really try to exploit that, you know, air quotes, weaker bot lane with Tails coming in, he's not, like I will say, a weak player by any means, but being a coach for a very long time, your chops have to expire at some point, right? So for Winthrop to have Tails in the roster as the ADC, St. Clair really managed to expose that weakness in the bot lane, but that doesn't mean, obviously, they won that series. It was due to the top and mid, Denethor and Sword.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just speaking of the roster anyway, we might as well just break it down while we're already on this topic. So we got Denethor, Rapid, Sword, Tails, and only 35. These guys are what it has taken to get to the grand finals. And again, like we said earlier, Tails, the coach, subbing in for the bot lane. And we said a lot of the onus was going to be on mid and top lane extensions through the pre-show.
Well, this is still true. I mean, like you were saying, Denethor and Sword, these are the 2 core pillars, the 2 tenets of this Winthrop squad and why they're so good. Denethor especially so good at holding down that top lane, and if Winthrop wants success in this match, they're going to have to make sure that Denethor has that strong game, and that's going to take some great support from Rapid as well as your jungler. For Sword, he's got a really tough matchup against Grandview's mid player, which we'll break down in just a little bit, but that's really where you're going to want to see Winthrop focusing if they want to get the win.
In reviewing a lot of the games that Winthrop played across the NACE and Division 1 season, when you look at the successful games for Winthrop, you're looking at Denethor, but you're also looking at mobility, which leaves you to believe that Sword, maybe not the most standout, you know, top performer, but he's consistent. He's incredibly consistent. But now, essentially, with Tails coming in for this grand final, what you're asking for from Sword is a big step up. You're asking for some high-level behavior. You're asking for split pushes when we need it. You're asking for, like, clutch plays that, not saying Sword is not capable of, but he's just been more of a rock for the team to lean on and to let mobility and Denethor shine like the bright stars that they are. So this kind of rearrangement of the team synergy is a big question mark. Right? How are they going to perform? And for a team like Grandview, who has really leveled up their game, they've got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, absolutely. The big question is for Winthrop right now, right? We know that for St. Clair, they were able to handle them, right? Maryville, we know it didn't go so well back when they had the full roster. So we know that there is a breaking point, and we argued that with Grandview, they just beat Maryville. I guess the question is, are we going to see the same Winthrop that can be capable of challenging a team like Maryville? And then on the flip side, are we going to be able to see a Grandview that is confirming that this isn't just a heat check, that Maryville wasn't just a fluke? Are they consistent?
I don't know. I'm definitely buying into the Grandview propaganda at this point. I think you guys have I think you've definitely sold me on how the matchup favors them in this case. And yes, you know, Winthrop, you know, we know who they are. We expect them to be great and be dominant. But you said missing those pieces, you know, missing mobility, you know, having Tails having to sub in as well as the ADC, you know, definitely does weaken them a little bit. And with Grandview sort of going on this run, I think you said it, you know, going on this heat check, I think they're in a good position to maybe challenge Winthrop a little bit here and actually make it a very, very close match.
Yeah, and again, just for everyone at home, the roster being Ariana Castle, AO June, Nightstar, and Bounty to round out the support.
I mean, AO June is the guy that we got to be talking about here. He is the latest pickup here for Grandview this collegiate season, and playing for Purdue Northwest in the CLOL Championship for 2025. They got knocked out by Weber State in the lowest bracket like round 5 or 6. And they actually got knocked out by Winthrop the year prior to that in the lower bracket as well. So Grandview not really having the most, consistent, solid roster that they probably would have hoped. And now with AO June, this 19-year-old mid-superstar coming in is really going to give Sword a run for his money. Not to mention Nightstar in the bot lane, who's been on the team since, 2-3 years ago. He's been really allowed to have resources to succeed. Small little caveat there is that really, for Grandview, they like to play a lot of scaling ADCs, which might give Tails a little bit of breathing room to allow them to have some time to get their potential Varus or Ezreal online just before Nightstar hits his peak on Kai'Sa or Smolder.
And I think that's a really good point to bring up as well, because if you have these scaling ADCs, with Nightstar, the longer the game goes on, just the more dangerous it becomes for Winthrop. If you're having trouble in the mid lane, if AO June is being as dominant as we're expecting them to be, then maybe that does spell a little bit of trouble as you look towards the mid to late game of these matches that Winthrop has to do. So for Winthrop, there's a lot of pressure to make sure that you establish your dominance early, get that gold lead, get your CS lead early to make sure you can ride it out until the end.
And that falls on the heavy shoulders of Rapid. Good luck, Rapid.
Yeah, I was going to say, Rapid, he's got to be the one to get up and in Grandview's faces early and often, making sure that you're trying to stop AO June's dominance as much as possible, but also because of the fact that you don't want to give Grandview all that time when you have Nightstar on scaling ADCs.
Yeah. And I mean, Nightstar is great to discuss because you would think with AO June coming in, he's going to kind of steal the thunder, steal the show. But he's kind of going hand in hand with AO June, and even when AO June isn't performing kills-wise, he's assisting Nightstar. He's rotating with his team. He has a much higher kill participation across the semis and quarters than Sword does at 53% to 75% for AO June, who is absolutely participating to his maximum ability, not just fragging out in the mid lane and eating mid laners for lunch, breakfast, and dinner, but he's also helping out Nightstar be a superstar. And in some games, Nightstar takes and runs away with the game, and AO June is happy to sit back and be a supportive mid laner when he needs to be.
And the other big thing you want to keep an eye on too is that your ADC is only as good as your support player. So if you want to make sure that Nightstar has all the abilities and all the tools in their kit to ensure a solid game and make sure you reinforce that bot lane, Bounty is also going to have to make sure that they step up to make sure that you can support Nightstar in whatever, endeavors they might require. And then when you look on the side of Winthrop, if Tails is sort of that weaker ADC position, that does put pressure on Only 35 to make sure that you do support your ADC enough to make sure that you can potentially keep up with an ADC who's scaling later and later into the game.
Yeah, and we always talk about Tails as so far today being really the main one to watch, is maybe the first thing to buckle right now for Winthrop. But if I'm going to be honest, as a coach, still got to have very, very high game sense, still plays at a high level. I want to ask you guys, right? You know that you're coming into a game versus Grandview where you have somebody who likes playing on these scaling ADCs. You know about who they like to play, obviously. You've done your research. In the bot lane right now, if there's any way for Tails and Only 35 to get the better of Nightstar and Bounty, how are they going to do that?
That's a really tough question, and considering the fact that we're going to be playing a scaling ADC possibly, we're going to be playing it safe, we're going to have potential pressure from Castle. You've even seen Castle on the Ivern, which means he's playing a supportive role most of the time, helping out the rest of his team and not really looking for crazy plays like Wukong or Xin Zhao or something like that. Like, he's playing super supportive even as a jungler. So I think really the way that GVU structure their team is to really be as supportive as possible and give somebody like Nightstar as many of the resources as possible. Kind of like League of Legends 5 years ago, where we would just funnel everything into our ADCs, and you have a player like Uzi that comes out and just becomes a superstar because that was the meta at the time. But for Winthrop, based on what we saw, the one series against St. Clair, they're not really funneling their resources into Tails. They're saying, you're going to play Ezreal, and you're going to survive as best as you can. We're going to give you the best 80 carries to survive alone that we possibly can. Good luck, you're on your own. Because we even saw only 35 roaming top, leaving Tails alone to his own devices. So I think their message is clear from Winthrop. They're not sacrificing the lane, but they're giving him very few resources to work with.
And if that is the case, if they are, like you say, just sacrificing the lane without really saying it, like we said, that does put so much pressure on making sure you run the game through mid, through top. Denethor, Sword have to be your two anchors. And if you're Grandview, you have to expect that. And you have to, when you're talking about the draft and when you're planning on who you're picking, who you're banning, you have to make sure that you have that, in the back of your mind to make sure that whatever strategy you're picking, you have to make sure that whatever you're bringing, you have to make sure that you account for this extra juice that the top and mid lane are going to be bringing.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
And, we talk about draft and everything. Looking at the characters who are on display, people that, Grandview are going to be relying on to have, right? Like, if you are Winthrop, how do your bans go into effect if you have a mid laner like AO June who is on a roll this entire playoffs?
To be quite honest, AO June and Sword have a really similar pool, right? They like to play a lot of the meta control mages, and it's kind of stuck in that limbo spot that I'm not going to ban out my own mid laner. They both banned Talia. Talia is banned against both teams. They both like to pick Orianna. They both like to pick Azir. So I wouldn't really be focusing on the mid lane. There's been times where Ariana has been banned out in the top lane. There's been times where Denethor has been banned out in the top lane. We're looking at Sion, Camille, Yone for Ariana, and so on. So I think maybe if you're Winthrop, you're maybe thinking about pinching that ADC pool, focusing on the Kai'Sa, the Smolder, maybe even the Yunara to get some of these hyper late game carries out of commission, and then force Nightstar on something that is a little bit less than desirable, right? Something that is like a little bit more harder to deal with and work with. So we'll kind of see how the bans end up on the opposite side for Grandview. You probably want to try to make top lane as uncomfortable as possible and give Ariana a favorable matchup.
You just took the words right out of my mouth. I was thinking the same thing. It's like you can't, like, if your champion pool is basically the same for both mid laners, you can't focus on that. It's either one or the other. And I think in this case, if Denethor is going to be a problem, you might want to try and target ban for that. Or if you're on the side of Winthrop, think about your ban and how it might impact the ADCs in AO June to potentially throw them off their game, or Nightstar, I should say, not AO June. That's the mid laner. But definitely going to be some strategies and some pre-planning that's going to have to go into this ban strategy.
Well, I was going to say, Evan, I think me and you in specific have done enough yapping here. We have NACE Grand Finals. It's your final esport, League of Legends, Winthrop, Grandview. Take it away, Ravish, and also Simo.
Oh, no! No! Not like this. No! The most ravishing man. The most ravishing man. We have no microphone for Ravish. We are going to try to work things out as we are fixing those technical... Man, the Maryville Winthrop matchup just fried his motherboard, fried the auxiliary output on the microphone. You're back.
Hey, hi. I think I'm here now. Yo, dude, what's up? Hey, man.
What's
Happy
up?
to be here, guys. Thank you guys so much. This has been fun day so far. Like you're saying, every outlet of my audio mix is muted, which is awesome. But the point is that this is going to be an incredible day as we get into some of the League of Legends starts, right? We were talking about it. You don't get to stop yapping just yet, and neither do I. So from Winthrop, barely clutching it out in, Valorant, just couldn't get to the finish line, to here where we get to GVU at Winthrop in League of Legends. Let's get it, dude. Should be a fun day, man.
Yeah, it's an exciting day for Winthrop overall. We've got the Valorant Grand Finals, we have the League Grand Finals, and they're currently playing up against Northwood in CRL. So it would it's either a good or a bad day to be a Winthrop fan. We'll have to see at the end of the day, to be honest.
It's a big day for sure.
Yeah.
Like I say. So I'm excited about it nonetheless. I was gonna say, because this game, right, which I think I think you'll cover, right, is so historic. Just the fact that we're not seeing Maryville here in a
Yeah.
grand final is so crazy. Like they've been, I think, almost like 2 or 3 years in running. Could have seen another Maryville Winthrop run back, but unfortunately falling short to not be able to make it. Winthrop, climbing their way up. So this game, I think, should be competitive. Should be a lot of back and forth. I'm hoping for a lot of scrap that we just saw in Val.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for deep pocket pulls in the draft, which we'll get into in just a little bit.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And kind of looking back to that Maryville game, we didn't really cover it on the desk, but Nightstar had an outstanding performance on Kaisa and Smolder, really turning things around. And, we talked obviously a lot about AO June, and he had a great performance too. The second game where Maryville managed to bring the series back was due to a Zed jungle from Shimmer. So just coming out and frying out with something a little bit unpredictable. And maybe that's what Winthrop needs this time around to pull out something incredibly deep in that back pocket of theirs to show GVU, listen, you thought you knew us? Not this time.
And that's the thing, right? Especially when we're in the age of fearless, right? Truly anything and everything could happen. As we get into so many of the chances and picks that we have today. I know you're talking a bit about the Talia, the Kaisa, and so on, right? And a lot of the mage stuff too, as well too. Like I'm a top player. So look, I want to see some actual interesting things. I don't want to see just Psionic Cassante, bro. Give me your guts. Give me Orange again. Like or maybe York. I don't hate York. At least I understand what your game plan is gonna be.
It's gonna be banned. It's probably gonna be banned. It's been banned against Ariana before. Also, there's a Yone in the top lane that we see from time and time again from Ariana as well. So there's stuff in the back pocket, of course. Denethor, he's got the Gnar, he's got the Camille. So we've got some sauce on the table. It's possible that things could get a little bit messy in the top side.
Yeah, Denethor is. I mean, look, all these guys have been around just the tier 3 scene for years now, right? Right. What we're talking about, Awaju, Denethor, Nightstar, who's just been ridiculous, going all the way back into just the days of Upsurge and Cup. So they've ran these circuits. They've faced each other 1,000 times, but it is comforting. It's almost like see them again, being like, damn. This guy's still not graduated. That's crazy. That's good. I'm done.
Bro, how many degrees does he have at this point, bro? This guy's
That's
like
he's
a doctor now, man.
Bro, I know Awaju is 30, bro. That guy's.
It's like when they have like LATAM people come play baseball, like in like high school or something. Like, are you sure he's 15? Yeah, he's 15. It's like a 30-year-old guy playing baseball.
Yeah, dude, it's the Dodgers getting half the Japanese like Hokkaido team to come play with them, bro. Yeah. It's crazy, man. Yeah. But like you're saying, we'll go ahead and get into draft in just a minute or two, right? But for now, though, we can just go ahead and talk a bit about the series. You were, speculating how we eventually got here, though, because on the other end for GVU, like this is crazy. The fact that they're here is nuts. So first, shout out to them, though. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
it's so cool to see them here.
I was saying a little bit earlier on the desk, it's a little bit of a prelude to CLOL 2026, right? Like, we have GVU, to be quite honest, a little bit. I mean, actually, I would say perform as expected in the past 2-3 CLOL championships, and Winthrop and Maryville perform as expected. But now, like, we're seeing the biggest paper cut Maryville has ever received in League of Legends history, and it happened at the hand of GVU, which is just like scary, right? Like you would think maybe Winthrop would get that tick, or St. Clair or Northwood or something like that. It was GVU to get that Goliath achievement slain, you know what I mean? So it's a pretty big deal. That's why we keep talking about it.
Right. It is truly impressive, and like you're saying, it comes at the back of pocket picks, good macro, and as well being able to like just find good moments to ensure that Maryville can't actually snowball to, because Maryville as a team we've seen so often are someone that are great for coming up from behind and rapidly capitalizing on their leads, which is what GV was able to shut down quite extensively. So going into this game, I'm going to see a strong early game from GVU side, and but on the other for Winthrop, which I want to see the late game scale. I want to see you play your lane. I want to see lane swaps and ADCs get one kill and leave. Don't overextend. Let's do that. let's do the thing as we, we'll go get to hang out a little bit as we, wait to see what champions they want to pick here, Simo.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of make some speculations as well. We talked a little bit on the desk, like if I'm Winthrop, who am I pinching? If I'm GVU, who I'm pinching? And I think kind of some of the theories behind the fact that mobility is not in play here makes a big change in the pick and ban pool, because if I'm mobility, I'm definitely picking an early game ADC, and I'm just absolutely frying that lane up against a scaling ADC 10 days of the week, right? But this time, because it's Tails, like, I'm picking Ezreal. I'm playing safe. Maybe I'm picking MF so I can just sit in the back and drop that ult and just fry the front line to infinity and beyond, right? And so I think Winthrop have to kind of they adjusted quite well against St. Clair in the semifinal match and having Tails in the mix. But again, it requires somebody like Sword in the mid lane to really step up. And you kind of highlighted something super important. Winthrop love to play, or not love to play from a deficit position, but when they do, they really force their opponents to make decisions like, I'm going to split the map and you have to pick. And I don't see that from a lot of collegiate teams. That's just great macro.
Exactly that, right? And I think it'll come down to a couple of things that once you look at the game, right, what they do end up positioning, right? The biggest takeaway is going to be the matchup knowledge that they managed to have on the other opponents. So whether or not they force early lane swaps, and we've seen that GVU is more than not to do that, right? But on the other end, though, what I want to see is what kind of priorities they put around a couple different things, right? Whether they're, whether they run straight to drag as soon as they get actual bot prio, or on the other end is if we see the be a bit more scrappy, pick some early game junglers to actually try to snowball, which I mean, we've seen a lot in terms of actual collegiate in general, right? We've seen Elise picks ups previously. Xin Shao has been a common pickup as well too, and which I imagine we will definitely see in today's drafts, right? Just a fighting, just someone who can scrap, pick out individuals, and ensure that that you're playing in generally advantageous positions when he gets down to the 4v4s and 5v5s. But like you're saying, it's speculation, it's time, and it's opportunities that we can give ourselves until we get into the draft, which I believe is about to start in just a minute. Let's go. Yeah.
Maybe no draft.
Never mind, I guess.
It seems like we're still trying to figure things out on our end. Maybe teams trying to get into draft, figure things out on there. And I think we're going to throw things to a quick little break. When we come back, we'll have that draft ready and get game number 1 of Winthrop versus GVU underway.
I'll say Maryville because they're like the strongest team in collegiate.
Definitely Maryville, I would say.
Definitely Maryville.
I think it will be Winthrop for a while unless something changes.
Probably Maryville.
For us this season, it's definitely been ourselves. We've been dropping maps a little bit as of late, but when Winthrop comes to town, we know we're going to be full focus because that rivalry is big and we really want to beat them.
Probably St. Clair.
I'd say Winthrop.
It's historically been Maryville. I like to listen to music. Usually I have some sort of small snack like a protein bar. I just drink lots of water.
I just hop in the range and kind of just warm up.
I just try to make sure not to get too many carbs, too much sugar, things like this that'll affect me in game.
Usually I eat something like 1 or 2 hours before. In grand finals, I'm looking to clean to 0. I would be really sad if we lost to Winthrop. I think we're a much better team, and yeah.
For the grand finals, I'm really looking forward to playing Maryville and playing Screwface and MCE.
Competing against Winthrop because it's been a while since we've competed against them and having fun.
Looking forward to winning. We have our ADC as our coach, so I want to win for him too. I just want both of us to try our best and let's have some fun.
Be ready for a quick series, 1.5 hours, and we're done. Bye, Winthrop. See you next season.
Moobs, you're going down. I love you.
Good luck, have fun. No hard feelings. Everyone's going to try their best and see who's the best player.
The message I have is good luck.
It's such a shame you won't get your fill. Many little pictures on the wall. It's such a shame you don't see it all. I got my pretty little knife ready for your life. It's such a
Hey, how you doing? Welcome on back. Appreciate your patience. Thank you for being here. I'm Ravish. That's email. As we can get into our draft in just a minute or so between the grand finals for NACE between GVU and Winthrop University. Yeah, let's get it, man.
Yeah, it's finally. This is what we've been waiting for. You know how things can be. Draft right around the corner. Did want to make a quick note. Got a little bit of information that I'm happy to share from one of our league players here at St. Clair. Gave me a little nugget of wisdom. Is that, you know, we say that this is a bot lane focused matchup as well, right? We're focusing on Tails coming in, Nightstar. Both supports, despite at Worlds, Nico being a really popular pick, neither picking up the Nico or really, not maybe comfortable with playing it, but not going to probably pick it in this matchup. So kind of a big deal, especially when we're talking about how the bot lane should kind of unfold and what we're looking for out of Nightstar and Tails. Not having that as a strong support pick or not having that in the arsenal of tools to use could cost one of the teams potentially this series, possibly.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it definitely does depend, right? I believe we are on the newest patch here as well, too, right? Although Zaheen is still will be disabled, as he should be, which I don't know if you played that guy yet. Bro, that guy is nuts, man. He's genuinely not a fair champion. He is Aatrox if he were skinnier and had way more moves. Just so good. But we can talk a bit about that a bit later. But like you're saying, yeah, the support picks can definitely make or break how this game does end up going, right? And I know you were speaking a bit about like potential mid lane matchups, right? What we can end up seeing, right? And I know two champs you highlighted before were the Talia and the Azir, right, as well too, which like I think are quite interesting, is depending on if they do manage to end up like get into the draft and what the bands that are going. I know some of the big higher priority mid laners that we've seen a lot in general has been the Aurora, right? That's been one, right? And people have been picking up Orianna pretty consistently too, just in general for like good, just good stable control.
Yeah.
But I'll even think as to what else could become potential options as we see more out of these teams.
Sword likes to play a lot of Rise. I don't know if that's in the back pocket for AO June. The Rise pick allows Winthrop to make a lot of decisions, a lot of global decisions, a lot of split push, a lot of split decisions. And maybe those are the types of champions that are needed, right? TP obviously helps out, but maybe we see a Twisted Fate probably not. But we need.
Galio.
Yeah, that's right. Galio, that's right as well. Yeah, if we need a little bit of global presence, maybe these are the kind of tools that Winthrop is going to lean on. Yeah, sure. Shen. Oh my God.
Shen mid.
If it's Shen mid, oh man, I don't even know what I'm gonna do. Like it's
10
just
subs, 10 gifted right now.
10 gifted. I'm gonna drop 10 gifted to Ravish on Twitch, and I'm gonna say Shen W as my gifted.
Let's go. Dude, let's get it. We finally have drafts, so you can stop seeing our stupid faces as we'll finally see what goes on. We'll load up into game here. Aurora, right away, taking off the bat. We were talking a bit about, potential strong picks in the mid lane too, and on the other end, I would expect to see a couple of junglers also taking off the table, take away some options. There's a Wukong as
Pretty
well
standard.
too, so already cutting down what they can do. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff. The Wukong is pretty much hated by every collegiate team. When it comes into the jungle, it is scary, and you don't really want it in the hands of the opposing team that is looking to play through their jungle a little bit better. We see the Nocturne. Winthrop love to pop that up, but they're the ones that are actually going to be taking it away.
Exactly. Now that's interesting. And we were talking a bit about like early game jungler options here to see, and so already we've seen the targeting taking away the potentials of Winthrop being able to have a consistent early control, and the Orianna as well too, right? So another option taken away from both Sword and Our June. They want to just completely remove any sort of just control mages and ones that you can find good in the 5v5s we've seen happen so commonly. I would also expect things like the Kiana as well be taken away from Sword, right? We were talking about his pocket picks, and so the Assassins I imagine will definitely be a favorite of his as the Pantheon also gets taken away.
Yeah, it's a lot of, honestly, you called out the Kiana. That's going to be coming out here as well.
Hey.
A lot of really like cross-pick bans. The Orianna for GV, the Nocturne for Winthrop, both champions that they are going to be wanting to play in. The Talia left open, gets first picked. Oh my God, Sword is getting something that he wants to play, and so does AO June.
And you were talking about this all throughout the Destiny to the end, right? You were talking about how much he loves it, how he's taking over games with it too, as we meander around the Winter Rift. Dude, it's I haven't played the Winter Rift yet. It's so cute, and everything about this Rift is so sick. I love every second of it. But that's a side point. Point is that we'll have rematched by the Toronto on the other end and the Azir as well. Okay, picks coming to light. The Desk did its homework. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, this is another thing that AO June is super comfortable on. He takes games just right away from people's hands. He took it away from Converse in the quarterfinal on the Azir in Game 2, and now he's looking to do that once again against Winthrop in the grand final. Sivir being hovered here, and if we're going to be honest with ourselves, that's just Tails, stay alive, buddy. Stay alive in that bot lane, man. We're going to give you something comfortable. Hopefully that'll be enough.
Yeah, this should definitely be a top side focus game if we're looking at Winthrop for sure. And then Sivir is going to farm up and hopefully allow the rest of the team to make their way, especially with that Ambessa picked up, right? And that was a Trundle to match him on the other end. Likely a flex pick for jungle, and that does sort of confirm it. As you see Renekton there to match the Ambessa. Aggression on aggression. Renekton naturally has a much better early game in this matchup, but Ambessa so good at isolating targets in fights and being able to snowball their game. And Winthrop likely want to do exactly that. So I would expect to see a lot of topside focus from the jungler of Winthrop.
Wait a second, the Gnar, despite the fact that that Ambessa can't be flex jungle, could it? Could it be mid?
Potentially could. Ambessa did get a decent amount of buffs, right? To come in most recently in the patch where her actual damage to monsters were increased quite a decent bit. So we could be seeing a potential wait out, a potential R5 pick for top lane here too. Depends, yeah.
It's just a little scary, you know what I mean? Like that flexibility in Ambessa, because you know Denethor is going to be picking that up, but to still pinch the top lane for GVU, I wonder if we could have focused our attention elsewhere. We'll see what that last ban ends up being. Karma, possibly the support for only 35. Again, looking for kind of like something that probably pairs well with the Sivir. The Kindred instead being hovered, about to be locked in. That's the jungle taken away.
Yeah, so that's another option finally. Again, like we're talking about another jungler bans. I imagine this final one is probably a support ban that we were looking at just to cut down the pool so even more for both these ends. especially none of them have really locked in their supports on either side. And with two potential flexes here too on both ends, is there's a Khan also picked up, so perhaps Desire Khan actually on either side. For Winthrop though, I would expect them to try to prioritize probably to lock in the support picks here, right? As so many options were dwindled down. And as that's a Corki?
It's still
That's
open.
crazy.
It's huge. It's highly prioritized by a lot of teams. If you look at some of the quarterfinal, semifinal matchups, the picks and bans, you'll see Corki banned all the time. So the fact that Nightstar gonna have something that he can fry on is gonna be huge for him.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting with the Sivir on the other end. I was thinking maybe Kai'Sa, maybe Caitlyn would have came out, but you know, Corki to match him, I don't mind this at all. And there's the Alistar. So keeping the Sivir safe and set up even more so individual pickoffs and great team fighting support as well. So now for only 35, let's see now. I wonder that they still have to potentially flex in their top or their jungle. And
Wow.
that is a Jax. Okay, so it probably is the best at top, yeah.
They could still flex that top jungle if they want. And the reason
You're
for
right.
this is
You're right.
because Ariana plays both of those champions and plays it well. So this is going to be interesting to see what Ariana decides to want, like what you want to lock in. Is it going to be the Renekton or is it going to be the Trundle top? And it looks like it's going to be the Renekton top. Kind of makes a little bit more sense than the Renekton jungle, to be honest, but crazier things have happened.
Yeah, and yeah, it did end up being the Jax jungle, you know, Mbessa top lane. And oh, wait, never mind. Wait, you were right. Yeah, it is Jax top and Mbessa jungle. Right, so the buffs in the Mbessa jungle naturally hitting them hard. But on the other end, that Poppy counter pick is so crucial. It counters essentially Denethor, Rapid, and the Alistar are only 35. So as Poppy is alive, so much of the draft is null and void.
Yeah, let's actually take a moment to talk about who kind of won in this draft. And I think both teams won, which is an unfortunate thing as a caster to say, because I'm supposed to say somebody got the better end of the stick, maybe in some respect. Like for Valorant, the map pick and ban, you guys were like, hey, Winthrop kind of got what they wanted. But for this particular pick and ban, you know, everything that we're seeing from GVU side is everything that they've already played. They love to prioritize Trundle. They're one of the few collegiate teams to do so. Azir is something that AO June is comfortable with. Corki is a huge pick. Poppy is constantly paired up in the bot lane for Bounty. Everything that GVU could have wanted. And then in the top side, we flexed Mbessa. We called their bluff. Well, actually, the bluff was called by GVU. Smart on them to ban the Gnar to keep that not open. But the Jax gets through the Mbessa not first time jungle, but not something we see super commonly. And now if we think about Fearless, Mbessa is no longer a top lane pick. This could be a huge way to pinch the pool against Ariana.
Exactly that, right? And we still have like the big like top lane like picks as well. That with the Cassante, the Scion, right? That we've seen so common, like the Mundo. We've seen all throughout just the past year. I've been great as we do have a game ready and set up for us to get into our BO3 Grand Finals here for NACE between GVU and Winthrop. Let's see what goes on, what shenanigans we get into. I'm excited.
Yeah, early looks. We see a little bit of pressure from Winthrop. Kind of poking around, looking around. Trying to see
nothing crazy.
If they can spot out AO June early in the mid lane.
Pretty solid starts, right, from their end. I mean, like 5-point spread. Nothing crazy from either side, but one thing I might be looking out for to see as to where the junglers start seems to be, you know, right along the top, like opposite ends it was starting up on. So, and it makes sense, right? Especially with the Renekton in the top lane, you're expecting them to get complete push, especially with Jax not being able to do a lot. So, I'm expecting a lot of attention being paid as we look to get into game. So, nothing, nothing crazy.
Listen,
but let's watch junglers for now.
You're a top laner, right? You admitted it on broadcast. We have recollection.
It's crazy.
we have the receipts. Why don't you talk to me a
Yeah.
little bit about the Jax Renekton matchup in the top lane?
I'd love to. This goes like a lot of Jax matchups goes, where Jax is going to need to probably get level 3 to get trades back for Renekton naturally, right? With the fear being built up, once he has to, he can trade so effectively to go attract and push Conk, right? He can also easily out-trade the Jax as soon as E is down because E is such a long cooldown at level 1. I believe it's around 22 seconds. So Jax is actually kind of left helpless to pick up some farm up until he gets jungler support or Orianna exhausts all his cooldowns right away, which is exactly what he did. You don't want to say that.
Wow, he got the grasp stack. That's crazy.
Yeah. That's code.
One thing that is a little bit surprising. Oh, that's surprising. A quick pulverized
That
headbutt
was under
combo.
tower. Wait, observers, go back to that. Observers, please.
They're low. They're low, please.
No. Oh man. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I guess he managed to just barely walk out of there, but like that flash, like headbutt, was so clean as well. And Carl and only 35 has managed to push him back into the tower because tower was not procced. He just somehow lived, but that could have been an easy first blood.
Yeah, that was scary. And they're trying to, you can see, turn up the heat in that bot lane. Top lane, a little bit of damage. Ariana a little bit low. And no Renekton ability to heal up. Having to recall, probably TP back to lane. And as to be honest, I'm kind of expecting Denethor to have a great performance. I definitely thought Ariana would give him the run for the money. But Denethor's an incredible top lane. Has been the rock that Winthrop have needed through many, many different years of seeing them play in Collegiate League. And we're seeing this masterclass from this top laner.
Yeah, he's doing and playing this matchup phenomenal, right? Where what he's doing so nicely as well too is actually denying Orianna early farm, so he can't stack up all this fury. But we can talk about that later.
There's no CC that they can follow up off. Poppy can't really tackle to the wall, and they were hoping that that Trundle pillar would have connected with some sort of Poppy combo. But unfortunately, Trundle not really the greatest ganker in the game.
I mean, you're hoping to get to slow it as well too and get the follow up from your support, right? But especially with, you know, like junglers that with your jungler being Trundle and your support being Poppy, you need to rely on positioning a lot to secure these kills. And you know, Sivert and Alistar are quite tanky, so it's kind of hard to lock them down.
Yeah. Tails though, keeping up in CS, he might lose this wave that's coming up, but that's not going to put him too far behind. And all the pressure that they're putting with Trundle, which, speaking of which, by the way, we thought would be Rapid, is actually Wilson coming in. He played a little bit earlier in the Division 1 League in kind of the earlier weeks in September. And he's still been a part of the roster. He played last year as well. And to see him back, maybe they needed to call in the big guns for a grand final like this.
I mean, I don't mind this at all. It's but for now though, we can look back on as to what the state of the map ends up being, because we're seeing like top lane manage the push, right? We were talking a bit about how junglers started our opposite ends, respecting the Abessa to show early, but going for second full clear here, so has not necessarily even gone out any of the map. But
oh, huge! He's low. One more hit, first blood. Going over to Night Star, and that's the start you want to see for Grandview.
Night Star, let's go. Big first start. We were talking about the Corki early on too. We're saying how it was because they just picked and banned, and you know, we saw the aggression already, right? Coming out from Tails at only 35. As you take a look at this replay, kind of baiting them in as he were backing out of vision, and yeah, finding the immediate push in the Poppy. All that damage, can't do anything to help him. So really well played from their side.
That's that CB LOL support aggression coming out of Bounty, showing us what he's made of. But top lane, Dominus popped, and Ariana just trying to chase the flash forward. But here comes Wilson. Here's here to party, supported by only 35. Ariana, that is going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, he's dead.
Quick kill, an answer back for Winthrop.
Yeah, this is a good start as well too. We were talking about as to when we're gonna see Ariana, and Bessa actually pop into the game, but say that Tails.
Good flash. Good flash, still alive.
Taken away. Yeah, but unfortunately now then, especially in effectively immobilizing Tails and all this options that we can get done. Naturally, the bot lane priority means that early drag goes over to the side of GVU. So this was what we were expecting, right? Early game aggression, great first start, some bot lane focus. already in the favor.
Yeah, and you can even see kind of how we highlighted on the desk, Winthrop, I don't want to say sacrificing the ball lane, but you could see the lane swap is now starting to come into play. Denethor making his way to that bot side. He's going to take a little bit of a beating. He's kind of got enough to survive the Doran Shield and the Sheen. It feels like it's enough for him to take this 1v2 as we see Tails head to that top side. And Ariana's going to be pretty happy about this, and Denethor maybe not so much.
Yeah, this is not like ideal, right? As you're saying, because, you know, especially they don't notice that with Tails and only 35 falling behind, a lane swap is necessary. You cannot have your Quirky being able to stack up and early get ahead. So, you know, a great matchup for Denethor, for what you take away from him, but he's able to just survive in this lane. Only 35, though, takes a decent chunk, but they'll be able to walk out of this.
Yeah. Well, they're about to get a turret almost. They're going to push Jax away. They're just beating down this turret. And I think you even highlighted that they kind of refuse to lane swap. And we can kind of see that here as Bounty actually going in for first, seconds, and thirds onto Denethor. Ariana has decided, I want a little bit of payback for earlier. There's going to be the ultimate pop by Denethor. Now they're going to start the engagement. A couple more pokes. Counter-Strike going to deflect some of that Night Star potential as Wilson gets himself a couple of grubs.
Yeah, Wilson's been really good about actually trying to find neutrals or things across the other end of the map. And, you know, with Ariana already being bot lane, means that they can try to crack open first tower here, but TP's coming in.
They even have support from Castle. He's over here, TP back towards that top side to stop that turret. Seems like it's a race for first turret. The bot lane turret for Winthrop is actually just one more hit, and you can see how much they fought for it. They brought so many resources down just to get here. Now the recall's coming in. Denethor just trying to force the issue. AO June off to the side, but he's just trying to provide a little bit of presence to say, hey, don't you dare step any further.
Yeah, losing bot lane turret at around what was going to be about 8 minutes would have been not great for Winthrop, especially with how much we were talking about Nightstar being able to scale and take over the game. But nonetheless, for now though, they finds a semblance, but he'll go right back to it, and he's gonna need a support at least there. But with the Poppy roaming, we should be able to see some more focus being paid for his mage in the mid lane as he roams around with his jungler.
Yeah, still really want to get that bot lane turret. We see actually a little bit of an engagement. No, Nightstar in trouble. There's going to be the barrier now. Poppy comes in, and Alistar is able to disrupt that. And still, Trundle trying to provide some firepower. The fire rocket off to the side. Jax is still alive. Support picking up the kill. Now it's just a slugfest between Poppy and Jax off to the side. Meanwhile, AO June is fighting Sword over the wall. Finally, there will be an execution onto Denethor. A 1-for-1 trade in the bot lane.
The fact that Nightstar lived so long is so illegal. He maintained his control, and that's only because it's against an Alistar, right? He's trying to auto, he's trying to do something, but he also doesn't want to take the kill. And the rest of the team is kind of lagging behind. I look at the replay here, because look, they catch them early and push them all in the corner. But the Nightstar pops the barrier and flashes over. But with the stun, he wants to give the kill over, but no one else is here to take it. So he's like actually forced. So that way the Jax doesn't die, and the fight kind of plays out with, you know, Trundle managing to hedge their bets, flash in to take out, you know, to go ahead and take out Jax, right, and also get the tower here as well to finally crack open the game.
Kind of respect Castle there for not doubling down onto the Alistar and just kind of doubling back over as we see a little bit of engagement towards mid. Once again, Nightstar biting off a little bit too much. Getting poked out by Sword. Almost getting engaged on from only 35, but he'll make it out alive.
Yeah, it's and again, they're not gonna try to replay this bot lane matchup again between Tails and only 35 and Nightstar and Bouncy, because they realize that they're gonna just get their stuff pushed in. So instead, they're choosing to push resources where they can, especially with Sword, and you know, this is the year, right? Which we haven't gotten to talk about this matchup a bit yet. We've seen, you know, Sword has been taking this decently handily, has a bit of a farm lead, and both of them are just getting their first and second items so far, with damage not being done a lot to either of these turrets. So they've both been pretty decently even as we continue this game, but that should be about to change as second dragon comes out.
Yeah, mostly it's been both the jungle and support on both sides, kind of roaming the map, trying to seek out opportunities. This is a huge opportunity right now. Engaged onto Bounty, looking for a re-engagement. I think I heard a flash. That's Nightstar exhausted off to the side. Now a huge shuffle onto the back line. That's one for free. Wilson's down. Only 35 next to be executed by A.O. June. And they're looking for the dragon.
That was crucial from A.O. June. The flash in, that shuffle was disgusting. How he pushed off all three, and all of them landing right in the loving arms of soldiers. So really nice team fight from GVU from what was almost an early catch up. A lot of sums blown, but they get Dragon, they get two, and they get even more momentum on the map.
Yeah, gotta feel pretty good for GVU. Game plan is kind of going according to plan. Top lane has gone relatively even. Of course, Jax can win the 1v1 at any moment's notice, but Ariana is playing that quite safe. Mid lane, now we're starting to see A.O. June on the map, and really for Sword, he's got to be kind of, I want to say as impactful, but he's got to be a little bit more present to be able to kind of match up some of the shuffles that A.O. June's got in store. Bounty, you bit off a little bit too much, buddy.
Yeah, he's dead. Bye. Unless? No.
But a kill for Denethor.
Yeah, he finally gets on the board, which is nice for Denethor as we take a look back at this team fight, right? But you saw early on, right? It was only 5 people actually caught out, and they used Exhaust so early on Nightstar, where the rest of the team not coming in, Tails actually gets flipped away by the Poppy, so the agency's not even a factor at the end of this, at the end of the whole team fight, which is huge for Bounty.
This is massive. Even the TP coming up towards that top lane. A.O. June just trying to stay alive. So far, they have not seeked him out. He does not have that ultimate available. Psych, yes, he does. A little bit of a misread from my part, but still just trying to get the return kill onto Sword. It gets him down to half HP, but it's not enough. 4v1, he's out.
Yeah, I thought he would have actually used the Empress Divide the other way, but you know, he's just surviving. Okay,
TP from Ariana. They actually want to try to fight this. Trundle falling dangerously low, puts down at least a pillar to slow them down. Ariana zipping in and zipping out, but Winthrop, they answer back with a punch of their own.
Yeah, they get two down there so quickly, especially considering how Arjun was dead, right? And Trundle tried to come up and get something done. The Ariana TP, I imagine, is just so that he doesn't get dove. On the other end, though, Nightstar, you know, should be able to get this tower here and get out pretty easily, while the rest of the team has to collect what they can. So, if anything, it's a consolation prize for the end of the fight. But if anything, if you look at the gold as of right now, it is extremely even between the two of them.
Yeah. I will say that I think Grandview has done a great job kind of keeping waves at bay. They've done kind of better wave management across the board. You can see now bot lane finally pushing in. Someone's going to have to answer that from Grandview, or Denethor is going to get a free turret. But I think what Grandview is cooking up is possibly this top turret, using the Rift Herald to secure it. You can see ping starting going out. They're happy to make that trade.
And finally, you know, Grandview was able to, find a neutral objective, as I was told.
Tails, barrier. He's actually still alive. Rift Herald being popped, TP coming in. Here's only 35 off to the side. Knocks up two, pops over. Nightstar, alley-oop. But unfortunately, the seismic toss is not going to connect, and Nightstar lives. Now, Rift Herald popping over onto the turret itself, getting it down to half, and still GVU left wondering where it all went wrong.
Yeah, unlucky going from there on their end, and
whoa! The shuffle, the public execution off to the side. He's still alive, but he's stunned, and Jax, aka Denethor, on a killing spree, a 1-2 punch. They stop the top lane push, and they get bot tier 2.
Dude, I thought he would just gone on the tower and just, been able to survive and get the minions. The fact that he's fighting was sick out of him, but close calls, but nonetheless, does end up falling by the end of it. That was crazy.
That was an insane, and like, we're watching two Titans just go blow for blow, punch for punch, and just when you think Grandview has an edge, it's Winthrop that sneaks it back. Now a 2.8k gold lead, as they've slowly started to tilt the favors into their own scales.
It's nice out of them, right? We were just talking about how the goal was so dead even between these two teams, but now finally Winthrop have taken a small lead in their favor. So 3k gold on their side. And if we look at the map status right now, we've seen that once again, they're looking to set up against Dragon once more at about 40 seconds. Try to catch off one. 35 should be able to walk out of this pretty easily. But no early vision would mean that Winthrop will have to fight in the dark for the Dragon fight.
Yeah. I'm seeing AO June do a lot of split right now, keeping those waves in check, but trying to maybe get that second, third item to really keep the team at bay. Here comes the TP from AO June. He's going to go right smack dab into the middle of things. Poppy knocks away 2. That's massive. Only 35 still alive somehow. And a quick 1-2 punches trade for both teams. The 1-for-1. Ariana off to the side. Denethor looking for a little more, but they will have to slowly concede the space. Dragon spawning, and they're a little bit split. They don't really have the potential to re-engage here, and you could see Winthrop. They're hungry.
Yeah, and Sword also committed ultimate there too, but they're going.
Oh my god, I feel the same way, Raj. Don't worry. A quick execution as there is Wilson trying to get in there, but he gets absolutely stomped. The double kill going over to Castle as Winthrop left running with their tail between their legs. GVU reclaim control.
Ibessa came in out of nowhere for the top row to be able to find that pick, and I was thinking, okay, probably give this up. Sword already used ultimate as well too. A lot of resources expended to get only 35, but GVU still by the end they find their mark, and I would have thought that would have been an immediate execution to come out. But Winthrop, but unfortunately, none of them catch them. And so, if we take a look back at this replay, right, this was a long fight. From the beginning, a lot of that was invested to only 35, but Ariana being stunned up means that he was an immediate target, has to flash. But the fact that Bessa got popped so quickly means that the entire backline is superseded, and trying to get a double kill isn't the best. But nonetheless, GVU have made the difference with the gold they were lacking previously.
Yeah, now they're at Soul Point as well. I think the public execution onto Ariana, especially with the Dominus popped, and you think of Renekton as someone to be a little bit of a bruiser, not super easy to kill, definitely not always the tankiest member on the team, but Black Cleaver is going to give him a little bit of both, a little bit of punch, a little bit of health. And the fact that Dominus was popped and the flashback over, like you highlighted, maybe not the right person to focus their attention on. If I'm Winthrop, I really want to try to get AO June or Nightstar, which is who I think they were trying to go for, pick them out, and that's going to open up the fight for Winthrop. But so far, 7-7, almost a dead even game between these two amazing teams.
And it's hard because for Denethor, right, he's had Ariana's number like every single second they played this game. So he's actually rendering him null and void, even right from the laning phase too. And as of right now, you're 0-1 getting into about 25 minutes. Like as a Renekton, if you are not ahead, you are essentially being rendered useless and becoming a stun machine, which Ariana definitely doesn't want, especially as he get encountered quite easily. But when you take a look back at that though, as we see that without a con and now up towards the bot side, they want to fight again.
Oh, a great catch out onto Tails, but he's had the most pixel perfect flashes this entire game. So he stays alive. And now Denethor actually poking off to the side. I think Winthrop feel like they don't really need their ADC to be aggressive and to be threatening. And you can see that with Denethor. Now he's actually the focus of the attention as he's just trying to escape. Ariana off to the side. There's going to be the counter stun as they're looking for Sword, but he's just kiting back. Jax now in so much trouble. No counter strike. He flashes right into the wall, and it's Nightstar that scoops him up for free.
That is unlucky from Jax. He just couldn't do it. The wall, though.
That's huge, as now we're looking for the re-engage from only 35. Alley-oop scooped up, but now public execution. He gets knocked all the way back to Timbuktu, and now they continue the fight. AO June, he finds the support, but look, Wilson is so healthy, finds Nightstar, the flash back over the wall, and GVU, they've got to run.
They had to get out of there, right? It was such a great start, but they didn't match give over any picks at all, too. And nothing substantial means that they're going to end up getting resources. They're all so low. And out of con.
Oh, no!
With a target for the two of them. What is he doing, brother? What? Why?
And now Otacon. They might be able to get this. But look, Nightstar off to the side.
Big try to fight this, but it's gonna be tough here, Simo. I don't know.
Denethor, he's pushing in forward. It's going to be taken by Wilson. Now looking off to the side. It's Denethor. He's trying to 1v1 the Trundle, the pillar, to stop things from pushing any further. As now we're going to look towards that bot side. AO June gets caught out. It's huge. Only 35, unfortunately, scoops up that kill. And now Winthrop, they want a little bit more. Denethor's off to the side. The flash is forward. They're looking for Nightstar. He's going to rocket barrage back over to safety. And now Bounty kind of waiting in the wings. Things will cool down, but Winthrop, they get the W.
Winthrop somehow by the skin of their teeth after a fight in Otacon. It seems like they don't end it just yet here. Nightstar was looking to chase them down so they couldn't completely push in the lane. But that whole fight though was just so messy. On 3 different fronts, you already knocked away one. Bounty tried to do what he could to isolate them, but as of right now for GVU, they're just not putting damage to the right amount of players to be able to actually pop them. They just don't have that burst potential, or Nightstar is being isolated so that way he can't do enough. He's a closer ADC, so he's got to try something. But as of right now for GVU, it's tough. They either can't pick off the right people at the right time due to their lack of CC, whereas most of it's coming in from a Trundle slow and Poppy knocking to the wall, or you have to wait to see if Arjun can just run in and get a beautiful shuffle, which it's happened once. Let's see if it can happen here again.
This is a huge fight. This is for Dragon Soul, and that's why Winthrop are here to the punch, and they're trying to stop GVU from getting comfortable. Denethor off to the left side. He's just trying to look for a way in. Only 35. Watch out. He's over a ward. Are they going to be able to catch him? He jumps back over the juke. Wilson gets knocked up, and only 35 gets denied. The Talia wall splits the team in half. Still, the Dragon needs to be taken, and Winthrop steal it away. Winthrop are crushing through the front line. That's a double kill for Wilson. And still, AO June just trying to escape. Winthrop, they get away with murder, and now they're looking down mid lane.
That wall was massive to cut off the Trundle. The rest of the team wasn't even there. Arjun couldn't do anything. And the fact that he was locked in with the Mbessa meant his certain death. GVU has to watch the jungler, the rest of the team die. And this game is slipping away from them so quickly.
This is super scary stuff. This is possibly not what we expected, but why don't you break this down? Let's see where it all went wrong.
Okay. Now, if you look at Sword early on, right, you can notice him kind of poking towards the back of the site, and only 35 minutes to get in. He gets stopped because of the wall, but the biggest thing is Ariana and Trundle cut off completely, and Ariana is actually just rendered useless. Pretty much pops the Dominus just to gain tank stats to survive, and as the fight unfolds, without your tanks able to protect your frontline, and Bessa with those twin Drake counts slices through all these really juicy targets. So GVU have got to find a way to ensure that Trundle doesn't get caught, and Ariana is more than a stun bot in some of these fights, because it's tough, because Redactin right now, playing from behind, you're gonna have a really bad day.
Yeah. Nightstar is gonna have to really carry this one, and Koroki's not really the biggest carry ADC, if you know what I mean. Like, I'm not imagining Corki acting like a Vayne, just popping that ult and just frying people with the silver bolt. It's like really a hyper carry. And so the position that Nightstar is in is gonna be a little bit of a type 1. The Baron has begun. They are leaving the pit. Public execution to the back line. AO June exhausted. They want him dead to rights. Now Sword in a little bit of a tough spot. Alley-ooped! Oh my goodness! Wilson absolutely annihilating AO June. And Winthrop pick up 2 in the Baron pit.
They just can't do anything, and Ariana should be dead here, and so is Nightstar.
What?
Hold on. Yeah. Oh my god, dude. The Q, the leap strike with the empowered auto attack explodes Nightstar as they get this Baron. Simo, that is ridiculous how that happened.
This is a crazy game. They were going tit for tat in the first 5 to 10 minutes. 26 minutes in, we're looking at stuff like this from Denethor. Winthrop are feeling hot.
And I see why. All right, well, this is just near the end of the fight where he managed to get one, but looking back at the whole Baron play, again, it was a very similar institution where Ambessa, managed to target one, and it's right on AO June, and especially with the assist that was given over for the bounty, you went towards AO June to be able to find him by the end of it. And with Azir doing the most damage, your Corki can't get into the fight. For GVU, this composition is like kind of rendered useless. You're so short range, and you can't do enough without your Azir that Winthrop tear you apart.
You're bringing up some very good points. And it really puts a lot of pressure on somebody like Nightstar and AO June to really provide the firepower when the front line is doing frontline things. And if they're not doing those things, then you have what happened 2 minutes ago with Denethor just being able to freely have his pick of the litter and send Nightstar right back to the fountain. That's probably not what GVU want to be dealing with, especially when they're so down and out now, down 5.5. Baron inhibitor turrets are now knocking on the door here by Winthrop. It's looking real scary for this game number 1.
It's tough, right? And this is going back to what we were saying previously in the game on the desk, and also while we were before we got the draft, which is that Winthrop are excellent at playing from behind. They've done this song and dance so constantly, where they just need a small single momentum, and suddenly things start to go in their favor. And we expected this to happen too. GVU, strong early game, great first picks, but because they couldn't necessarily push their leads here, the game is kind of falling out of their hands. And I think a lot of it does fall on their style of competition that they're currently facing. They can't necessarily make a lot of picks. They don't have a ton of CC. Their team fighting is okay. And they're getting just befuddled and removed from play, as the Dragon was one of their last instances of a lifeline, and even that's going to get taken away here.
Yeah, you can see that they're just forfeiting, clearing up waves. There's a little bit of a bounty on top tier turret for Grandview, and you can see that they're sending a lot of resources over that way, leaving AO June and Nightstar to clear up the waves mid and bot, but they don't even get that top tier turret. Sword's there to protect it, and that's all they wanted. They sent over 3 people over there, and they didn't even get it, but I understand why.
Yeah, it's unlucky, right? You want to allocate resources as much as you can to be able to either get a pick off or to kind of capitalize on the rubber band mechanics that League has presented to us. But from here, though, they're focusing all their attention towards the top side because they realize that that's where the biggest push is here too, right? And
3-man knock up! Only 35. Massive. There's the wall. It's going to be the public execution onto Trundle, stuck behind the wall. Great knockback from Bounty, and that keeps the play alive. Nobody's dead just yet.
That was a fantastic ultimate from Bounty, and exactly what you want to see as a Poppy support, right? Isolating the right targets or saving your team and getting forward that is huge.
Now we see a little bit of a song and dance. One last final outer tier turret, and you can see Grandview are holding on for dear life. We have to remember some ultimates were just expended. Alistar, Talia, and Mbessa ultless in this potential upcoming fight, and you can see Wilson, he's trying to get fancy. Now they're going to double up, stunned into infinity and beyond. Wilson is out, they'll get the turret, but now are they going to run or are they going to fight? GVU get one, but they lose the turret.
And that's on Wilson, right? Gets a bit overzealous, assuming he can just take away Bounty, but that is still a Poppy. Oh no.
That's close. No, a little bit too much. Bitten off. AO June and Co. looking for maybe a re-engage, but Division Ward spots Bounty lurking in the shadows. They'll call the play dead.
Yeah, exactly. And as Ariana as well too, right? But to go back to what we were saying before too, that was at least a nice pickup as well that they managed to get by the end of it. But if we're looking overall right now between these two teams, right, it's just a consolation prizes right now. It's a momentary relinquishing of the game from GVU to be able to breathe for a second, all right, to come back in, and now we're looking at two different things. Baron is up in about a minute, and another potential either Dragon Soul points or Soul given over to GVU. I would expect them to start setting up for it within the next little bit or so, but you can see Winthrop early to the take, setting a vision around Baron already, so they know that it's a big target. On GVU's side, giving up Baron once again could be catastrophic for this game state.
Yeah, a lot of respect given over from Grandview. They're just farming waves, and they're not really being, I don't want to say decisive. There's not really a lot of decisions, but they're not taking any risks, right? They're playing incredibly safe. They're playing inside their base, and that's a lose-lose. You know, you can only sit there for so long before your Nexus explodes, right? Like, you have to play the Piper eventually, right? And you can see they're kind of poking around, feeling like they're safe mid lane, but this is the first aggressive action we've seen them take to try to stick it back to Winthrop.
Yeah, this is something that they needed to do, but they're walking in blind.
No!
It was any vision at all. He's fine.
There's the engage. Now it's a little bit split, though. Only 35 is the first one off to the side. Gets knocked up. Off to the side. Ariana coming in from the back line. Stun onto Sword. Are they able to capitalize? No! It's execution onto Ariana. Now it's messy. Still, the carries, they haven't been touched! They haven't been touched, but the alley-oop onto Nightstar, it's all down to AO June. The world is against you, and you are as good as dead.
That was ridiculous. That was given over from them, right? And now for Winthrop, that was a massive fight, and that is the observer bug that we encounter a decent amount of times. Happens all the time. It's all good. But yeah, an incredible fight. And to break that down really quick too, right? You saw that they again were playing on two different fronts. Ariana was isolated on the other end, over by Wolves, gets taken away. And that was a massive knockback here too, with the Emperor's Divide and a choke. You would think that as a Zero would clean up, but just not enough damage there too between him and Nightstar. And Sword, beautiful to W, knocks them over, gifts them over to Winthrop. And that should have kind of spelled the end of the game here. But we can see as we get back in a bit.
Yeah, I mean, really, the tides of that fight, Grandview were in the driver's seat, but they were disjointed in their efforts. We saw Ariana jump to the back line and stun Sword. We had a moment, a glimpse of potential capitalization, but the carries themselves were so far away from the front lines, and then they had to use the Emperor's Divide so kind of reactively. Like, they had to be so afraid of what would happen next that by the time that Sword was back up and running and no longer stunned, he was able to just double down his efforts onto the back line, and AO June was the last one left, and it was just an amazing cleanup. I think it was just a disjointed fight from Grandview that possibly could have gone their way because they had Winthrop running away, and they were about to jump in.
Yeah, it's rough, right? Where you're fighting in a choke, so you want your reluctance to be able to right front and center, go ahead, pop with the dominance, getting big calls and stuns onto one, and allowing your Quirky alongside, your Azir to be able to free hits with the soldiers right in the center that they were in. But it's just, it's rough because they're getting picked off in isolated situations where they just really did not need to be in. Like, Ariana didn't need to be all the way on the bottom side. There's no point. And then, Flower Plant picked over. Bada bing, bada boom, bro. It's like, this just can't be happening this late in the game. It's, tragic.
Yeah, they need like a Toronto man's coach like you to just come in and give them a little bit of, hey, man, just get in there, eh?
Yo, my guy. Yo, just reach, bro. Like,
oh, that's what they need. Grandview, you were the university was built in the wrong city. That's all we gotta say. We gotta bring it to Toronto.
You might as well. You gotta teach Grandview Wagwan, bro. That's the tough part. But you gotta be able to show them after this as Winthrop cleans things up, man. Oh, it takes game one. Incredible stuff out of them. Just beautiful late game. Love to see it.
Yeah. This is, honestly, especially on the desk, is not something that we expected. And I wouldn't say it's like, Wilson coming instead of Rapid going to be the big difference maker. Like, Winthrop just played really well with what they got. They had like a 1990 CPU processor, and they were still running League at the highest settings. Like, they were still cooking. Like, I have to respect game where game is due.
Exactly that, right? And especially look at the Jacks as well too, who's able to get so far ahead because it's such a massive factor in fights. There's so many moments where we're looking at 3v5s and 4v5s, which Winthrop managed to accelerate, get ahead, and we'll see if they can continue to do that though. BO3 still in front of us. Winthrop taking game 1. We'll come back for game 2 in just a little bit.
If you wanna save me, if you wanna save me, if you wanna save me, yeah. If you wanna save me, yeah. If you wanna save me, I think I should better run. Because that's the end before it began. If you wanna save me, I should better. If you wanna save me, if you wanna save me, if you wanna save me, yeah. If you wanna save me, yeah. If you wanna save.
Incredible stuff as well as all I have to say about that game. A comeback, early dominance, and wacky fights and more. And so let's see what we have in store for game 2. I'm Rash, that's Simo. Let's get into it, man.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of these stats. And, things started off quite nice for Grandview in the early game, but Winthrop really ran away with things. And again, Denethor, where is this guy coming from? This guy is like the top lane of the century, I think, at this point. He has constantly overperformed in his role, and we saw that here today.
Yeah, it was incredible, like what we saw at Denethor previously, because I think you can gift a lot of it to the matchup he was given. We saw early dominance out of him. Oriana was shut down very quickly as a Recton if you're not a factor early, not a factor late either. And so getting consistent ease, Grandmasters might, and finding pickoffs to follow up on the rest of his team truly impressive though. But I think you can also gift that over a bit to the composition that he had, right? Where because he was so far ahead early, they could force as well the early lane swap to ensure that Silver didn't fall too far behind. But honestly, if you take a look back at some of the highlights, the Silver wasn't even the biggest factor in this game, right? It was the Mbessa and him, right? It was Wilson and Denethor who were making so many plays followed up by assists from Sword, which was beautiful to see. But this game kind of just got away from GPU.
Yeah, I think every single time GVU's tried to initiate a fight, they really tunneled super hard on one person. And in that first fight that you saw in the replay package, they didn't focus on the Mbessa like you highlighted, and that kind of cost them dearly. And now you can see maybe a little bit of respect focusing onto the Denethor, but some of the early highlights that you'll see is GVU having a hot start, right? Being able to find even this particular fight, I thought, wow, GVU's cooking up. They were able to keep AO June alive, get themselves a little bit of a two-piece, and feel pretty good about that. But again, like we talked about time and time again, Winthrop are never really out. They just want you to think that they are.
Yeah, because you saw Wilson was creating picks on the top side of the map, right? As to follow up after Denethor. He was getting early rifts. He didn't get first tower, but he was able to at least create something happen. And this play was where I was like, maybe they're kind of good. Maybe.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a reason why we see some of these collegiate teams in NACL and really making a run for kind of like this semi-pro status. And Winthrop are really no slouches in that respect, both playing in League of Legends and in Valorant, and showing that, hey, I'm a collegiate program, but I'm also able to showcase what I've got. And despite being, as the desk we said, slightly wounded without mobility, they're showing, hey, we are not a one-trick pony. We do not need one singular thing to make us good. We are good.
Exactly. And I think that'll continue being a factor as well. So I'm hoping going into game number 2, the biggest thing I want to see out of GVU is a cohesive draft. One that has reliable CC, one they can use to scale into the game, and one that I think allows Ariana to have a decent matchup, right? Because Denethor has proven to be a massive factor in this game that cannot be ignored. So you definitely want to make sure that you don't allow him to roam so freely as he did, and as did Wilson as well. But we can get into a bit more of that as we get towards the game number 2.
Yeah, well, kind of unfortunately, in the past 2 series for Ariana, against Maryville, playing Mbessa, Rumble, and Jax. Mbessa and Jax already taken off the board by really clever drafting from Winthrop, taking away Mbessa into the jungle, taking away a top lane from Ariana's pool. Not to say that Ariana can only play those characters, but against Converse, Ariana played Yone and Aurora. So maybe either picking the Aurora or Rumble and going for like a double AP setup could be the ticket for game number 2.
Yeah, and in the Aurora top, we've seen it be like a massive factor for a lot of these teams, right? And not even just Aurora top, if we're looking at much more AP options too, right? Most recently, Fizz top has popped up again, which has been
slow down.
Terrible for me.
Slow
bro,
down.
I wish I was like,
first you
Fizz
said
top is back.
You said Shen mid, now you're saying
Yeah.
Fizz top. What's next? Ivor and ADC?
Tank Fizz top.
No, we have to stop this right now. I know you're a man of culture, but sometimes too much culture is too much for, Shakespeare. He showed up and he was like, guys, this is what's up. And they're like, whoa, man, you got to slow down. This is too much for us. You're a visionary just like that. And I think you need to leave Fizz in your notebook.
Yo, I'm saying, bro, when Shakespeare said double, and then he said toil and trouble, I was like, wait, hold on a second. There's something here that we're missing.
You're making it sound like Shakespeare originated from Toronto, not England, okay? We need to slow down a little.
Like Shakespeare.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
This is perfect, man. But to go ahead and look back on the game, right? I definitely do want to see some more proposed options for the top sides to make sure that kind of just gets left by the end. I would think we want to go for much more tank safe options, right? We were talking about the Rumble and Scion options previously, right? As you mentioned, even like a Cho'Gath or an Ornn and Mundo, right, would be what I would expect to see. As like we don't want that to be necessarily a factor so on, as especially with there's so many different carry options that we've seen come out already from both ends, though. Which I believe GVU is on blue side for this one, so I do wonder if they end up drafting some of those options early. But we can talk a bit more about that as we get to draft.
Yeah, well, first pick from Maryville was the Talia. So prioritizing, for Maryville was the mid lane, getting something a little bit more comfortable for Sword. And I think it worked quite well. We really saw him kind of show up, not like Denethor super aggro level, but kind of like in his own lane. He stayed in his own lane and he did it well. So I wonder if they're going to try to prioritize Ao June on the blue side as well, or like you're slightly alluding to, prioritize something comfortable for Ariana so that Denethor matchup is not so miserable.
That's my assumption. I would hope that would be the case, right? As we've seen, like pretty like effective lanes on their end, but maybe they decide to pick up like early ADC as well too, right? As we see early ADC support, lots on bot lane. I remember Rakan was banned last time too, so maybe they go ahead and pick up Zyrakan for their end, right? Which we've seen pretty commonly. I've seen in collegiate, still a very solid bot lane, lots of good CC and escape options is a big one. And as an ADC, having a get out of jail free card can be truly the difference between life and death. As we saw last time where Nightstar, has a W, which saved him so often. As for Tails, one flash and you are right for the picking.
Well, I think, like you bring up some good points, but based on the success that Nightstar has had, it's been on ADCs that don't have a get out of jail free card, and I think that's what Winthrop is going for Tails, right? They went with the Sivir, the spell shield. Like this guy's just trying to survive. They're probably going to play Ezreal at some point for Tails just so that he can again survive. But the Kai'Sa, the Smolder, the Yunara, they're not escaping nowhere, right? Like they are grounded. They are Western standoff. They're staying put and they're laying all their guns on the floor, right?
You know what? That's a very, very good point. But Yunara can run fast. That's my only counterpoint to your argument. That's what I'll look at the draft here. Melt, take it away as a potential option, right? That's been both a mid and support flex we've seen quite commonly, more often than not on the mid plane. And I imagine we'll see a lot of the same, right? Previously we saw Wukong, we saw Kiana here too, Aurora. So expect to see more of that. The Rise that comes that you were talking about before here, Zima.
Yeah, well, the Mel is a huge comfort pick for Sword. That's something that I kind of expect him. He did use it against St. Clair, and he gave him a 1-2 punch with it, that's for sure. The Rise, again, something that kind of overlaps in the Venn diagram that is Ao June and Sword. So kind of expecting to see this mid lane battle. And maybe, like, as they pinch the pool, there might be not really much left, and we might first pick Ao June into something that he might be a little bit more comfortable with. So this could be kind of the game plan that they're going with, and they continue with that theme with Kiana.
Yeah, that's Kiana once again taken away, right? And already a large focus put out towards the mid lane champs. With Ao June and Sword weren't the biggest factors in the early game because we saw just how tumultuous bot lane was going in the top lane as well afterwards. But eventually, we saw how effective they became, especially Sword following up on kills and setting up for CC and Ao June with these huge ultimates from the Azir. As we'll continue on the trend, Oriana, I should say, also taken away. So we are limiting the mid lane pool quite heavily. Mages being taken away, and I do wonder what they do end up bringing out. That's like the biggest pick. That's the Galio too. Hey, all that gone.
Getting scary, guys. This is getting really frightening. What's next, Syndra? Like, we're just gonna take everything off the docket. Like, this is
mage.
Like, what's next?
It's time for Shen mid. Dude.
Oh no, leave that back in the diary, Ravish. We don't need that.
It's the Aurora though, right? So, and we were talking about the Aurora option, right, for a top lane pick for Ariana that we've seen them dominate on. But Xin Zhao, early on,
jungle.
I was saying previously how Xin Zhao, right, has been a dominant pick to come in. As I'm wrong, I'll shut up. I'm sorry.
Whoa! It's open.
That's crazy.
Massive pick, but this allows Winthrop to scoop up a nice little mid lane. We'll see if they take that bait. The Wukong's a huge pick here, though. Absolutely massive.
Okay. You were saying before, right, how it's been terrorizing so many collegiate games. It's essentially just pick and ban so often, but that's a Lilia to match them. Okay. This is cool. I'm genuinely a Lilia fan, but respecting the millions to also come out as so much of the pool has been limited. But that is a MF hover and a MF lock as well for Winthrop.
It's pretty safe. Lots of mobility. Can get back to lane really fast. Pretty much really good as a sideline ADC, and that's what you're looking for Tails, right? Rumble, like we kind of mentioned earlier, a comfort pick for Ariana. Going to be locking that in. And good to see a little bit of variety. So we are kind of trusting the Wukong to deal a lot of that AD damage that we are sacrificing in the top lane with Rumble.
Yeah, this is a blind pick Rumble, right? So you're just trusting in Ariana to be able to just dominate the lane and become much more a factor as the game goes on, and be able to match up against almost any sort of top lane that could come out against them. Within top lane pool, though, right? If we're looking at potential options, right, Window would definitely not be picked, right? So I think the only option, if they don't, this is a Bandit and they pick it early on, would be the Scion, in my opinion, for what could be a potential. But we'll wait to see what they end up prioritizing on the side of Winthrop, right? I would expect a support pick to also cut off that option, but no, they want the Scion.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. This is where things get scary. We can pinch the mid lane pool even further. They decided not to pick it. They picked the Ashe to not counter the MF, but to show tit for tat, ADC for ADC. And we pretty much have the most identical picks. Jungle, top ADC, jungle, top ADC for both sides. Now the mid lane could be pinched even further. Let's see if they bite. Support in mid lane, all that's left. Where do they go? Support.
Yeah, dude. Show me Ari. Take that away too. We're going to take away Milio, as well as the option. We're talking about the support picks to come in. Previously, they prioritized much more tank options. And for GVU as of right now, I would think that they still need a good front line, so that should come out of the support. Alistar to be taken away, so I'm thinking potentials being like something like a Braum. Maybe they could protect your Ashe, right? That also allows for a lot of good CC and Teamfight Ultimate too, with those two lines that we have out of Rumble, and also it goes with the Freljord theme as well too, which blue on blue wouldn't look too bad, but.
I get it. You're a Toronto man. You love a good theme. The black and red Raptors, bro. I get it. I'm right there.
Wait, hold on, bro. I'm not even black and red guy. Hey, bro. I was blue all day.
Okay. What? You're a Golden State? That's your team? That's what you got?
Actually, it was. I'm not gonna talk about this right now.
Fair enough. Supports being still picked away. Actually, I think the Milio ban is kind of a little bit sus, just because there's not really a lot of CC on the side of Winthrop that they're afraid of not going through. Maybe the sleep. They want to kind of avoid the Lilia sleep that could kind of bite them a little bit later. Taking away two AD mids, potential mids. I'm not seeing Scion go mid unless it's Ravish playing it. But Yona and Jay, Yona and Jay's taken away possibly from Sword. And the Rakan still waiting for the mid counter pick. This is crazy from Winthrop. This pick and ban is mind games all around.
This is interesting, right? Because we haven't seen the mid being like this pick this late in the game. The support being the Rakan, right, which was banned away previously in the second phase of drafting as well. So for the Rakan to be picked up so that means a lot of mobility options, and also again T5 prowess coming out with these 5-on-5s. We were talking about the Nico previously. That could be big. No, okay. We said they needed frontline, and that's frontline and CC.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have Rumble to do it. They don't have Wukong to do it. Somebody's got to do it, and it's going to be my man, Bounty.
That's okay. So this is interesting, right? Because now at least both these teams have safe options to engage, to get hard CC down. Ultimates are massive. No shot. No way, right?
No.
Yeah.
No. Yo!
That's locked in.
The Anivia! Oh my God. That's
awesome.
This is insane. Like, I haven't seen an Anivia probably since my boy Froggen way back in the day, bro. The Anivia
Give me
one
Veigar,
trick.
bro.
What? Give you Veigar?
Dude, Sword, give me Veigar. Give me Veigar right now. I want to see
Yo!
Veigar. That's a bait, right?
There's no shot.
Wait,
There's no shot. That's even
Wait,
crazier than the Anivia pick.
I'm gonna.
Whoa!
That's Morgana.
Oh my God! What is happening? Grand Finals of NACE. What the hell is happening?
That is so okay. That's sick. So okay, let's talk.
Yeah.
About this draft that we see. Okay, on one end, we have right for GVU, they've got great engage options, hard CC from Nightstar, Leona, and Wukong. Engage options as well too, right? Between Leona and Wukong as well. And also global pressure from the Ashe with the arrow. So a lot to be taken. So I'm expecting at least cleanse from MF just to make sure she survives this lane. On the other end, right, where with what we were looking at, we see Lilia, MF, Sion, Rakan. So fast in and outs, great engage potentials, and for Sion, he just has to be just a big meat stick to just like defend against the rest of the team. This Morgana is going to be the biggest question for me as to what they managed to lock down, because if Morgana and Lilia just the collapsing power from Winthrop is good, is sick. I'm excited to watch this game.
This is, I was kind of really questioning the Melio ban, but then I really realized how five-head Gigabrain and this Winthrop team actually is. They're trying to eliminate the fact for this Morgana to play comfortably, right? Remove the fact that CC can be completely wiped away, and now you've got Lilia, Morgana, and Rakan that can do whatever the hell they want. And just to be sure, they remove the Braum that can just face check almost everything for free, who is probably Morgana's worst nightmare. Braum face checks, the rest of the team can follow up easily. Now you have to be afraid of a binding in the night that is just going to appear when you're sleeping, and you're going to have a nightmare to be stunned for 10 years. This is like, okay, like I've never seen Morgana and Nivea mid probably my entire life. Like, this is the craziest grand final match we could possibly have.
I've seen Nivea pop up a couple of times, most recently during Worlds, right? Especially when a couple of the more traditional million options have been cut off these BO5s. Morgana mid, though, I find has actually come up in a decent bit. I'll see all the way back when you were seeing Morgana pop up as jungler too, right? When the clear was like 134, was the disgustingly fast, right? So this mid option is clearly, a deep pocket pit. I know for Winthrop, right? We were talking about them needing to reach all the way into the draft to see what they could get, and if this is it, hey, I'll take it. I'm down.
I feel like this is like the biggest game of chicken we've ever seen. They both banned mid laners away from each other, and they wanted to see, what else do you got in the tank, brother? I'm willing to go as far as you're willing to go. And this is where we end up. Anivia versus Morgana. Unbelievable stuff. As we head into game number 2, we have Grandview on the blue side and Winthrop on the red side.
Okay. Now, it's again the same 5-point start. And previously, the jungle charge didn't necessarily, come to fruition because of how, we saw GVU being pushed in the top lane. And again here, though, junglers this time starting on same sides. So hopefully, I imagine after the first clear, we'll probably some early action. Big thing is that we're seeing is that immobility that's currently present on the side of GVU, Nivea and Ashe, right? With Flash being down, all of them can be clear, easy targets for pickoffs, which is very easily set up by either Morgana or Rakan or even a Lilia here, right? So definitely something to watch out for. Summer spells are going to be big this game.
Yeah. Quick little side note, Bounty constantly receives a little bit of a target ban for Leona, so kind of a huge heads-up play that it's open. Honestly, a lot of picks surprisingly open. The Wukong and Leona for Bounty, a lot of really good places to be for GVU, but again, Winthrop also won a nice draft, a quick stun, punch for punch in the mid lane, and Sword, he's playing the pushing game, trying to get those minions. You can see he's not damaging, he's not worried about AO June, he's worried about trying to push the wave as fast as he can.
Yeah, and he can do that so easily with the Tormented Soil, right? That W can just so quickly, kind of run forward and push back whatever he wants to do until she gets to level 6. Until then, her clear and her farming is so slow. But you can wait until that does come out though for now. You know, just some small trades between both these teams. And the bot lane here, right? I'm waiting to see if Lilia does next make an appearance as level 3. As she is around, but I wish she gets spotted by the Leona. Yeah, there you go.
Wow, I just can't believe what I'm seeing right now. 20, 25.
It's great, isn't it?
Oh, the flash!
Oh.
But you can't gank Morgana. The spell shield to stay alive, and no flash burned. But that's Bounty burning his flash.
Really early roam from Bounty, right? We were talking about the effectiveness that he has as this champion, especially because he gets target bans from him specifically. So early move up, the shutdown sword, and for our June, he's gonna be happy about this as he's okay, cool. I get some time to farm. I'm not getting perma pushed in, and this is great.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage, but not really enough. There's a huge minion wave. They can't really follow up on that. Looking towards the top side, Ariana is having an amazing time this game, pushing Sion in. Really a tough matchup, considering Ariana has on the Rumble a lot of great melee tools to deal with the Sion, who really wants to go melee to be able to fight that. Tails actually roaming up towards mid. You see only 35. You wanted to recall. TP coming in. They want to look over towards AO June, a very immobile Anivia with low mana, but manage to escape as the TP for Sword comes mid, and they will walk away from that one scot-free.
Yeah, this is it's a bit tough because they just weren't there in time, right? So to be able to actually try to match them, get anything done. But for now, you know, bot lane push naturally maintains in Nightstar and Bounty's favor, as they've shown the prowess very much for themselves. They actually caught, I think, about 4 plates previously, just straight to them and all the experience with accelerate forward, and he's doing work.
Uh-oh. Well, when you're a little bit too confident in your lane, you got to be a little bit careful. Manages to avoid Lilia's seed, and that's going to be a gank still nullified by the flash. A little bit of re-engage towards the bot side. Re-engage back onto Nightstar. Falling a little bit low. Bounty just trying to play point on that offense. And the layup not going to quite work out for Winthrop.
And we haven't talked about just how excellent of a counter pick Leona is, you know, into this Rakan, right? Where your Q can actually just like render him useless because of the time it takes to pop a grand entrance. You can counter and stun him and pretty much take him out of the fight. So often just a point and click CC, you know, allowing you to counter against the playstyle that Winthrop has, especially in this BO3 finals. Like, you need this game. If you're GVU, you've made history happen by taking out Maryville. All you gotta do is just show up and deserve and show people why you made it here, why you deserve to be here, why this is your time to shine.
Time to shine indeed. Honestly, a little bit of a slower start. These first 5 minutes, a little bit spicy, of course, from Bounty. But we saw a little bit more action towards the early stages of the previous game. But I think it kind of like bodes well to just how the champions were selected. We're looking at way more mid-game champions. Ariana having a little bit of fun up top side. Level 6, so Equalizer available. Could turn things back onto Denethor, but I pop my ult, you pop yours, and Denethor will be out of there.
Yeah, this is really quite common, right? Especially when you're facing up as a Rumble as a Scion, right? You're going to get yourself pushed in. You are going to need to just survive as much as possible until you get any sort of MR and health on your end, right? But you're hoping to just stack up your W stacks and get as tanky as possible. Just Scion. There's a reason why Scion was just picked and banned all throughout Worlds in the past couple patches. Your effectiveness to maintain lane pressure, clear, and also be a frontline for your team alongside engaging is just trumps so much of a smaller bit of weaknesses. But here, though, you have to be a bit more careful.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of an interesting match to kind of see unfold. We're seeing top side Prio for Grandview and bot side Prio for Grandview. They are pushing in those lanes pretty consistently as we see Wilson trying to get a little bit of action towards the jungle. First blood going over to Castle. A quick turnaround as Castle falls dangerously low. But you get caught in the enemy jungle, you better be able to back it up.
And Castle just turbo farm off the smite, gets 6, and then also denies the farm away from Wilson too. Like, that's huge out of him. Like, realize he could fight against a very early Lily who has almost nothing to offer currently. But Sword did his best, just can't save it.
Great little opener here for Grandview, giving him a little bit of a lead, fighting for this Tribrush. Oh, Nightstar is able to just walk in blind. That's definitely an interesting choice, but of course AO June is just waiting in the wings. As now Wilson having to go back to the drawing board. Ward in the top side. Tribrush, he's going to be spotted out, and that's going to be huge. The engage, though, Equalizer kind of gets nobody, but goes on to Wilson, still able to turn things back around. Wilson puts one in his pocket.
That is huge as well. Because for Wilson, after being down so early on, getting the EXP, a bit of gold, manages to allow you to maintain your evenness up against Castle. And we saw how much of a factor Wilson was in the previous game as a Lilia. You don't have the same necessarily carry potential, but you know, you being a factor in this game with the CC and the damage that you allow can definitely be, you know, genuinely like mind game shifting and changing if he is able to find the right sort of engages. For now, though, will leave us to get some of the grubs and also start pushing these lanes.
So far, 1-for-1 as we're looking towards Castle. Now he catches himself in a little bit of a tough spot. Knock-up after knock-up, Sword picking up a kill. That's not really where you want that money to go for GVU.
That is also a blue buff gifted over. Some counter jungling action was tried and unfortunately taken away. And now Wilson can take away some of his jungler here too with Bounty, trying to protect it, but realizing that is not something he can do, especially with the Anivia not being there, right? So after his watch, your jungler be taken away as you are Wilson, and I like that we're getting a much scrappier fight between these two junglers, and GVU is realizing that Wilson just cannot be allowed to roam free.
That's scary. They get grubs. Now they're looking for Dragon. They really have control of the river, which is kind of interesting because they should be having bot side prio at least. But again, just timing, Castle getting picked off. Now he's like, hey, wait a minute, there's supposed to be a dragon. Uh-oh, Flamingo. He's in a little bit of trouble. Ash Arrow comes out, finds his way up to only 35. No! Still stolen away by Winthrop. Wilson's dangerously low. A quick 1-for-1. They turn onto Tails. He's blocked off by the Anivia wall. And GVU cleans up, and Winthrop gets away with Dragon.
The last second slate from Wilson is the only reason why two of them walked away. That could have been disaster and forward taken. GVU again showing why the early game plans are so effective and why they dominate as well too. Like previously in game number 1, and that was sick. To watch that back, right? The arrow goes in and it hits right away onto Rakan, but then the airborne alongside the ult from Wukong, right? Make sure that the rest team is also locked in. And Tails can't flash away. I think he tried to and got bounced back.
No, he's got flash up.
Come back this game.
He's got flash up.
Never mind. Yeah.
He just walked into a Nivea wall. He couldn't make it to the edge of the wall to flash over. That like little
sucks to suck.
Sucks to suck. Yeah. Just get good, Tails, huh? Why don't you just get good?
Unlucky out of it, yeah. But I mean, nonetheless, though, a great fight for GVU. Dragon's still taken. Denethor.
I think he can do this alone. Equalizer?
Oh, exactly.
No, not available. He's just letting him have the kill. Bounty tanking that up.
Yeah.
And that's revenge for game 1. Denethor, you're going to have to feel a little bit of pain someday as Ariana gets first kill on the top side.
That means the root not being caught on, so that could have been a potential kill as well onto June, but they both have been traded pretty evenly. We haven't necessarily touched a lot on the melee matchup. These were the two picks that we surprised by the most, right? But aside from some early roams from the support side, you know, both Sword and June has been kind of trading blows. They're already getting the first item here. And what I want to wait for is when the lane swaps do come in, is where they make their presence known, because they can genuinely change an entire gank or the flow of a fight because of all the tools that they offer.
I was kind of a little bit confused why Leona TP'd bot side, and then I realized Spellbook Leona is kind of wild. Just as only 35 getting caught out a little bit wild too, but he's slippery. The Rakan manages to get away, but they might be actually looking for a dive. The wave is coming up. AO June is cut off from the side. He's still kind of poking and prodding, making sure that they don't step any further. Stun doesn't connect. Man, he is so bold, just walking up like he owns the place. Like, is this Anivia or is this Scion? Like, who am I looking at right now?
Yeah, he dodged 2 of those roads here too, because the roots as well could have been potentially just death for Anivia. That's the 3rd Dark Binding he's dodged. Well, man, getting boots online is probably the biggest favor to himself that he could have done. Xiao Jun sidestepping like a madman. And now for Sword, he has to be careful and maintain kind of composure. He can't just be tossing these out whenever he wants to. He has to make sure that the time is right and the target is perfectly placed to the most effectiveness.
Oh
and
no!
There it is.
Oh, he's turning it
Beautiful.
back though. Oh, the egg. Here comes Castle off to the side. Are they gonna have enough damage? Yes, the flash forward knock up. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and of course now Castle returning back onto Wilson. Not gonna be enough. Back towards that bot side. Tails also gets executed. Now Castle asleep. They want to re-engage. They're diving the turret. Wow! Wilson executing the 2-for-1 special.
Only 35 came at the exact right time. Has to pop with the grand entrance just to ensure that he can actually get there and get the CC on him too. So they get the pick off and they get a couple of plays. Meanwhile, bot lane is being opened up again by Nightstar and Bouncy to the surprise of absolutely nobody. Their bot lane is going great.
Oh, double low. Ariana overheating, having to back away. Guess who's waiting in the wings? Only 35. This guy's everywhere on the map. All at once, all the time. Equalizer, stopping the wave. Wilson off to the side. This is Bad News Bears, the sequel for Ariana. Oh, almost turning it back onto Wilson. Castle actually waiting in the wings of Anivia, as slow as she is, making her way through the jungle. Not able to make it on time.
If anything, that Rumble also did make sure that they didn't match take tower at least, because there were 3 of them there, so slows down the damage that would be taken and some of the bit and a bit of the XP as plates have now fallen. So what I want to see next though is where does he move across the game? As you get into a replay. Oh, okay, this is middle lane play. Yeah, okay. So Lucy gets dodged though, but in the overcommitment to try to get them right, we saw Sword was just so low. And by the end of it, right, bada bing, bada boom, Castle, there's the ultimate, using the W to try to pop over, and only 35 makes it right on time.
Just so unfortunate having to fall there. And again, look, as we go back to live, Winthrop getting yet another objective. GVU in a little bit of a tough spot, kind of going blow for blow, 6-5 in kills. GVU actually having the gold advantage. That's probably just in the bot side difference alone. So I wouldn't even really call it that much of a lead, but all the objectives are going to Winthrop's favor. They're slowly stacking up dragons and grubs.
You know what? Let's test that theory. Observers, can we get gold up, please? I want to see if Steam was right. Can we press X?
Okay. Okay, maybe no. Maybe let's leave X for a little bit later.
No.
Hey, look at that. Hey, 1.2K. Let's go, baby.
All right. Okay, all right. You're right. Most of it is sent into the ball lane. Okay, thank you, observers.
That was scary, bro. I was about to pulled off the broadcast. Like
that was 10 seconds. What are you doing?
You almost cost me this job, brother. What are you doing?
My bad, OG. But we can look back at so at least you being right, and we're also being right about this game and the pace of it, right? Where we know GVU, this early game, this dominance is going to maintain and continue in their favor, but the fact that Winthrop are staying so even this also means that they've been able to center the goal in the right places. Wilson still a factor to the right, and Sword trying to match up to not be the hard carry he was previously, but at least to come back in this game. The big thing now is that Tails needs to be able to get some kills and get on the board to get at least an item and a half, so that it's time to roam free. Oh no!
Turning on to only 35, manages to slip over on the other side of the wall. One quick little route onto Leona, never gonna hurt nobody. Stunned up, Tails gonna eat that one for free. Ariana towards the bot side, pushing in bot side wave, trying to get maybe that second tier 2 or at least be a little bit of a nuisance as this fight mid is kind of going nowhere. Just kind of a quick little show of strength from both sides.
Yeah, small bit of skirmishes, right? And especially since we all have already lane swap previously, so the big thing now is that I just want to be able to try to central focus once again for Winthrop is to get Tails a bit more reprieve and go to the board. But for GVU, you need to keep up the pace. Nightstar has already added about an item and a half, and centering more gold into him will mean that in his team fights, he's going to be a menace. big thing though, I want him to try to push and bring up more picks, because his ultimate is on a pretty decently low cooldown. So I want to see Nightstar just toss out his arrows and just see if we can, you know, like find someone, especially with the power potential that GVU does have, and that can also make sure that they stay ahead of the game too.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're talking about a huge playmaker for Grandview, right? Like, I think you're making the right call that we should see a little bit more action out of our ADC. But I think now that we're heading towards that mid-game objectives and team fights, going to be hopefully a little bit more common for Grandview, because we haven't really seen them squad up just yet. Kind of playing those waves, playing the wave management. But I'd love to see a full front effort, because Winthrop have gone to these large monster objectives pretty much uncontested.
And in about a minute and a half or so, we'll have Ocean Soul up. Well, Ocean Jacob, I should say, because it is Ocean Soul according to this game. And Ocean Soul is so big for both of these sides, because just the resistances and the damage being put out on both ends. The ability to survive them. Oh, Denethor. Oh, no.
And the Rift Herald. Okay, things are a little bit scary, but the TP up from Sword, they really want to keep him alive. There's the Rift Herald's gonna maybe get the turret. Should be enough.
He is, yeah.
That's gonna open up top side. Then they could fast rotate to Dragon if they need to, which I can see they're starting to pull down. Actually catch Wilson out of commission. The Ash Arrow to follow up. That's what I'm talking about. Bullet time coming out, not gonna be enough to stop as we look towards the top side. Denethor just trying to get away with his life. Is he gonna burn to death? No, just barely survives, but the play continues as we look towards the entrance of the jungle. Castle going in deep, looking for the execution on the tails, not gonna be enough. Denethor off to the side, just staying alive. Now Anivia as well, trying to pinch in Sword and Tails. Where do you go? Where do you run? There's nowhere to hide. GVU clean up.
All right, bro. Wrap it up. Let's go game 3. Let's do it. Like, that was just so impressive. A fight on 3 sides of the map, right? And all of them go GVU's favor. They get pick after pick. They catch out Tails, who's rotating down. Sword presses up, but he dies. 135 falls. Naruto barely survives. Wilson also dies when he gets caught in the middle of jungle. Like, GVU ahead of the play, ahead of the game. And also, the arrow last second to make sure that Wilson died to it is what we wanted to see. The follow-up CCs and damage are so immense currently. It's excellent out of them.
Oh, that was a flash? My guy was in deep. Well, that's going to be a little bit unfortunate. Now the Dragon off and underway as Ocean is our focus here. Let's see if they've got the motion. There's going to be the engage. Only 35, caught, stunned up, just having to escape. He's going as far back as possible. Wilson getting absolutely annihilated. Oh my goodness, AO June untouched, unscathed, and providing damage. You can see Nightstar, he's frying. Double kill for the carries. And Denethor, hasta la vista. Winthrop have been aced.
Yeah, GVU just have too much, right? Castle coming in, there's a reason why Bounty gets Leo to take away from it. There's a reason why Wukong is so good. It's just excellent out of them, because they managed to completely remove every single factor in the game for Winthrop. And for Winthrop is right now, like, you're hoping that Tails would get the game. He didn't even use the bullet time the entire time. He didn't have a single angle where he wouldn't have just died. Because look, he's on the other side the entire time. And 35 tries to come up and help him, but look, Castle's on their back. They can't use any of the big team fighting like tools that they have, and by the end, and they try to do something, they're all dead because Nightstar's just so far ahead. Dude, this guy quietly continues to be the biggest menace and then one of the biggest factors that Grandview have.
Yeah, this is crazy. Nightstar really has shown up. He's had a variety of different rosters come through Grandview. He's seen lots of mid laners, lots of top laners. It's been a revolving door of players, as is, you know, time to time a lot of collegiate teams. But Castle and Nightstar, they have waited long enough for a team to bring them to such a victory. A first in Grandview history for NACE as they take away mid-tier 1. They're in the driver's seat right now, Ravishan. I think they feel pretty happy about how things are going this game. First game was definitely a little bit of a tough pill to swallow, having lost in such a fashion when Winthrop ran away with the game. And now they want to take us to game 3.
And I thought game 1 would have been theirs, right? It really should have been, but just unfortunately that they just didn't have like follow-up like this. A draft like this last game would have been great. CC would have been great, but that was not the tale that they wanted to tell. Nonetheless, for now though, I would love to see how they follow up past this, right?
Ariana.
For a reason, Ariana should be dead here.
Yeah, should be dead. Bounty's a little bit late to the play. Look, Wilson! Oh, woo! That was a little bit too close. Man, I'm really seeing the power of Rumble. He's like, all right, I'm dead anyways. This is Rocky 3 here. I'm gonna go all in. I got no other choice. But look, they actually still want a little bit more. The rest of the team has arrived to the party. I hope they brought baked goods. Bounty leading the charge with a couple of cupcakes, but they actually already start to begin their escape. Winthrop want no part. They have a DD and they're on their way home.
Eating a DD at a baking party is crazy.
Listen, bro, you can bring cupcakes to whatever party you want, bro. There's nothing wrong with cupcakes.
You got weird friends, Timo. All right, I never said that. We can look at. We can take a look at the rest of the map, though, right? Where we've seen that Grandview has finally been able to maintain the lead that they set out for themselves, and the big thing now is going to be early on objectives, right? Although naturally they managed to get the first tray, early Rift and early Barons are what's allowed Winthrop to get back in the game, and they did a good job setting up picks well too. But previously this time they're just so far behind, they don't have enough damage to be able to do much at all here, and it's with the back of Tails and Wilson of doing the Lord's work. Lots of Denethor being a much more factor, but here I think they need to make something happen, or else they're just bleeding dry until the end of the game.
Uh-oh. Oh, AO June is just so slippery, man. The way that this guy has moved on Anivia, now he's unfortunately no more fancy feet in his back pocket. But he's actually going to keep Scion away with the wall. Ash Arrow's keeping him alive. Oh my goodness, this is possible. The rest of the team is coming around the equalizer to push them back. He's still alive. Flash available. How is he alive? Denethor, you better eat your words. You're next on the chopping block. Executed by AO June. Turned back right onto Wilson. Where did that come from? Wilson able to escape, looking towards mid. It's Ariana keeping him back, and Wilson's dead. What a play from Grandview.
Denethor not playing Jackson and Besson. You're playing Scion and Lilia. You have small bursts, and it's a Scion. Right? There's just not enough right now. It's not even like he really has like any big damage you got him, so he's going full tank. So they just can't take out this very tanky Anivia in the meantime. And so after that pick, 2 dead, the jungler's gone. That's a free Baron.
It's crazy. Now the re-engage onto Sword. Yeah, Sword is as good as gone. Baron is the next focus for Grandview. They're going to get it pretty much for free. And Winthrop, wow, what a turn of events. Not enough for Winthrop to
I believe
continue.
That has to be a small pause to come back to us for a couple seconds. Hey, what's up? What's going on? How you doing? Yeah, I feel like both pauses have been after crucial points and fights in the game that have allowed us to look back on it. At this point, I'm looking at game 3, man. Straight up. Like I'm looking at draft game 3. I'm looking at potential options. I'm looking at, damage, or not Morgana, Denethor on an actual champ that he can like really carry on. But we can talk about that once that happens. But yeah, dog.
I have to make a point here about Denethor. I think usually the way that Winthrop play from behind is that they're able to force teams to make split decisions, right? They're able to split the map with somebody like Denethor, but when you're playing Scion, like, what are you going to do? Who are you going to threaten? You saw him trying to threaten AO June there, and his whole world turned upside down. He got sent to LA. Like, what is happening here with Denethor, especially on this pick? I'm not saying that it's a bad pick. I'm just saying that he doesn't have the autonomy to be the way the Denethor usually is. And that's a little bit problematic for how the win conditions kind of lay out. You talk a little bit about in one of the previous fights that Tails couldn't pop the bullet time off. Like, I'm not saying he's in on factor, but he's kind of really struggling in his role as MF. So you need somebody like Denethor and Sword to pick it up, but Denethor's on Scion. Like, he doesn't have the autonomy to go off, King.
Exactly. And previously, when Tails wasn't much of a factor, right? In the previous game, we seen just how good Nightstar and Bounty are as a bot lane. Right? There was at least the top side which could pop up and, as you mentioned, go off. But here, though, on these tag picks, like, it needs to be on them. It really does less rest on them being ahead and being the damage for most of the game, as Sword is dead once again, and now GVU can continue taking almost every single objective across the map until they can, just deny Winthrop all possible resources. Winthrop needs to make some big fight happen, and it needs to be on the back of Tails of getting a huge bullet time and the rest of them falling.
18-6, 10K gold lead, 10,000 gold. It is looking real scary. See Denethor trying to threaten towards that top side. They still have Baron, by the way, looking towards this fight in the bot lane. Arrow coming out. Shield's gonna block it. Do they have anything left in the tank? Nope. Now just focusing on using that Baron buff to get this turret. Using that canyon. Let's go, cannon. Oh, what an engage! That's going to be a huge knock up. Nightstar, the bullet time! It comes out! It shreds out one, but somehow stays alive. It was the clone. One turret, one double kill, one life for Nightstar. Triple for Grandview as they're knocking on Nexus's doors.
Yeah, this, again, they're just so far ahead for the beginning. And for Winthrop, right, they could not get much done, man. Nightstar, an incredible factor this entire game, and every single round he has just dominated with the rest of the squad. AO June gets to pop off, and Castle, incredible engages of Wukong, ensuring that Winthrop and everyone there can do nothing at every single turn. It's gone for now, but we gotta see who takes game 3.
What an amazing turnaround for Grandview, especially after that first game. You would think demoralized, down and out, feeling down bad, but they came back down good or up good, whatever you want to say, because they dominated in that second game. And, we talk a little bit about some of the picks, and I think you're right. I think both games down went to draft, right? The draft for Grandview was kind of less than desirable. They didn't really have Renekton, good follow-up off of Renekton and Trundle. And this game, they had an amazing draft to deal with some of the kind of, I guess I would say, less than desirable picks from Winthrop, who didn't really have the pop-off potential on a Morgana, on a Lilia, on a Sion. Your star players are left kind of with weird options to pop off.
It's rough goings for now, though, and who would have thought it? Draft is important. So why don't we take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the most important draft of the day for both these teams in game number 3. We'll see you back in a bit. two very different games, two vibes and two drafts. And here with two people with two different ethnicities and two parents, thank you for joining us today. I'm Ravish, and that's Sima. What's up, man? I can't hear you.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
I was just saying, how do you know I have two parents? Like, where did you get that information? What's your source? I need to.
Well, you
know.
were born, right? So, like, I assume.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You know, hey, listen, you got me there.
You exist today, but we can talk a bit about these two games that we have so far. And what a difference in this one, 24-7. We were at 10K goal lead on 25 minutes, right? Ridiculous stuff. And a complete change up from the previous game. But this time, right? Biggest factors being your junglers and Castle, constant engages, huge pickoffs, and then Nightstar, who was 7-0 and 12. Dude, this guy is a beast.
Yeah. I think we kind of realize here for Winthrop that if we want the keys to the castle, we're going to have to go through our knight in shining armor, and that is Denethor, right? Like, if I'm going to be trying, especially now that I'm going to have first pick as Winthrop, maybe not first pick that top lane, but don't put him on an Ornn or something like that. Like, you need to give him a little bit of space to play, because when he was playing on the Jax, Nightstar was afraid to walk up, was afraid to address Winthrop because the Jax was so scary and so threatening. I'm not afraid of a Scion, but I mean, there's kind of some other reasons I'm not afraid of Lilia or Morgana either. But, you know, Denethor also walked with swagger and confidence when he was playing on the Jax, right? He didn't really have that same swagger on the Scion.
No, and because he just couldn't become that much of a factor in the game, right? Your Scion is necessarily meant to be like your carry. He's not meant to be make the biggest difference. He's meant to just be a meat stick that you can use side lane and protect the rest of your team. And for Denethor, right, that's when you're hoping that your bot lane and your mid lane can be much more factors. And for Sword, he was counteracted and couldn't do much against his Nivea. And for Tails, again, they've just been kind of dominated this bot lane matchup 2 games in a row, no matter if they win or not. So I think it's tough, right? If you're Denethor, you have to prioritize yourself, and you have to see how you and Wilson can take over the game again, as that was a big factor, and as to why, you know, Winthrop were able to come back, setting up picks. And here, GVU, a strong early game and constant pressure ensured that they could never get back.
Yeah, I also want to mention that I don't think the Morgana was necessarily a bad pick by any means. I just don't think...
No, it was fine to pick.
It was fine to pick for sure. I just think that maybe it was focused more surrounding, like, as a counter pick to this Anivia. And I mean, to be honest, they actually really prepared for it. Like, they banned Milio, they banned Braum. Like, they were like, all right, you're going to play Morgana. Like, we're going to spend our bans on this to make sure that you have kind of the segue to play. But, again, like, there's just so many different elements in the draft that didn't work out when we actually got to the game, as we kind of saw in the game itself, that, you know, on paper, maybe that comp felt good to the Winthrop coaching staff. But in execution, Grandview really showed us, like, all right, you guys have some holes in the draft. You guys better come swing in game 3.
Yeah, it's hard, right? Especially when you saw there's so much focus from both sides on potential mid lane picks, right? So you're hoping that you can, like, find some sort of option for either one of these guys to be able to make it back in the game. But nonetheless, though, I mean, I wonder, right, as to what they changed here, and
this play
how
crazy.
Both sides get. Yeah, this was sick, right? There were just so many times like they just managed to catch them off guard. But I'm waiting to see as if they continue down the same kind of mid lane like ban route, or do they take care of themselves? Like, dude, like I want to see like, it's like give me just brawlers, give me Darius. I'm down. Let's do it.
Bro, first you said Shen, then you said Fizz, now you're saying Darius. That's like the most normal thing that you probably have said so far, unless you're alluding to the fact you want to say Darius jungle. Then I'm gonna have to stop you right there. I'm gonna.
They did buff his jungle like actual damage, so It's not bad.
They did
It's
that.
doable.
They did that for like the 500 bronze mains that are just running Darius jungle nonstop.
Hold on. I am plat. How dare you?
You play Darius jungle?
I'm above average.
You play Darius jungle?
Huh? Hell no.
Okay,
No,
well,
I'm
there you
not
go.
stupid. No, no, I play Mundo jungle.
Hey, listen, I respect that. +1. +1. What role do you think I
Hey,
play?
thanks, man.
I didn't tell you. What role do you think I play?
Well, I don't know. You seem annoying. You're probably ADC, bro.
You're close. You're so close. You think I'm annoying? That's crazy. Low key, that hurts my feelings. High key, though, you're not too far off. I play support. I don't play ADC. I'm in the same spot, though. You're close. You're close.
Look, because like you just seem like you've seen too much and you've never been happy playing League of Legends. That's most ADCs.
That's also support. You just described support. We've seen too much. We've seen our ADC walk up to go for that 9th minion and just get blasted level 2. Like, and we're just like, homie.
And they're like, yo, why new heal? Why new save me? Brother, you you died. You jumped off the bridge. I can't pull you back. Like,
yeah, close though. Nice try. Nice guess.
Yeah. Close. Thanks, man. That's and speaking of support, Steel Fan, those were also a huge start off as well. And the big reason why GVU, managed to also see in the game, right? That Leona was such an incredible factor for the team fighting to counter the con. But now both of them are currently off the board. So we can kind of speculate and assume at what they managed to pick up. Now, the big thing for my end is going to be like, I imagine we should see like pretty similar bands. Right? I'm thinking again with the Orianna, Kiana, Yone, right? And then like Aurora, which has been the most consistent factor in all 3 of the games so far. But for the rest, though, it really can't be a top stuff because banning 6 mid laners is kind of cringe. So I'm hoping they don't do that again.
Yeah, I think if I'm going to be honest, I don't think the mid lane is what I'm worried about. I think they could play whatever they want, and it'll just go relatively even. Like, it's not like it's Faker here. Like, we're not looking for solo kills. We're not looking for crazy advantages. Like, they just go even, and then they influence the map in their own way. So I think if I'm Grandview and I want to put this in the bag, I'm pinching that top lane pool, and I'm trying to get a comfortable pick. But the problem is that Winthrop have blue side, so they get first pick. So if I'm going to pinch the pool, I'm kind of showing a tell super early to say, I'm going to force you to try to play something weird for Denethor, and that might mean that he gets something super comfortable, and then Ariana has nothing left to kind of pick in that top lane matchup because we kind of showed our hand already for Grandview. Rumble's a fantastic pick and a comfort pick for that top side. And now it's gone, right? So what is kind of next? Ambessa's gone because we lost that in game 1 to jungle for Winthrop. Jax is gone, so it's like, it's looking a little rough for the pool. I'm hoping that Ariana has something a little bit more than a surprise Yone to put up in that top side.
Exactly. And Yone was, we did see in the second phase was banned last time here too. And I was waiting for the mid lane as well. One thing I want to think about too is like what Nightstar pulls out, right? We said them constantly throughout this entire 3-game series as how effective and essential Nightstar has been for the team of GVU. He's maintained and crushed balling every time. He's got like 4 early plates and all these team fights, especially last game too. He was incredible, melting everyone in front of him. So, I mean, considering we've seen a decent amount of AC kind of flow through. You were mentioning the potentials of like. I think like Caitlyn, Kaisa, right? So
Yunara.
As some ideas. You also Yunara, right? You also said Vayne for some reason, which is bad. But yeah, sure, man.
Yeah, I mean, I just meant that we haven't really seen a super hyper carry for
the Jinx is another option.
The Jinx, another option. Like Grandview played Smolder into Maryville. Smolder. They played Smolder and dominated 18 KDA, 42k damage on Smolder, top fragging in all capacities against Maryville.
This guy said top fragging.
They can pull out all the stops and whip out. Like I just think the pool here for ADC for Nightstar seems endless. Like we haven't even seen some of the really standout ADCs that normally we would see on Nightstar, and maybe this is the time that Kaisa comes out. That might actually be better for Tails because he's got like a buffer period. This Kai'Sa's not going to be pushing you and getting plates really that early on. At least I wouldn't think so.
I mean, you would think so, right? But then we've seen every single game that they just play this matchup so well that it doesn't really matter. They get themselves pushed in, but we can assume and hope for that things go on as there's all the games of Fearless Champions that have been taken away, right? The MF was one surprised us for sure, but it's a lot of power picks currently open on the board. Again, we were talking about this previously, right? We're thinking Aurora, Kiana, Oriana, right? And a couple of the mid lanes are ones that we expect to see gone right away. As and alongside, and Rise and Camille as well. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it's a Denethor super comfort pick. It's super powerful, super scary, and like I said, like if we want to secure this in the bag, we've got to pinch that top lane pool a little bit, especially since their first pick, they're gonna maybe want that top side, because middle, they've shown us that they can play anything in mid, and it's not really even gonna matter.
Right. Getting word that the Camille was indeed a bug. It is not a Camille ban, so I think we'll find out what that is later on. But nonetheless, though, right, there's the Aurora ban they were talking about, right? And I think we're going to be matched by under the mid lane on their end for the Oriana and the Kiana. Yeah, that's another one, right? Which we have not been able to see this entire game. How our June has taken over games previously with the assassin mid lane pick, and yeah, with that being taken away, again, the mid lane pool continues to dwindle.
Yeah, I think that is the Camille. I think the picking ban itself was just a bug, so they just refreshed it. I think that is a Camille because it makes sense. Denethor, Superstar, and Camille. J4 taken out. Yo, that's a little bit of variety. We got a little bit of mid lane, a little bit of mid top flex, and the jungle. Interesting ban.
Yeah, I mean, taking away Castle's power of managing to find pickoffs, right? We saw how effective he was in the Wukong. So J4 is exactly that. And again, it's big teamfight ultimates and the ability to isolate targets, which GVU has been so good about previously. Like Castle was playing out of his mind last time. And again, it's Oriana that we were expecting. So I am now going into questions as to what to prioritize and take, right? Because GVU are so good at pick compositions of isolating targets and maintaining and pushing their leads. But someone else that can do that and have semi-global pressure is a Pantheon, and Winthrop I think would love to have it, and there it is. All right.
Yeah, I think that's going jungle, but it could definitely flex for Denethor as kind of like a strong top lane to duel things out. So the fact that they kind of lock this in, it's also something that Castle, I believe, is super comfortable with. We're going to see the Zinzao kind of answer back in the jungle. Zinzao also super common, super popular. We'll kind of see whatever that second pick ends up being.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder because last time they usually locked in ADCs here afterwards too, and yeah, that's the Kaisa Hover. We were talking about the potential options to come out for Nightstar, right? And the carry potential still be in, and a carry it is. To Kaisa, so we'll see if your theory is correct or not as to if he can actually push in and maintain, get some plates early on here too.
No,
you were mentioning this Gnar here. It'd be an early blind Gnar here too for Denethor.
Wow, I mean it's a comfort pick. He's so good at it. Yeah. Camille, Gnar, like Gnar, he was even playing in the CLOL Championship in 2025.
Right
in the bracket against teams like UST and Old Miss and stuff like that, and like this is where I think he's going to have a lot of autonomy. Mel still open. So, like, they're going blind into a lot of different areas. Mid lane, top lane, jungle. We obviously know that that's going to be Wilson on the Pantheon. This is really bold from Winthrop, but they want what they want, and they get it.
Exactly, right? And Comfort was the name of the game last time for GV with all their picks, right? Between the Leona and the Wukong and such, and the Rumble. And here, Winthrop are getting exactly that. Just the comfort top lane, and also the Mel mid lane comfort for Sword too, who you see previously did excellently in previous games on that Mel. And Mel in general is a very strong champion as well here too, who can eviscerate certain targets. Get locked on this bot lane of the Kaisa Nautilus, classic bot lane here for not only GVU but also general in league. As we take with some more bans, Braum again too, more frontline options taken away from Winthrop. I'm also expecting the same because it's a pretty support bands on their end, right? But big thing though is I wonder if they'll take away some ADC options here too, or they continue to focus in on the engages that GVU could have. That's a Malphite ban. Oh, interesting.
That's kind of crazy. just trying to pinch that top side a little bit more. Maybe something that Ariana is comfortable with. And maybe, like, I mean, I'm not a top lane expert, but maybe like a Gnar counter or something like that. Something that kind of maybe, like, I'm not sure. I've got no clue. I'm just taking a stab
Yeah,
at it.
the biggest thing is that with our counter, like you want to match in range, but range with range, right? Like you don't want to see see like a as we see in the previous game a little bit. Yeah, you don't want to see like like a York or something like that, right? Most commonly we've seen GP playing it being Nara and not being too bad, and also like Garen as well. I've seen previously. Within meta, like you could see like a Jace, right? That would be the pick that I could see that could match his range, and also do well at fighting against him with the potential options that he has. But Jace has been pretty uncommon in overall draft pick as we end off with Emilio once again.
Yeah, they both kind of want different things. Mid and top for Grandview and ADC support for Winthrop. So I'm not really stealing anything away. Grandview can kind of show what they're going with, and they're going to pick the Galio mid. Could be top, could be flexed, but likely to go into the Mel. Could be a little bit of a rough lane to start, considering Mel has such good range with that Q.
Yeah, if you're Arjun, you are playing to survive. Like, you are like, all right, man, I'm just going to be pelted. I'm going to get I'm going to go tank probably, right? Because, Nautilus does also get eviscerated pretty easily. So you're putting a lot of your eggs in the basket of Nightstar, and rightfully so. Meanwhile, the other end, you have Tails with a Xayah. We were talking about this game 2 and game 1 for potential like get out of jail free cards. Although Rakan was taken last time, but we'll take Xayah over Nada. So pick potential, big team fighting ultimates too, and good consistent damage. This isn't bad. This is how Winthrop, round out their compositions and their draft. I don't mind this.
Yeah, gonna have to kind of pinch a little bit deep with Braum and Rel taken off the board. It's gonna be a little bit tough considering I think only 35 really is heavy on the roam. We kind of saw that in game 1 on the Alistar, and then game 2 on the Rakan, constantly applying pressure around the map. But Renata doesn't really have a lot of great engage tools, kind of really super utility focused. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see him have to play a little bit of a different play style, especially since the Nautilus is way better at engaging compared to Renata.
I'm actually the GOAT, bro. I called this Jace. That's crazy. Let's go. Shout out to me. I did not think he'd pick it. I did not think this would be what I'd be seeing in my top lane for Ariana. Like more of a comfort pick to come out. And look, there's a meme about the NA Jace picks and NA Jace players in general, right? Where they just don't have it. So I am curious to see how the matchup ends up going, because usually this is pretty solid for GVU, and they saved it R5, especially to show that Ariana had a comfortable lane. We talked about Denethor was able to dominate previously, so this is where they're gonna need to be able to step up with picks like Rumble here too. So I'll wait with bated breath, because things don't necessarily pop off till 5 minutes in, but GVU should have a propensity to get a bit antsy when things aren't happening. So we'll see.
I am just a little bit concerned that there is not a significant amount of AP damage on the side of Grandview. Like, we saw that being a huge factor in game 1 with the Azir versus the, the Azir versus the Talia. Then in game 2, it was the Nivea that was frying with that entire kit and the Frost and all that. And then now we have the Galio, who's not really the superstar of the day. Super supportive, super tanky, and just really has an incredible amount of CC. Like, what this is telling me is Nightstar, go off. Like, this is your game. We're building around you, and we're putting a lot of eggs into the Ariana basket as well. Jace, you're going to need to show up and show up big. And now, this time, there's no Sion, it's a Gnar. This could be an even matchup, and I'm going to be looking towards that top side for this game 3.
Naturally so. And I think in terms of the AP stuff, right, where he could just pull a faker and go full AP Galio as well. And we've seen this pretty quite common, right? And in terms of AP damage, you are right. You want to see that prioritized. But actually up against the Mel, right, as a Galio, you are of a tough side naturally, but I think getting full AP, getting a rocket belt, yeah, you're open to survive, ult in, and put down CC. Right? That's what Galio does. And to be fair, I'm a big Galio fan. I play Galio mid a lot. That is a genuine normal pick that I play. So to be fair, fun fact, I do play Sion mid. But it's that's not the point to be made. it's really good against ADCs, bro. I promise.
Did they change something in the water supply in Toronto? Like, what's going on over there, bro? Like, what are you guys drinking, bro? Like, this is.
Listen, but you don't know. I'm nice like that. You don't get it. I'm actually decent.
There's nothing nice about this, bro. This is scary. I feel like you're just.
I just know how to play tanks, man. What do you want me to do, bro? I got autofilled.
So you play Galio mid, autofill, or Sion? Oh man.
Yeah, Galio or Sion. Yeah, that's what I got.
You know what? You need to start learning Morgana. Okay, you just saw that in the grand finals, Morgana can do something. Maybe that's your next pick.
No, I'm good. I'm actually so good off that. I think I'll stay away from Morgana, bro.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But picks that we should lock in onto is on the other end, right? We talked a lot about this over bot lane matches specifically. We've seen Kaisa pop up. And Kaisa again to bring it back up, right? This match should be fine for Nightstar considering just how well he's done. We're going up against Xayah here. And Xayah takes a decent bit to kind of get in the game and scale into damage, right? Where she has pretty decently high mana cost too, and cooldowns early on with her feathers can be pretty hard if you're not especially accurate as well here. So I'm gonna wait to see how this does end up playing out though. But again, I'm expecting early lane swaps we saw previously, right? As this kind of first kill happens, we're gonna shift focus once you get to the bot side, and we're gonna also see if Castle can become a factor again in this game. Last game was a bit tougher, but on the Xin Zhao, he has pick potential once again. He has fighting power, and the biggest thing is that he can also look to disrupt Wilson early on. If it was Pantheon is 3, right? He doesn't have damage early, so Zing can fight things out, especially in the longer end, because Pantheon after 5 stacks, he kind of just has to move away, to say the least.
Yeah, I think you bring up some really good points about the jungle. I think for this bot lane matchup, this is probably the best matchup Tails could possibly ask for. You've got a late game scaling Kaisa that's going to take a while to get online. You've got Xayah, who kind of on the flip side is in a similar boat, but has a get out of jail free card whenever things are going to go sour. And for the previous game on MF, it's gone sour many, many, many times, and there wasn't really a lot of ways for MF to escape. I mean, there's just no ways. There's 0 ways for MF to escape. Like, Strut is not going to help you in a team fight where you're already in combat and you're not going to be escaping. So the fact that the Xayah here, I think for Tails, it's like the possible best scenario that we could ask for in ADC. I still think that Nightstar has shown that he is like the top ADC of this matchup, right? Like, shown dominance in game 1 despite the loss, shown dominance in game 2 in result of the win. So I think for Tails, this has to feel like the best possible scenario and feel like we can maybe win this back if we're Winthrop.
It has to be here. It has to be down. It has to be in game 3 and a final game for GVU and Winthrop. Grandview making history to make it back up here. You got Maryville. If it Winthrop again, another final game in 2 different disciplines. Their backs are against the wall. Game 1 was their game 2. A very different story. And now in game 3, will they fall or will they rise? It's truly a big question as they try to go for the cheeky play early. They go up top, they go down bot. So they could have caught somebody, but they should probably leave. Unless, all right, they're gonna take red. They're gonna pull a cheeky play early, knowing they're just probably gonna start blue. Okay.
Super leash. The leash of the century. We're gonna start you level 3, and then we're gonna go to our lane.
Yeah, we're gonna follow you the entire time. We're not. It's all of it. But yeah, like you're saying, so both jungle on the same side. Thought they would have wanted to potentially just late invade into his jungle, but not honestly worth it. For now though, we'll wait to see what's if anything jungles can get done. I am hoping and expecting a Wilson early gank, especially as a Pantheon. You do have a great gank assist, but it has to be set up by Bounty.
I think that likely is not going to happen, primarily because they're already pushed up in lane, and I think that's just because Kaisa respecting this Zaya, right? This is the first time we've seen respect shown to the opposite side, and I think it's just a matchup diff. Kaisa really requires a lot to get rolling, and I think this is kind of potentially spelling disaster for Grandview. I'm going to call foreshadowing much earlier than maybe I would like to. The Galio and the Kaisa having to be kind of bullied in lane could be difficult for Castle to get on the map and be aggressive when he doesn't have the strongest support in a 2v2 or even a man advantage if he's looking to gank somewhere.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because as Wave kind of bounces back, you see that Tails is continuing to be quite aggressive and put down as much damage as possible onto Nightstar as you can so very easily onto Kaisa. But as you look towards the top side here, though, is Ariana, right? To battle up
it's
against
scary.
Denethor, right?
Down from Meganar, the jump over, the ward. Oh, first blood for Denethor! What a start for Winthrop!
Oh, that would have been Ariana's if they had any vision of the bush. They just completely blew all the cooldown. Should have had Q back up by then, but just couldn't do anything. That is unlucky.
Yeah, looking at this replay, super rough, man. Just like, he walked in and out of the bush thinking that he was going to walk over, and he just, man. Like, it wasn't even the vision. It was the fact that he walked in and out of the bush and he couldn't get, like, another auto or two. Looking towards mid. Ayo, June in trouble. Xin Zhao. Castle trying to get a little bit of damage back on, but Wilson just way too strong on the Pantheon, having to back away. He's actually going to be looking for more of the stun. Just a little bit more. He goes back in. Xin Zhao, what are you doing, brother? Wilson, Winthrop with 2. And here comes Bounty all alone. What are you looking for? There's nothing here.
Dude, no, Castle actually, the Xin Zhao Q got sidestepped by Wilson, meaning he couldn't get the extra auto attack, and then by the time then, the power Q came back online, so Castle, had the right idea, but because the tower shot, oh no, Ariana's dead?
No, the dive, he's gonna take the tournament, oh my god, Ariana with double buffs, Nar says, I am out of there. Absolute freebie going over the top lane just when you thought things were going bad. Grandview gets one back in the pocket.
Bro, what is happening? Oh man, he whipped the Q again, bro. No, that's yeah, that's crazy. The fact that we went down to like what was effectively like 1 health between both these fights.
Oh!
No way.
Double kill, but it's traded back. Man, this top lane is spicy.
Ariana, after the first kill, decides we're not going to leave this down dying. Castle goes up, Wilson goes up. They both want to fight this. They know that this is a very tumultuous matchup. Ariana here that gets the Q, but not the empower through the gates. Gets the speed up as well, but the flash in and W forward was hoping to walk out of the other direction. And caught on the turret, couldn't walk away.
Craziness. Well, I mean, this is kind of what we need out of Ariana, right? This is what we need. Your whole team is being pushed in heavy. Maybe not right now for bot lane, but your team is feeling the heat, feeling the pressure. We need to alleviate some of that pressure elsewhere on the map, and Ariana is doing exactly that in such a great way.
And big thing there is that Winthrop is now finally fighting back early on, right? They so seldom, actually look to try to match EVU in terms of the leads that they got. And they're pretty consistently at almost a 2K goal lead every time. Now, mainly due to Nightstar, being ahead, but this time they're finally up. They have, a couple hundred due to some of the kills given over early on. And Winthrop want to ensure they don't just give away this game. They want to win here, but for Grandview, they've got to. With the eyes of the prize as well.
This is scary. Both junglers waiting in the wings, thinking that they have the advantage. It seems like this is the big focal point for both teams. The ultimate, it doesn't quite connect with the wall. The TP over from Galio. Will Ariana survive? Still alive into the brush. He's still alive. He's able to turn the damage back. It's the TP from Bounty. Surprise. Spellbook Nautilus. And now the ultimate from Galio. Here comes Aoju. Castle killing Wilson. Denethor hiding in the alcoves. Mercy will not be shown to you today. Execution and double kill for Castle.
Castle comes in at the right time, and they invest so much, the TP and the Galio ult from Ao Jun to ensure that play doesn't completely go away. And here's the thing, right? Because that ultimate just barely doesn't stun him. If it does, that's an assured kill onto Ariana way faster. Because in the meantime, Castle's fighting up against, Wilson here. And while Bounty gets there, Galio has more than enough time to be able to come in, counter, and kill the rest of them. And because Denethor's on Mininar, he doesn't have a lot of damage yet. He's hoping to maybe just get 1 or 2 picks and stack up the boomerangs here. Lost on his W, but can't do it in time. But so good on GVU and Wilson for both the responses.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. As we see now, an objective spawn, the Grubs have arrived. Dragon is up as well, little Mountain Drake for your troubles. And we can see Winthrop kind of prioritizing towards that top side. Ao Jun sidesteps the snare, but kind of ends up right back into it. Here comes Castle, a great hook onto only 35. He flashes out, now the root and the taunt onto Wilson. But will they be able to turn this back? It's a little bit rough. And still, tit for tat, nobody ends up falling. A quick little scuffle in the mid lane.
This is a scrappy early game, Simo. They want to fight and contain anything the other team is doing, which I'm down for this, right? As we saw previously, pretty early games where both these sides were decently even or one side was taken away. GVU Winthrop have not let up since minute 1. I like this.
A little bit of a late lane swap coming out from Grandview. Putting that bot lane towards the top side. Grubs have already been taken. And maybe if they got a pick off mid lane, they could have rotated to Grubs. But of course, Grandview didn't end up securing that fight any further. And now they're just waiting for Sword to walk up. A hook is available, but there's minions in the way. Just like that, every Nautilus main knows that one was not landed.
Yeah, this is fun. But as we get some reprieve in this game, though, one thing that we saw consistently out of GVU was early dragon control, right? They were always first to get soul point every single time. But as of right now, though, have not been able to do this lane swap, right? The matchup necessarily not really go in their favor, but mean that it's on Winthrop to be able to capitalize off of this and get some early objectives. With Ariana being pushed in, we see Castle around. So do you want to fight for this? It's not worth it.
He's in so much trouble. Gets actually caught by the Gnar ultimate. He's in so much deep water. Now the flashback over stun. He's still alive. Here comes the support from Bounty. Just trying to slow them down. The root. He gets out. Still, they can't quite get him. One more auto. Denethor secures the deal, but at what cost? Wilson going to be the first to fall as they turn back onto Winthrop, but they don't have enough firepower. Now they got to retreat. Nightstar in the top lane. He's not here to fight. The rehook onto Tails, but they've got no damage. Now, Bounty on the retreat, executed by Mel. One more for Ariana to go in, but he is gone. Next, Tails picks that one up, and Winthrop come out with the victory.
That was like, what, 4 taken so quickly between the both of them? Right, re-engage, right? I'll wait for the replay to come out for what just happened here, because look, Denethor managed to catch one early alongside only 35. So you're hoping it's probably to be the Galio, and the stun lands from the Pantheon just in time before he can die. But Denethor wanted to commit to this. So with that, because he's now so far deep, the rest of the team managed to converge in time, so they at least get 2 more, and we're fighting again.
Come back to live, Denethor. Lights off a little bit too much. This game is neck and neck. A 100 gold difference between the both. Grubs obviously on the docket. No turrets left. And CS across the board. Relatively even minus the mid lane, but we half expected that, especially with Ao Jun being so present. And now things are truly even with Grubs on one side and Dragon on the other.
Wow. Now, finally, with the Dragon being taken, though, it does ultimately end up going over to GVU, who are, managed to trade a decent amount of kills here. But the fact that after all that, the gold is still even is crazy, right? All these kills taken, all these neutrals taken, right? Man, it's impressive big note though is that most of the kills are centered around the top side for both these teams, and neither Nightstar nor Tails have been able to become big factors of the game yet. But you know, it's Kaisa, it's Xayah, so we have to wait a little bit until they truly can show their prowess and, you know, eliminate and eviscerate the entire team. Until then though, I'll wait until, you know, we do have Rift coming up in about 2 minutes, and also top lane tower is being taken away from Ardiana as they just cannot match them all.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough spot. Now the engage here from AO June onto Denethor as Meganar falls down. But again, there's a turret here to support him. Bounty waiting in the wings, a quick flash hook. Not really sure what he's going for, but here comes Castle, and now look at the follow-up from Wilson. Absolute domination. Only 35, picks up one. AO June falls dangerously low, almost snags Denethor in the back line, and now Castle on the retreat. He's got nowhere to go, nowhere to run, trying to turn things onto Tails, but Tails picks up yet another kill, giving him a nice little start.
Dude, they're all just fighting because they want to fight. It's crazy. Like, look, Denethor not coming again, also used the ultimate so early on, but he's now so far deep in the to try to get out of this, which means that now Galio's stuck, and Denethor was almost dead with one more tick of the queue. But issue is that for the rest of the team, you know, on the side of Winthrop, they were later, they were better, and they had more tools to fight.
And now, like, I think you're right. I think they just want to fight just for the sake of fighting. Like, look at this. They managed to get the taunt onto Wilson. The action doesn't stop. Ariana, there's the hook. There's the secured kill, we would hope. Onto Wilson. One more as Ariana just kind of poking around. But look, Wilson, sorry, not Wilson. Winthrop loves scenarios like this. You want to fight us? I'm going to be Denethor on the other side of the map, pushing and forcing the issue. And now I'm going to 1v1 this ADC that's trying to come to the top side and defend. And he is just staying there because he's got nothing left to do. The barrier and also his death. Denethor gets a kill and then the turret.
That's probably the most questionable decision I've seen Nightstar make this entire series. Alright, because he's usually so good about being with the support, trying to catch one, trying to catch wave, but unluckily, you know, peeks out, gets caught, and, you know, gives away another kill over to Denethor, who we've spoken previously about how dangerous he can be. The Jax that game one was incredible with how he might take over the game, and the Gnar you spoke about with how it's a big comfort for him, how he's played it so often, and as a Gnar enjoyer, I understand. Camp's fun, bro. Like, love to see more of that too, but for now, we'll see how they match the. What's up, bro? What's going on? You good? You alright?
Yeah, man. You're just a funny guy. You're just.
Hey, thanks, bro. I appreciate it. But Dragon's up in another minute and a half, so we'll look to likely convert towards the bot and the GBU and stack up Soul Point once again to see if they do that.
Looking for the Rift Herald. Control given over to Winthrop. They've got the Scuttle as well, but you can see here that Grandview do not really want to let this go to the wayside. Castle waiting off to the side as they pull the Rift Herald back. Bot side turret destroyed by Denethor. You better be making sure that this call is the correct one because you're going to lose your bot side turret. And they actually back away off the play. AO June pushing in that top side, trying to answer back. But again, Denethor, you're in his territory now. You're in his domain expansion. You are expecting to answer him. You are not waiting for the opposite to happen. Denethor proving to be everywhere on the map and showing why this Gnar is so deadly.
It's tough because he got off to a big early start up against Ariana, who, you know, they managed to find some counters back, but it just has not been enough to make a difference and a sizable lead against this Gnar, who's catching sideways, picking up turrets. And now here, he might be converged upon as there are 4 people down towards the bot side. He's kind of maintains secrecy in the bush and doesn't want to get caught out immediately. But as they see him there, you know, they could look to play down mid as it's just Xayah here and open up the map.
Ouch. Oh, TP actually coming in. Oh, they're actually going to be fighting on this. There's going to be the ultimate coming out from Wilson, looking towards that bot side. Castle just trying to escape and run away from it. Another TP coming in. That sword joining the fray, looking towards Tails. As Kaisa, the 1v1, Nightstar showing us how he can fry. That's the ADC out of commission, and this could spell trouble for Winthrop. Do they fight for this dragon? Everyone is kind of waiting in the wings. You can see they're stacked up. They feel comfortable to walk forward. Now, the Dragon is what they're going to start to focus on, but do Winthrop face check this?
I don't think so, right? Because with mid being much more of an option and a threat that they want to get taken away here, so they decide that they'll likely go up and try to go for Rift to match the Dragons that were being taken. And yeah, see, there it is. The Dragon now gone, Rift Hurdle now the option, and Winthrop have been pretty quick about getting Rift Hurdle each and every single game.
Yeah, pretty good pick up for them. Uncontested by Grandview, still the lead, gold lead for Winthrop. Not really anything too massive, but again, probably a lot of that. Let's see if I can get it right this time. I'm gonna guess Gnar. A lot of side lane gold from the turrets, solo gold from the turrets. Doesn't really have a CS lead, but I think it's enough, especially with the kills, to be the big breadwinner on the side of Winthrop. And I was close.
You were all right. I'll let it go this time since I trusted you, but I'll leave it here. But nonetheless, though, like you're saying, in terms of the overall spread, right? It's not as though there's been necessarily a large shift either two. Winthrop's been maintaining around 1,000 to about 500 goal lead almost throughout the entire game, and big swings haven't happened just yet. I'm gonna wait a little bit longer though to see as the map starts to open up. There may be a difference.
Oh,
Nightstar has support.
Up. This is going to be huge. He's still untouched, waiting for the turret off to the side. Riptail's going to pick things up. Wilson is falling a little bit low. The Renata going to keep him alive, but now off to the side, we've got AO June going onto the back line. Sword in so much trouble. The taunt not going to be enough as AO June getting executed by the Mel. Still kiting is the Kaisa, or the Zaya, sorry. Only 35, trying to flash over the wall. Off to the side, Denethor picking up the Jace, and now a 2v2 remains off to the wayside. And it's both carries, Nightstar and Castle still alive. Sword off to the backside, a 3v3 even exchange.
How did it end up being a 3v3 by the end of that? Like, you would assume that with the way the GVU were moving in and facing into and fighting, that would have completely gone the direction. But, you know, Winthrop somehow managed to get things back. And it starts here, right? When they find Kaisa early on, and Castle and Bounty are around. They even exhaust him to ensure they can't do anything at all. But then, on the other end, we see that Galleon gets involved, trying to fight them, try to get tails, but the Featherstorm delays them long enough. But with Kaisa not being caught in the fray, it means that she was untouched the entire time, and she compelled to melt the rest of them. So, just like, weirdly messy for both of them.
Yeah, Otacon. Next big focal point. It does look like Grandview want to try to take it. Not a lot of vision here for Winthrop. There's going to be the Clairvoyance. Going to let them know that's exactly where they are, and they're going to secure it super quick. Nice little bonus for Grandview as we see Denethor, what else is new, knocking down that topside turret. Feeling pretty good. AO June getting caught out. He's going to turn things back around, but there's no follow-up, so he's going to have to use the Hex Tech to get away. And now looking towards top, Denethor gets yet another turret in the split push.
That is huge from Denethor, right? Although it does Otacon, but again, Winthrop, we talked about the entire time how they've been so good about taking some cross-map objectives, and it's been one of those with the Rift and not top lane, so they've gotten a really healthy lead, and now finally a lane that they can use to converge them on and consistently maintain their advantage. Ariana sees him.
Flash available. Oh, but he gets stunned up. There's going to be the ultimate. It's AO June coming to save the day. Is it going to be enough? Kaisa. Oh my god, instinct off to the side. Still, AO June executes, but now here comes Kaisa. Oh my god, what a huge ultimate from Castle. But he gets absolutely evaporated. There's no follow-up from anyone from Grandview. They're just falling like wayside. But look, everyone is so low. Nightstar able to pick off Sword from the front line, and they'll back away, but Winthrop get the advantage.
A 2-for-1 by the end. It's not even too bad at all. And Winthrop, right, pulling the same stress that we saw to GVU last game. Like, constantly pressing the issue, constantly trying to get pick after pick. And although they managed to get caught on one, right, they finished Ariana, but the fact the rest of the team was there is big enough as it is, where they get the rest. Nightstar was around the corner to be able to try to equalize it and get some of the some of the other team here, man. But here's the thing. Ariana Levy means they can't actually look to try to move in, and Nightstar gets pretty much caught and almost dies by the end of that, but a consolation prize with the final auto to make sure that his team stays in the game.
Absolutely narrow stuff for both sides. I still haven't seen Nightstar come online. He's 5-1-2. He's got 3 items. Ginsu's Kraken Slayer and Nashor's Tooth. Like, he is as online as physically possible. Like, this is who we need to pop off right now for Grandview, because Winthrop are taking the game by storm. In the Dragon's Pit right now, it looks like they're pretty comfortable, but here comes Wilson. They found Ariana, unsuspected, surrounded, and executed by them all. But Sword! Sword is gone! He's down! He's been taken out, but he survives because he kills Ariana. That's huge! Double kill going in for Sword. Grandview are dropping like fleas. That's going to be Ao June on the retreat. Castle and Bounty left to the wayside, and they are slowly being hunted like the prey that they are. Nar going to be the first one to lead the charge. Castle trying to turn things back onto Sword, but the execution is fruitless. An ace for Winthrop.
Winthrop find every single crucial target, and it comes off the back of Wilson being so proactive on his Pantheon. We were talking about how Denethor and Wilson were the backbone and crux of this team of setting up the rest of them, and we see it so consistently with how he engages and ensures the target is theirs. Now, we're seeing the replay here, right? He goes in, uses Pantheon to try to find the backside of Ariana with Denethor right at his side. But the issue is that Ao June is around them, but as a Galio, his stun can get down a couple of them, but with ADC, the rest of them being centered on the outside, they can't get in. And even though we saw Nightstar try to walk the other end, he gets stunned, caught, rooted, and dies. Because he doesn't have anybody around that can protect him. As a Kaisashi, you can pop and try to melt somebody, but if you're stunned, it doesn't matter what you did. So, it's rough goings for GVU, but for Winthrop right now, a gold swing in such massive favor, 6K now on their end.
Crazy. Winthrop in the driver's seat. I did not think that we would be here. I'm going to be honest. Game 1, fascinating. Game 2, Grandview came alive. And now here they are, feeling the heat, feeling the tension. Ao June having and coming into this roster in the offseason, coming to make a mark, to leave his legacy and to maybe cement himself as a prospect to go to the LCS. Someone that can maybe become a better mid laner than all the rest and show us what he's really made of to lead a team to victory. But Winthrop, they're not going down without a fight. Baron up next, ready and spawned. How will these teams attack it?
Let's find out together. Because with Baron now finally being a factor, we've seen quite early Barons being taken by both of these teams, but off the back of either an objective taken or usually distraction. Speaking of early Barons, we're already on it.
That's scary. Ariana, nowhere to be found. TP available. Maybe they kind of respected them a little bit too much, thinking that this was not going to be a case. They're going to put a ward over. Maybe the steal. Not going to be enough. Now the fight over the wall. This has to be a big one. Shutdown going over to Denethor. At least that's the one. And now here comes Ao June. He wants a little bit more of that pie that is slowly running away from him. Ariana made it here, but they snuck the Baron right under their noses. GVU can't be happy about that one.
Yeah, I mean, Denethor gives his life to ensure that the Baron gets to be taken, but like you're saying, that is a huge threat out of them. And the big thing we need to see is that they use this to take plates and get control in the game. Like, his mitts are gone and...
Nice starts late. Tails, why are you walking forward? Wilson, he's going to get the back line. But so far, nobody's engaged nobody. They backed away. Wilson thought he saw a window and opportunity, but they were ready to fight without Denethor, which means Winthrop are hungry for victory.
Yeah, because they know the GVU haven't actually backed it either, right? So they probably try to catch them off guard with some of the low health bars. But from here, though, they're just looking for picks, considering they're still on the map. And yeah, that was... Castle just caught on a word.
Feels bad, man.
I agree. But from here, though, they're going to pull the same strats we saw last time, right? Pickups and trying to see if they can bait anybody here, but with no one being around mid lane, you know, Tails and only 35. But who they're hoping to catch, likely not going to come forward. But from here, I need to see Winthrop, if they are to put a bow on this game, right, try to look to start to open up the rest of the map here. They have about 5 turns, going to make it 6 for now. And they push almost to their base, essentially, almost exhausting every resource that they have. We can see if they open the base or not.
Well, they've got Baron to do so. It's a possibility. They've got all outer tier turrets. They're applying pressure towards mid and bot as AO June is just slowly, quietly pushing in that top side. He's got TP if things really do get sour, and he actually recalls back to base. This is going to be the first dragon in Winthrop's hands, denying that soul point for Grandview. Now again, we go back to defense for Grandview. We saw this in game 1. It did not end well for them. They do not do well on the back foot as Nightstar is on that right now. Getting poked out by the Denethor. And now Denethor going Mega Gnar, maybe looking for a little bit of an engage. This is where things get scary. The root off to Castle onto the side. Meanwhile, Wilson is pushing in mid-turret. Grandview feels like their chances are slowly slipping away as mid-turret goes down.
I hope they don't feel it. I hope they see that, because that is in front of them. All the turrets gone, rather outer being attacked across the base. Ayana looking for a flank here though, but can't find anything around them. The health bars are low.
Pressing guard just to stay alive, but oh my god, only 35 minute rapid beat. A 3-man taunt! AO June! Now Wilson coming in. AO June finally gets executed. Ariel off to the side, just trying to stay alive. And now they'll focus on Tanar. Denethor! How is he still alive? They turn it back onto them, but there are only 3 members left. Tails completely untouched. And now, what we thought was Grandview's fight goes absolutely sour. It's Winthrop getting double inhibitor.
The fact that they survived for that long, Wilson saves them all here. Ridiculous stuff out of him, and he has more than damage to do so with almost 3 items under his belt. He comes in with 2 of them are low enough, but the fact that they're so head and so strong just shows that too. Because look, here, Denethor, here, like I say, massive shot at the beginning. Tails, though, manages to get out, and they got assassination after 1. But Denethor goes mega, gets some health back, and also the stun inside their base until Wilson gets back. So, they survive long enough for him to get in, get 2, and along with all these assists to Mel, right, make that fight way more in their favor than it should have been.
Craziness. Absolute craziness. As we'll take a little bit of a pause. Seems like there is a consistent bug at a certain period of time, and it seems to be every single time at the exact same time. But man, Grandview, like, they still have a chance, but it's slowly slipping away. Winthrop are at their throats. We talked about Denethor absolutely needing to be in a position of power where he can have autonomy to do, and boy, has he done.
Yeah, and all he has to do now is close the game. If we're looking at Winthrop currently, right, they had an immaculate lead, and currently they're almost 8k gold ahead. They have almost 4 items, right, racked up, and we're reaching final fight territory where if they just make a decent push, especially along their base, the game's over. Or for GVU as of right now, they have to make a desperate attempt to get a good 5v5 to just delay this game because it's all slipping away from them. Their base is open. 2 inhibitors are down. This is tough.
Yeah, tough position to be in. I have to give a lot of credit to the engage from Grandview, though. Like a 3-man taunt from AO June, I was like, this is it. This is the one. But you called it. Like, Denethor stayed alive as long as he did. Tails never died. They popped 2 ultimates onto him, and he still managed to escape. And we talked a little bit about the draft heading into this match. This is the Xayah that is keeping this guy alive. Like, this is what they needed to give Tails. You give him like 10% autonomy, and Winthrop becomes a beast team. All they needed was to fill a small little void in the ADC role, and it was enough to take us and get us here to the grand finals and possibly win the whole damn thing too.
Yeah, and almost every one of these guys has 3 full items here, right? So they've reached apex points of being extremely strong, but so are the other ends, right? Because you saw Ariana was able to pop some switchy members of Winthrop, and it might just happen again if they're not too careful. But from here, the Baron being up in 45 seconds and another Baron given over could be disastrous for GVU.
Super scary stuff. Don't really want to face check anybody now at this point. 30 seconds. At least they can see a majority. Oh, that hook landed! Sword would have been in trouble. Tails, Killer Instinct! Having to pop the blades of his own defensively, and now they can turn things on to Sword, the ultimate from Nautilus. He's going to walk and hook right into Wilson. Bounty all on his lonesome. He's going to need some help from somebody. Executed by Sword off to the side. Look, it's Denethor, the hero they needed when they called for him. Wilson flying high from the sky. The door is closing for Grandview, and the opportunity for greatness begins for Winthrop. They're knocking on the Nexus doors. They have the inhibitors they need. 2 members left here for Grandview. Can they stop them? There are low health bars on Wilson, on Denethor, but there's the first turret. Nightstar poking the best that he can. Ariana, you've got to do something. You've got to jump in there. Denethor jumping into 1v1 the ADC, and he's able to do exactly that. Winthrop are your NACE Grand Finals champions.
Insane. After a game 1 dominance at the come up and game 2 heartbreak, game 3 was a scrap fest where they did not stop for a single second. Incredible stuff out of them, and now they cap it all off by taking game 3, and that was beautiful stuff. Shout out Winthrop, really great game.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable stuff. Have to say, it was a draft diff every single game. We saw really where that draft came to play. We talked about the key details that needed to be successful for both teams. And when it all mattered, Winthrop got most of the Monopoly board. They got the boardwalk, they got the hotels, they got everything they needed, even though right behind them was Grandview. It just wasn't enough to get the job done.
Yeah, remember we said we needed Denethor, we needed Wilson to pop off, and that indeed they did. The Wilson was the first one in, last one out every time. Like, I did not leave until the shift was done. Denethor again popping off early to become such a factor on the comfort mix that we talked about previously. But you know, that's truly a wonderful series in the BO3. And shout out Winthrop for catching a dub today as well.
Yeah, that's going to be it for us for now. We're going to throw things to a quick little break. When we come back, likely an interview with somebody on either of the teams, and then a breakdown from the desk. We'll be right back after this.
Winthrop University are going to be your champions for NACE. Here, welcome on back. An incredible 3-game series that we land ourselves in front of. I'm Ravishore here by the boy Shimo as we look back on the series, talk a bit about what happened, and also get to talk with one of the players from the college as well. Wow, yippee, let's get it.
Yeah, yippee is definitely right, and I don't think Grandview are definitely feeling the yippee after that. That was quite a performance out of Winthrop, and after that second game, I really had my doubts, especially considering, Winthrop really went the style in which they win was kind of how the recipe of game 1 happened. But then when Grandview came back swinging, I was like, okay, they've got their flow, they've got their mojo, but not the JoJo. And we saw in that third match that it just wasn't enough. They didn't have the vial of the magic potion. They left everything to the wayside. They had some of the keys to success. Like we had Kaisa for Nightstar, and that's kind of something that he's super comfortable with. But I think AO June on the Galio probably was where he didn't have the playmaking potential that he could. He had to rely on the CC and the rest of his team to follow up, and it just wasn't there.
Yeah, we were putting a lot of buckets in and a lot of hope in Ariana being able to naturally get up early and scale in the late game with Jay. So you had a lot of assassination power, right? And follow up with both Zhao and Kaisa as well, and alongside the Jace. But unfortunately, Ariana got shut down early. Nightstar was able to pop off Bitcoin Factor much later in the game. And now June was just, he tried his best, but unfortunately, too much CC and not enough opportunity to get in the game because look on the other end, right? Wilson has almost as many assists as their support at 17. He was such a massive factor in starting fights for this team, getting to the back line, getting setups, and getting kills and picking off people to set up for both Denethor, Sword, and even Tails at times for pick after pick after pick. This guy was everywhere at all times. This Pantheon you saw why was banned away so often. 30-16 from beginning until end. We did not stop fighting, and I loved every minute of it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the attempts of that in game 1 as well. Wilson on the Mbessa was trying to get the public execution on the key targets and set up the team for a little bit of a CC alley-oop, but it just kind of didn't always pan out. It was really other players and other factors in game 1 that allowed Winthrop to find that momentum. And as we can see in some of the highlights here, Wilson himself was just in prime position to constantly set up the rest of his team for success. Like, Denethor and Sword look as good as they do because Wilson was always there to initiate fights, provide CC, tank up and soak up damage like you're seeing right here, allowing Denethor to just walk up and get free hits.
We do. It was really impressive, and we were talking about it the entire time with both Wilson and Denethor, how they played hand in hand, right? So we could probably look to get into our MVP stats and what he got done, which, I mean, I talked about it the entire day. It's the boy Wilson. This guy was an incredible factor from game 1 to where he constantly set up on the Mbessa, pig after pig, and saying stuff. It's game 3 where we land ourselves in front of our winner, Tails.
Tails.
What's up, bro? How you doing?
We don't quite hear you, Tails, quite yet. I'm sure we'll figure that out in just a second. Tails, are you with us?
Tails,
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
There we go.
Let's go, Tails. This is
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
This is awesome. It's great to see some Canadian representation in the grand finals. Let's go, Tails. All the way back from your time spending in Montreal, fighting in some league lands way back in the day to where you are today, grand finals. Probably didn't expect to see yourself in the ADC position for something like this, did you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm the coach these days. I haven't played an official. Well, actually, I subbed in as mid for NACL game this past summer, but yeah, I didn't expect me to be playing as much as I am doing, but it's been fun. It's been pretty exciting. A bit nerve-wracking. I was kind of nervous today, so yeah, happy to get the W.
Yeah, man, I bet you were, bro, because it seemed like a lot. Like Nightstar kind of had your number a lot of the time, so I'm glad you were able to
whoa, let's slow down here.
Come out on top by the end of it, right? But I just want to be able to talk about how you guys managed to scale up, right? As a coach, right? You've done incredible stuff on both ends, though. But I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about what happened game two. It just seemed like things were a little bit disjointed. Things just weren't able to necessarily flow well. Though game 1 and 3 were a lot of fun, but taking you through just the kind of like lulls and how you guys saw your mistakes and came back the game afterwards.
Yeah, I think game two, we were playing more of a 5v5 comp, and we couldn't really execute. And part of it was just like I made some bad calls myself, or we were just like you said, disjointed and not really seeing the picture. And our team comp was playing. I mean, it was a lot harder to deal with their engage, or like the way they can start fights in our jungle. So we didn't play well around that, and it costed us. So yeah, it
Yeah.
was a tough game.
I mean, we kind of saw some of those pieces maybe not work out the way that you had wanted to in draft. Would you say that you were happy with the draft from game two, or you think kind of looking back, maybe you would have picked something a little different?
I think we were kind of surprised and kind of stumped by the Nivea pick. Um, we went with the Morgana, but we weren't really sure if that was actually going to be good. So kind of just YOLO'd it. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I think, overall, I think the draft was fine. I think at the end of the day, I don't want to blame draft. I would say like there's so many mistakes we could have fixed or not made. So yeah, I would put it on ourselves.
Well, I'm not to blame draft. It's fine. Don't worry about it, man. But
Yeah,
that's
always blame draft. It's coach. It's coach.
I miss it's always drafted, bro. Every time. But
You're playing. You're not coaches. It's not your job this time.
Exactly.
It's fine, bro. But as you look towards near the end of the series here, right? So it's like it is crazy that we let ourselves here today. Now, a final thought from you, like let's say another one-year player gets sick, bro. Who you down to replace next time? And then dominate on, bro. Which lane do you want to go into next?
What's your future like with the team?
What's your future like, bro? What's top next? Jungle? What do you think, bro?
I would just play support. Only
Hey.
35. He's got an easy job. I feel like I'll go pick up support. I'll sub in and support mobility and the guys. So yeah.
That's awesome, man. Well, it's honestly great to have you. And again, congratulations on the win. I know you guys are starting to look forward towards the CLOL Championship for 2026. So I wish you guys the best of luck in NACE Spring and, of course, CLOL next season.
Yeah, thank you guys for hosting, and always appreciate the opportunity to play and compete. And I'm really grateful. Like there's production and there's people watching and supporting us. So shout out to everybody. And again, just grateful to be here. Thank you.
You're welcome, man. I got you, bro. Do my thing. That's a lot of fun, Bobby. That's it for me, though. Simo, you with the rest, take it away, brother. Thank you so much.
And right there, that's all she wrote. NACE Grand Finals, it comes to an end. Congratulations to Winthrop. They weren't able to get it done in Valorant, but you did not go away winless. League, you got your get back.
Yeah, and I mean, we're also kind of waiting for the third get back, possibly with Collegiate Rocket League as well. But that's not part of this broadcast. That's just a busy day for Winthrop, to say the least.
Yes, 100%.
No, for sure. And I think they're going to be happy that they at least got one trophy done today. It looked a little hairy, after game two. But, I mean, they just locked in, and they got it back with game three. And I think Tail said it correctly. I think the draft, maybe that was the one point of weakness going into game two. I think they definitely have potential to maybe get it in two, but that draft, being a little weird and like going the way it did definitely, hindered them a little bit, but they were able to really just, like I said, lock in and get back for a pretty dominant game three.
Yeah, I mean, you heard it from him, like surprised from the Anivia to come through. And, I wouldn't say that was really the big deciding factor. Like it was a good performance from Ariana in the top lane as well in the Rumble to really stick it to the Scion and Denethor, who we saw in game three, came back to life and just mopped the floor with the opposition.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that he came back to life in game three, but to come back to life means you had to die at some point, which means before then you had to live. And you know what? In game one, Denethor came out absolutely swinging for the fences, as we wanted him to, as we said we needed him to in top lane in order to really establish that presence. Again, just reading it back, 7-3 with 4 assists over Ariana, who was on 0-4 with 6, right? So again, Denethor just making space, doing what he needed to do, making sure that he was there for all of the split engages as well. They were doing a really good job of isolating Ariana as well in team fights, and it just showed. It really did.
Yeah, I think that's probably a really good way to say it. It really was the Denethor show in Game 1. Grandview had a really, really tough time of stopping him, and the aggressiveness from Winthrop as well. Like, they were coming out swinging fairly early. Winthrop, yeah, able to take advantage of that. You know, a couple mistakes along the way, you know, maybe a little over-aggressing in certain team fights, but that aggression secured them that first win for sure, and Denethor a big reason for that.
I think, you know, like, as we were breaking down this matchup on paper, like, I think everything we said was correct. And the fact that the series went the distance is, I think, testament to how close we might have been to the actual score that ended up kind of resulting in. And I think, obviously, bringing in Tails to kind of substitute for mobility during a period of time where that's needed for this grand final, bringing in Wilson, maybe another factor that was needed to try to play with a different jungler pool as opposed to playing with Rapid. Not a question that we got to ask Tails in the process, but nevertheless, still the idea here being they did everything they needed to do and they trusted in their team, and that trust won them now their first grand championship. They lost to Maryville last year. The year prior, they were knocked out by Illinois State in the semifinals, and here they have their first checkmark, fall 2025.
Right, but you know what? Give credit to their competitors as such, right? At the end of the day, when you really think about it, Grandview, they really did step their game up for Game 2. I mean, that was just an utter blowout. You guys say draft diff. At the end of the day, Castle on the Wukong was such a good switch up of pace as well for them. Again, looking at the fact that Winthrop also stole a dragon in about the 10th minute, they had a little bit of a comeback that they needed to mount, but they were able to do that. A huge ace for them in the 21st minute, followed up 4 minutes later by, honestly, what I might say is one of the plays of the day. I mean, there were just so many, but Aojun being able to get the res versus Denethor in the 25th was crazy, absolutely mind-boggling. But at the end of the day, it was all because of Nightstar, the masterclass in ADC, where we really did see that diff in the ADC to be able to force this one over to Game 3.
Yeah, I think Nightstar did everything they needed to do, you know, as the ADC. It's just not enough when you have a Winthrop squad that, you know, is able to respond to that adversity and just match that firepower. But you got to give credit where credit is due. Nightstar, you know, did a great job in trying to keep Grandview in, but unfortunately just not enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we have the bracket to show you, looking at how we got to this point. Game 3, it was absolutely massive for Winthrop. Exactly what they needed. Denethor came back to life, and Wilson, 17 assists as pointed out earlier, almost getting even more or as much as his support. Bounty, it really was a masterclass from Winthrop, and they showed that they could go the distance.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really scary rock, paper, scissors. We've got Grandview that can beat Maryville, Maryville that can beat Winthrop, but then Winthrop that can beat Grandview. Seems like a little bit of an interesting kerfuffle to be in, but nevertheless, as we see some replays from the past few games, we can see, obviously, that both of these teams were respectful gladiators in the Coliseum. There wasn't one team that really kind of outshined the other. We saw solid performances on both fronts. Even though Winthrop won Game 1 and 3, we saw some really strong fight, especially from Aojun, who we highlighted in kind of the pregame on the Azir, especially in his first game. Despite the loss, he was doing his best. He was trying to position and he was trying to get kills.
Yeah, like you said, doing his best, and you kind of look at the replays here, especially in the early game, very back and forth between both squads. Nobody really taking advantage. This is the first fight that really started to go the way of Winthrop, but some of these fights you expect Winthrop to maybe pick up a couple more picks, but give credit to guys like Aojun and Nightstar for getting, you know, out of there when they have the chance, using those flashes, you know, using those trundle walls to create those blockers to, you know, wall off some people there, and you know, just great stuff from either side. But again, very, very early. It isn't until we get later on this dragon fight here where things really start to slip in the favor of Winthrop.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And it was really after this first game that I was kind of questioning what we were talking about on the desk, because I was like, okay, the recipes for success are here, But really, if we look at some of the drafting choices from Grandview in that first game, we saw maybe the draft they felt comfortable with, but we saw kind of how it was difficult to navigate with the Renekton and Trundle never really having the opportunity to get too deep. We had a lot of tools like this Talia wall that separated team fights and made it really difficult for players like AO June and Nightstar, who we highlighted as being super important factors of success, to be able to walk forward and really bully players like Denethor, who on the Jax really just had a field day to be able to do whatever they needed to do. This first game wasn't about Tails. It wasn't about Sword. It was Denethor, and nobody was afraid, or sorry, everyone was afraid to walk up to this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. He was just a force to be reckoned with, and it really just showed at the end as well. And, it's kind of confusing in a way because, to me, I feel like when it came to getting their get back, if they were down a pick, Winthrop and GVU, they both did such a good job at this. We saw multiple times as well, finding offense from different lanes and finding ganks from different areas. Like, they really both did a great job of punishing any stragglers and finding their isolated fights.
Yeah, and depending on which side you're talking about, whether it's Winthrop or Grandview, it's both teams just so well built and, just very well rounded in order to find that space. But, near the end of this first game, Winthrop just able to dominate those fights when they needed to, finding those stragglers and not tunneling somebody, looking for the first picks, the critical picks they need to make sure they get a foothold in the team fight.
Yeah, not to mention the draft in first game, taking away Jax and Mbessa away from Ariana in a 1-2 draft punch is scary, right? Not to say that, as we moved on, we still got the Rumble out of Ariana. This is the game that we're talking about where Ariana actually popped off in the Rumble, having a much favorable matchup into the Scion in the top lane, but not really having a lot to fall back on. I'm sure the Jax could have been, or the Mbessa could have been available in that third game, and maybe we would have seen that instead of the Jason. Maybe it would have been a completely different match. But alas, that first draft led us to where we are now. Ariana on a comfort pick and Rumble playing a huge factor. And of course, as we heard, a lot of mistakes out of Winthrop, and they felt the heat from Grandview's composition.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's not about what mistakes you make. It's how you bounce back from them. And in Game 3, they really showed that they could do just that. Not really giving a damn, taking their time. And I think the number one thing that I had to say Winthrop were really good at was just discipline and layered aggression as well when it needed to happen.
Yeah, that's a really good way to say it, Not getting as much of that in the second game, obviously, but we really start to see that happen in Game 3. Once they get a more favorable draft, they lock in a little bit more. They, backs against the wall. It's Game 3. It's their final chance to really prove themselves, and they really showed out in that third game.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. That third game was really one of the biggest surprising factors for me. I thought Grandview found their momentum. I thought, okay, this is it. We got a series on our hands. But then, we saw as much as they were trying to fight, Winthrop always just had that little something extra. And I even felt that when I was watching Winthrop against Saints Gaming. Every time Saints would do something, it felt like for some reason, I couldn't quite put my finger on it, Winthrop just had that inch, that centimeter that they needed to really dominate.
No, it's just they had the it factor. They had the clutch gene, and congratulations to all the players on Winthrop for moving through and getting that finals dub in NACE. Now, going on to Valorant, looking at that bracket from a little bit earlier, it really does go to show you that we went through a hell of a day today, hell of a series. Both games really putting on a show 2-1 to Maryville this time.
I mean, you were saying how Valorant had a lot, or League of Legends had a lot to follow up on after that Valorant series.
Hey, it delivered.
It delivered?
It delivered.
Okay.
Yeah.
It delivered.
Yeah, very impressive. From obviously Winthrop not coming out on the side that they would have preferred, but I think it was still, like you said, a very, very exciting series on both ends of the spectrum. Winthrop dominating, Haven, Maryville coming back with a counterpunch on Sunset, and then just dominating Corrode, a map that we for sure thought Winthrop was going to dominate, especially on the defensive side, but it was the Giza show on Corrode that really stole it away for Maryville. And guys like Moves for Winthrop, did all that they could, but it's just not enough to stop a squad like Maryville.
Yeah, got to give shout out to Chloric as well, who on Sunset. We're going to get there in just a little bit. Haven, of course, going to the way of Winthrop to start, and really a great attacking half for Winthrop as they managed to find and exploit a great weakness on the A side, as the defense really couldn't quite deal with it too frequently. But overall, you know, despite the fact that we highlighted Moobs and Infiltrator as being two kind of key pieces here for Winthrop, once we moved on to that second map, we really started to see Maryville play as a team. Seems to be a constant trend here, as teams kind of struggling in the first couple of games in a series and then finding their groove as a team as we move forward.
I guess sometimes you just need time to warm up and like just get that synergy flowing, and clearly Maryville needed that time on Haven. You know, it wasn't even like it was a total wash for Maryville on map 1. It was still decently close, mounting a small comeback near the end of Haven. Obviously not enough to get it done, but once Sunset, once it turns on, like, it's shots like that really just make a difference. When you have Quark and Ange who could just, you know, dead-eye shoot like that, that really starts to make a difference, especially once you start feeling that synergy. Your executions are getting a lot smarter, your retakes are getting cleaner. That's the perfect storm.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And Giza, this is where we slowly started to see the dragon rear its head out of the dragon's lair. This is where Giza really started to showcase why the Reyna was being locked in here. But of course, Infiltrator adding insult to injury, constantly playing a presence on the Neon. And honestly, Winthrop started this map hot. I think it was like 6-1.
It was,
and then
yeah.
Winthrop really, sorry, Maryville, my apologies, really started to play a solid defense on the A side. And you could see lots of plays where Chloric and Screwface just not letting them have an inch. Chloric with a good 3K to stop them from that A side in that clip.
Yeah, and how crazy were some of those holds near the end of Sunset when you're talking about Maryville, whether it's Chloric, like you said, or Giza. You know, if anybody can step up and make a big play for Maryville, and then you get to map 3, and it's more of the same.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, you want to talk about big plays? You're about to see some crazy shots out here from Infiltrator and Giza. They were just locked the entire time, just back and forth action. Infiltrator hitting some impressive stuff. I'm really talking about more Rens as well, as that was the transfer that I was actually talking to you about. Simo, I wanted you to see that one, but it really was quite the show, as, again, it's just some crazy plays being made by some crazy players, and in the end, Giza just simply dropped more.
Yeah, and I mean, like, we talk a little bit about moves. Like, Infiltrator obviously had an amazing performance, great entry fragger for Winthrop, but Moobs was like a solid anchor that constantly found great trades as he would anchor sites all alone. Don't really see a lot of clips of him here. This actually one was crazy. Gets the 1 dig and then TP's back to safety. He was doing, you know, as we highlighted him to be a phenomenal player for Winthrop, he did everything that he could. Second fragged every single game. A great supportive player on the Sentinel, but just it wasn't enough. Once Giza got cooking in that third map, there was just nothing left to do.
Yeah, there was nothing left to do, but you know what? If your credit was ever down, I'll tell you something you can do.
Uh-oh.
All right? In Touch Credit Union, it can't boost your KD ratio, but we can help you level up your financial game. Visit itcu.org to learn more. Federally insured by NCUA. And also special thanks to our partners at Raven GG. Raven is the official apparel partner of NACE and the premier platform for creating your dream custom gear. Whether you're outfitting a team or building a brand, Raven gives schools everything they need to look their best. Visit raven.gg to start creating today. And, you know, with that all said and done, guys, I think our NACE finals arc is coming to an end. What an amazing weekend. What are your final thoughts of this weekend before we shut this one out?
Well, to be honest, obviously, like, I've got some expertise in some games like League and Valorant, and then a lot less in others like Smash and Call of Duty. And I think it was really nice for me to see games like Smash get a little bit of a spotlight and get to see kind of like really the deeper thought process behind how teams operate and do well. And to be honest, seeing teams like Grandview and UNCG really kind of come up to the limelight and have their day was really an awesome sight to see.
Yeah, I got to agree with that as well. You know, seeing these teams get their first real chance in a NACE finals, you know, to try and stake their claim in their respective game scene was really, really inspiring to see. And I think just being a part of something like this and, you know, being part of the experience, just even like just a little piece of it is, really, really nice to see. And it's great that we have opportunities like this, especially in North American esports, to really highlight some of these players that are coming up in the collegiate scene, the next generation of, esports stars. It really is fun to be a part of and great to see.
Absolutely, but that's going to be a wrap for your NACE Grand Finals. So sincerely from the desk, shout out to you two for showing out, showing up, doing your jobs and doing them well. Shout out to the prod team in the back. None of this would be possible without you. Shout out to the fans, the ones watching at home and supporting your players. And speaking of which, of course, shout out to the players and the coaches for putting on a show. Shout out to the casters as well that were remoting in. And for one final time, it has been me, Patrick Smoke Chambers. We will be signing out. Catch you guys next time.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Cried all the water on my body. Yeah. Even the desert ain't gon' want me. My body shaking with apology. But ain't nobody feeling sorry for me. Not even me. And why should anybody understand? I made this whole mess with both my hands. I did all this shit myself. I created my own hell. Every fucking time I lose my mind.